always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate having me. I'm looking forward to it.
A big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just looked at the jury and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come hop in and say, hey, let's talk.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hi. Hello, welcome. Hello. I'm having technical difficulties this morning. Hello. Good morning. We are already getting this. Hold on. I've got to get stuff together. I'm having technical difficulties with stuff this morning, and I and this is why I'm glad that I started a little bit early, because these are the times that make life fun, right? Happy Thursday, everyone. It is going to be a good day. Hold on, I got to figure out let's see, streaming. Will that one work? My cam. I think that one. Here, I'll make this a little bit bigger. Let's see. Me and Lucy. There we go. Let's see, I want to hide that. I got all kinds of stuff going on. Hide. Delete. Okay. All right, I think we're good now. Hello. Good morning. Sorry. Lots of stuff going on. I am also functioning on very little sleep. So, you know what? We're going to get through it. I'm glad y'all are here. We have a big day today. The trial is finally starting, and I am like, I feel like anxious. Yeah, for some reason the other live, my stuff went, that's my technical difficulties. My stuff went, like, it went live and then it just stopped. So I had to restart, and I don't even know what is happening in my life. So, let me see. So I know that there were people in the other one, and I don't even know what happened. Let me delete that one so it's not. Edit. When I hit go live, it took me go live with everything that was old news, like the old. Let's see, unlisted. There we go. All right. Hopefully that will keep the confusion down. Let's see if I can get that fixed. All right. Yeah, I don't know. You know what? We're just going to go with it. Hello. Good morning. This is a big day, big day. And if you've not kept up with this case and what's going on with it, there's so much. This one's a wild one, y'all. I did do a few of the live streams where we went over a lot of this stuff, and then of course some of the there's 2 videos total now. I did one that had the whole first half of everything, the background of everything, and then I put out one this morning. I finished this morning that was basically like going over all of the details that we have so far about what happened on that day. I mean, we have some video surveillance. We have some of the like phone records, OnStar stuff. So there is a lot of stuff that we have from the arrest warrants and stuff like that. But there's also a lot of stuff that we don't have yet. So this is going to be really interesting to be able to see all of the information come together and be able to add some of the data to what we already know. So I'll be really interested to watch it all unfold. This has been a long day coming, y'all. This is a long time that Jennifer's family and friends have been waiting for justice. So it'll be a big deal. Thank you. I'm glad you like the videos. The one that I put out this morning, I don't know how long it ended up being. It wasn't that long, but it kind of went over all of the data, basically from the night before. Remember, if you haven't seen it yet, first of all, let me do this because I know we're going to have 500 million people coming in asking, what's this about? Because they didn't watch all of the stuff with us. So let me give a quick recap. So that way we can tell everybody, fast forward to the very beginning, and there's a quick recap. Basically, we have Michelle Troconis is on trial. She is the former mistress of Fotis Dulos. The victim is Fotis's estranged wife, Jennifer Dulos. Jennifer is, she was a beautiful mother of 5. She was, really smart, came from money, had a great life, just very, very blessed and blessed others. Like everybody that talks about her has, great stuff to say. She and Fotis met in college, but they didn't date. They actually ended up running into each other in an Aspen airport years later. He was still married at the time, but he got divorced, and a month after their, divorce, he married Jennifer. So, did y'all get kicked out of this one or the last one? I don't know. Did y'all get kicked out of this one? Hold on, let me look. So many technical problems this morning. Fun times. Make a YouTube channel, they said. It'll be fun, they said. So, did you... Okay. I look like I'm still live on this one. All right. So, I should be good on this one. Right. Let me double check. Y'all are getting kicked out of this one? This one shows public, and this one shows that I'm still here. So, I don't... This did this yesterday, too, though. YouTube gave me all kinds of problems yesterday, too. It may have to, you may have to refresh. So anyhow, back to the story. They met in, again, in the Aspen airport, ended up getting married a month after his divorce was final. They had 5 kids. Things started going pretty sour. He had a company that he was building like these crazy, huge mega mansion spec homes. Her family was actually funding it, and then when he would sell them, he would pay them back with interest, and that's kind of how his business got going. The marriage ended, well, she filed for divorce in 2017. He had also been having an affair. He met Michelle Troconis, the messy mistress, Michelle. He met her on a trip to Miami with his kids when he took them for a skiing competition, and they started having an affair. They had been having an affair for about a year before she found out, and it was part of the reason for, one of the many reasons for the divorce that was listed. They went through a very nasty custody and divorce battle. He ended up losing, he was only allowed to have supervised visitations, and all of his phone calls had to be on speakerphone and monitored. Watch the video. There's a bunch of crazy stuff, and I go over it all there. But it was pretty messy. And then on May 24th of 2019, she dropped her kids off at school at 8:05 in the morning. It shows in the video that I did this morning, I give like the major breakdown, but I'm just going to give Cliff's Notes version here. Fotis, it appears, drove an employee's truck down the 70 miles away to where she was living at the time, and took his bike with him. He parked at Waveney Park, which is near her house, about 3 miles, and then biked the rest of the way there, attacked her in the garage when she got home, attempted to clean it up, drove her Suburban back to the park, got in the Tacoma and headed home. She was, of course, never seen or heard from again. She was reported missing at 7 o'clock. When he got home, there is a lot of mess. It's a lot of back and forth, and like I have theories about what happened, but watch the video from this morning. I think it's about 15-20 minutes. It's not long. But anyway, there's a lot of back and forth. They end up bringing Fotis in to question him about the disappearance. They got a warrant for his phone. They found his phone location, which is him going along Albany Avenue in Hartford. So they pull the camera footage from there, and they see him dropping all these trash bags. He did like a tour of tour of trash all along Albany Avenue in Hartford. He stopped at 30. I think they said 30 total trash cans, disposing of bags and evidence. They were able to recover some of that. It was covered in Jennifer's blood, and it also had his DNA and fingerprints, DNA stuff that linked him and Michelle both to that. So they were both arrested originally just for tampering with evidence. It was later changed to murder and conspiracy to commit murder and kidnapping for Fotis, and then conspiracy to commit murder for Fotis's friend, Kent, who we will hear a lot about, and also conspiracy to commit murder for Michelle as well, who is on trial now. So there's your Cliff's Notes version. So for everybody that comes in and says, what is this trial about? Let them know that they can rewind to the beginning, get a Cliff's Notes version, and then join us back live. And it'll be good. We'll all be good. And hopefully no more YouTube kicking out and all that stuff. Hopefully we won't have any more issues there. So, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day. Good day. Y'all know I love me a chart. I need to get my chart ready because as they're giving information about the timelines and what happened, I'm going to make notes, the timestamp, so I can go back and add it to my stuff. Because there's a lot. If any of you watched the video from this morning, you'll see that there was some stuff on there that I have some theories. But all of the car swapping and driving back and forth and all of that, and with Kent being, arrested, and in one of the I think it's the search warrant documents. It's like 467 pages, y'all. It's I wonder why it took me so long to get all this stuff together. But it says on there that they have extensive evidence that they've come into during this investigation. Oh, look, P.I. Lisa, anniversary. Look, hold on, let me make this bigger. Look. Yeah, Lisa, you live here now. Yay. Happy anniversary. Excited for new trial. I live here now. Yes. 7 whole months. Hi, Tayo Toys. Great infographics on your last. Thank you. Man, those took a while. That video that I put out this morning, those infographics took a while. Plus the fact checking. Very important to go through those 467 pages. It's a lot, but it's good. It's worth it. But on the video that I put out this morning, I have all the infographics on there to try to make it a little bit easier because it's really complicated. When you get a list of data, it's like, okay, there's, this car was spotted at this time and this car was spotted at this time. And it's a lot of back and forth and I'm a visual person. So I had to make visuals. I love Fotis on the bike. Let me show y'all what he's talking about because that was one of my favorites. That was like my favorite part of the whole thing. Fotis on the bike. but I mapped out all of the information that we have from that day. And Erin Olivia, welcome. Welcome to the family. Welcome, welcome. Let me show y'all. These are the slides from the video. Okay, so I have like the maps and who went where and what times and how we see them and all that stuff. It really helps it just be very visual. Kathy B, member for 8 whole months. Glad to be back to live trials in 2024. Me too. Me too. It is a welcome distraction from the circus. Kathy B, one of the OGs, 8 months. Happy anniversary. Okay, so this is May 24th. This is the day she went missing. He drives down there. Okay, so this is Fotis on the bike. Biking. You know, I'm a visual person. It helps. But anyway, that video is out if y'all want to watch it. It's not a real long one, but it goes over all of the information that we have from the arrest warrants and the search warrant documents. So, it's a lot. This one's a complicated one. Yes, Fotis is, he is dead. He ain't here no more. He ended up, he was arrested. The charges were escalated. He ended up getting along with the tampering with or fabricating evidence. He also and the hindering prosecution. He also ended up getting the murder and kidnapping charges and conspiracy to commit murder, all that good stuff. All that stuff that took him down. He bonded out, and he violated the terms of his bond, and then he ended up. Why is Streamlabs deleting a bunch of stuff today? I'm gonna have to look at my settings. Streamlabs has timed 2 people out. Hold on, let me check my settings while we're waiting. But anyway, he ended up going against all that stuff, and they did an emergency bond hearing, which is basically they were going to put his butt in jail for violating all the stuff he was supposed to. And he ended up, instead of going to court that morning, he went to his garage and did the vacuum hose with carbon monoxide in his car, and left a note saying he just could not do any more time for something he didn't do. Whatever. So he is, he was taken to the hospital and he passed away 2 days later. All right, let me see what's happening with people getting timed out. I have to check my settings for something. Okay, that should be good. It had on like a emoji protector thing that I don't know how. Anyway, Hippie chick, you live here now. 6 months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Glad jury trial drought is over. Bring on 2024 jury. Trisha's back. We have audio.
I gotcha.
We have audio. I'm glad it's over too. I'm ready to try to get back to as normal of a schedule as we can. So, the couple people that got timed out by Streamlabs, I just fixed the settings, so sorry. I don't know how it changed. I had to do some maintenance stuff on it yesterday, so you should be good now. Not bad. Come back. What time do things begin? They are supposed to begin in 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Hi, Lori. I found this channel from Grizzly True Crime sharing your content. So glad I did. Oh, yay. Welcome. We love the Grizzlies. We love the Grizzlies. Yeah, that was a big compliment. She said yesterday, you know, she had seen the first video that I did, and she gave me a great compliment on that, which means a lot. You know, when you have creators that you really respect that give you compliments on your work, it always feels really good. And she's the best. If you haven't subscribed to True Crime Grizzly, you're missing out. You're missing out. How long is this trial supposed to last? A long one. Yes, this is supposed to be a long one. This one's supposed to go until March. I think that this one will be wrapping up right about the time it's time for us to start Care and Read. It's crazy, right? Crazy. It's going to be a long one. But there's a lot of information. I think there was like 250 witnesses that they had listed that are ready to go for the state. So I don't know what all information I think that why is that still showing up? Amanda Brown, love it here. Remember for 8 whole months. 8 whole months. Amanda Brown's one of the OGs too. All these 8 months. That's because that's about when we started. So it's kind of crazy seeing all that now. It's really cool though. I can't make the floating heart go away, and I don't know why. I'm not going to mess with it. Don't press any more buttons, Brandi. Don't press any more buttons. Why is it that long? That's crazy. It doesn't seem that complicated. Really? I think it seems so complicated. It is so complicated because it's a circumstantial case and there's no body. So because of that, there's so much that they have to do to prove that she had something to do with this. And, you know, the biggest thing is proving that she had knowledge and involvement in this beforehand. Can you put up the who's who chart in a window? Many peeps, it's hard to remember. Did I make one of those? Let me see. I've been doing everything in the videos. Let me see what I... I don't think I made one. Hold on. I'll make one real quick. It's really just there's really just 4 people that we have to remember, but I can make one real quick. Uploads. Here's Fotis. I was going to use that picture of Michelle, but you know what? Let's use a jail picture because that one looks like a glamour shot. Okay. Let's see. The children are with Jennifer's mom. She got custody. Because she deserved custody. She's a good grandma. And obviously Fotis is dangerous. All right. Let's see. Nothing like whipping up a quick graphic on demand. Anything for my people. Anything for my people. My folks. Okay, I've got them. And then let's get Kent. Where are you, Kent? There you are. There you are. And then I don't have a picture of Powell. Probably saying his name wrong. But I do have a picture of a Tacoma truck, which is almost the same thing, but not really. But I'll put that on here too, with his name. Whipping up a graphic on demand. All right. Whipping up a graphic on demand. So they actually declared her legally dead in October. They did put out an article about it yesterday, but her mom actually filed to have that done in probate court in August, and then they approved it in October. And then her family put out a statement about it, or put out a statement yesterday. And then there was but I saw the news article about it, but it was actually officially declared in October. All right, I'm trying to look at chat a little bit, but also whip up this little graphic on demand. So give me just a second. Kent. I am ready for this one. Hi. Oh. She didn't want to talk to me. Okay, so this is Kent. Mahini. Whipping up a graphic on demand. Okay. Jennifer Dulos, they all look perky this morning, don't they? Just a smiling. Fotis Dulos. Ooh, I keep hitting my microphone. Fotis Dulos. Jennifer Dulos. And Michelle Troconis. Whipping up a graphic on demand. All right. Michelle Troconis. All right. One more. Just ignore me. I talk to myself when I'm doing graphics. You should see me when I'm here by myself doing this and working on it. This is literally, I talk to myself while I'm doing it. So what you're seeing right now, inside scoop, ladies and gentlemen, this is exactly... Okay. All right. Oh no. Okay, poor Powell. His picture in this little chart for y'all is going to literally be a Toyota Tacoma, but he's so much more than that. And he's going to testify. We are going to hear from him. Okay. So, Fotis. Married. Going through divorce. This is the mistress. She's on trial. This is the friend. My stomach's growling. I always wonder if y'all could hear that through the microphone. All right, mistress. Here, y'all want to see me do this so I'm not just talking to myself? Friend. Makes it feel a little less weird when y'all see what I'm doing so that I'm not just talking to myself. Okay, and then Powell, bless his heart, he just gets all right. That's your who's who. I'll make it so we can pop it up on the screen. Download. Transparent. All right. Let's see. Sources. Oops. Image. Add source. Who's who? Add source. Browse. Open. All right. How's that? We can pop that up there when you need a reminder of who's who. Does that work? We'll leave it up for a minute until they start. Does that work? Where's our counter, Marie Moss? I don't know. I miss her. I haven't seen her. Of course, I haven't been streaming much lately. It's been a... Do I answer myself? Oh, 80s, do you answer yourself back? I do. Try not to argue with myself, though. Who's the truck? The truck is Powell. He is a employee of, or was an employee of Fotis, and he is the one who owned the Tacoma. So that's the car that, or truck, that Fotis took without his knowledge on the day that he drove down to, allegedly, drove down to Jennifer's house, and the day she died. Let me exit out of that. Oh, I thought we lost our feed. I still have not been able to get comments to show up on the screen. I can't even tell you how much time I spent working on that, so I'm going to have to try to figure something else out. It's the only thing I haven't been able to figure out yet on here, and I've had a couple people try to help me, and it's still not. Everything that it's supposed to show up on the way to do it is not showing up on mine, but the only way I can do it is if I show all of the chat box on there. But I haven't been able to get it to where I can highlight comments yet. I haven't given up. Abby says, I have a sign in my kitchen that says, if you hear me talking to myself, move along. We are having a team meeting. I like that. I like it. I like it. Let's see. Basically, Fotis trying to frame Powell. Well, I don't think he was trying to frame him, because he did go through the effort of changing the license plate number on there, and with one of his old plates, and he told him to, he went and had the truck detailed, and then he told him to replace the seats. But I think that he was just trying to do whatever he could to not have anything tied to his name or information involved. But of course, that didn't work. So, and Powell actually is the one who told police, like, when they came to talk to him, he told them, he was like, they came to take the truck, and he was like, just so y'all know, that's not the seat that was in there on that day. And he kept that seat. Fotis had told him to get rid of it so that nobody would ever find it. Told him to replace it and put it so no one would ever find it. And he was like, that was suspicious. So he held on to it, put it in his garage, and when the police came to get that truck, he was like, take that seat too. And sure enough, it had her DNA on it. But here's the thing that and if you watch the video this morning that I put out.
Stanford for the transaction of criminal business is now open in this session. Honorable Judge Randolph presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
There were two tags, and the Suburban, I think, is the other part that is the missing piece. So hopefully we're going to find everything out. We've been waiting on this, y'all. We have been waiting on this. It's a big courtroom. Another seat gate. Yes, chunk of bacon. It is another seat gate. Here we go. I'm ready. It's odd to me that Fotis was doing this with someone else's truck, as if it's no problem to start replacing the interior against their will. Yeah, and he took it without being given permission. While he was at work one day, he took it and had it detailed. So Powell gets back and he calls him and he's like, where's my truck? He's like, oh, I'm coming back from having it detailed. No big deal. Also, replace your seats. And anytime we have future conversations, don't call it a seat. Use the code hardware. I mean, if that ain't suspicious.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have your attention at this time? At this time, I'm going to have everyone check these cell phones. Make sure your phones are silent or off.
Is everybody's phone on
If
silent?
the phone goes off in the courtroom, I will ask you to leave. If you want to use your phone, you have a courtroom right next door on a rollover room. So if you want to use your phone on that one, there was no eating, sleeping, there's no talking in the courtroom. This is the only warning I'm giving you. We have to tell you, take your cell phone out and get talking, we have to leave. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Marshall, would you approach, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to hide our who's who for now. Because we don't need it right this second, right? My camera is kind of facing up a little bit, isn't it?
It's the matter of State of Connecticut versus Michelle Troconis. May the court have the appearances of the parties, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michelle Manning for the state.
Your Honor, good morning. May it please the court. Sean McGinnis for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney John Schoenhorn representing Michelle Troconis, who is seated to my left. Michelle. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Audrey Felsen for Michelle Troconis.
Thank you. There were a number of motions filed yesterday, and there were a number of motions filed today by the defense. What the court intends to do is just indicate what those motions are. The court will not act on all of those motions today. Filed January 10th, 2024, motion for sequestration of witnesses. Now, the court will act on that motion today. So what the court will do is just hear from Attorney Schoenhorn on that motion.
I ask that the court grant that motion as a matter of course, and it would apply to both sides.
Does the state wish to be heard?
Yes, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, Your Honor, the part of my issue with the defense's motion has been alleviated by Attorney Schoenhorn's representation that it would apply to both sides. So with that, obviously, we don't have any objection to the law enforcement personnel and most of the witnesses being sequestered. However, there are members of the Farber family, Your Honor, who wish to be present that are potential witnesses in this case. And I'll just direct the court to State versus Swinton, which is 268 Con 781. It's a 2004 case in which the trial court indicated when there's a request for the victim's family to remain that it would balance the interests of both parties. Specifically, I believe that a fair reading of Swinton is that the defense needs to identify specifically which members of the victim's family they want excluded. And I think the court needs to balance whether or not their presence during particular portions of testimony could potentially influence their trial testimony. And so I think following Swinton, Your Honor, it's incumbent upon the defense to identify specifically who from the victim's family they want excluded, and then I think they need to make a proffer as to how their testimony can be influenced. So we would ask that the court grant the motion with the caveat that the victim's family be allowed to remain in the courtroom.
You wish to be heard, counsel?
Yes, twofold. The first is, I do not know what the family is going to testify to. So it's incumbent upon the state to make a proffer. How am I to make a proffer as to how it will be influenced by other people's testimony unless I know that? So I think that he's put the cart before the horse. If the court were going to, however, consider that a request by the state, which is it's discretionary, but it also goes to the issue of a fair trial and due process, they would ask the same for my client's family. As the court is aware, the court has already heard during pretrial hearings from my client's mother, who's present in the courtroom, and if something arises where she might have to testify to some of the matters that she was actually present for, I would ask for that same consideration. But until the state indicates the nature of the testimony, if in fact it does not involve any evidence that would be influenced by someone else, that's a little bit different but the normal procedure is that all witnesses that are going to be called are sequestered, and that was what we would do if we were going to call any of the members of the family ourselves. Thank you.
Counsel.
So just briefly on that, Judge, that's incongruent with Swinton, which I've cited to the court. I think it's incumbent upon the defense to indicate why they think a victim's family needs to be excluded from the courtroom. And the difference, of course, here is that the defendant's family and the victim's family are not similarly situated. Article 8 of the Connecticut Constitution specifically delineates certain victims' rights, including the right to attend court proceedings. And so therein lies the difference between the Farber family and the defendant's family. So I agree the defense witnesses should be excluded, but the Farber family should be allowed to remain.
Thank you. Well, it is clear that there are competing interests. However, there is constitutional provision that would allow, and this court will use the term according to the constitutional provision, would allow the victims to be present at every stage of the proceeding. That does not mean the victims can be heard at every stage of the proceeding. So the court is going to deny the defense's request that the state identify the members of the family and the nature of the testimony it intends to elicit. However, the court will grant the balance of the motion, indicating that no witness who testifies will be allowed to discuss their testimony after that testimony has been elicited with any other witness who has not yet testified. Filed January 10th, 2024, a motion in limine to preclude hearsay statements by third parties without determination of co-conspirator status. The court believes it does not have to rule on that today. Also, there was a memorandum in support of that motion. January 10th filing 2024, motion in limine regarding prior bad acts of the defendant. Well, the court probably is not going to anticipate that testimony to come forward today if it were going to be elicited. Probably not today, is that correct?
That's correct, John.
Thank you. Filed January 10th, 2024, motion to preclude layperson testimony regarding cellular site location and geofence evidence. That testimony is not likely to be elicited today, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
January 10th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude pejorative reference to written timelines. That is not going to be elicited today, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
They don't want a written
Filed
timeline?
January 10th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude references to victims. Well, that probably is going to be woven throughout the trial. So the court will hear from Attorney Schoenhorn.
Yes, I believe that the case law that I cite in here, particularly the Warholic case, is on point, that the state has to prove that that Jennifer Dulos was a, quote, victim, unquote. Whatever position we may or may not take, whatever we may think about it, is something that has to be proved. The case law is clear that unless we stipulate or agree that someone constituted a, quote, victim, unquote, and I would note, I'm not raising that with regard to the Farber family. They have an interest in the matter for the time being, but that's something that has to be proven by the state. At this point, there is no such evidence, and the bottom line is that there have been many cases that have resulted. It's either reversible to allow the state, or for that matter, the court, to refer to any party or any individuals discussed as a, quote, victim, unquote, or it might be harmless error in certain cases, but it's still error. So I want to just make sure that that is not something that gets slipped, and that's why I'm filing it as a motion. It might be accidental, but the bottom line is I don't have any problem with people discussing her by name. They can refer to Miss Dulos. They can call her Jennifer Dulos. They can call her by her first name, or the missing person. What I'm concerned about is starting off suggesting that she's, quote, the victim, unquote, in this case. Might be different if this was Fotis Dulos' trial, but it's not.
Wow.
I'm hard-pressed to see how it would be any different in any trial. The law is the law on this, Judge, and I think we did this dance during voir dire a little bit. the state intends to refer to Ms. Dulos as either her name or potentially the alleged victim during the course of the trial. And I would just direct the court to State versus Warholic, which is the case that the defense cited, and Warholic specifically, along with State versus Smith, which is cited in Warholic, permits or tacitly indicates that the use of the term alleged victim is different than the term victim itself. And so we are going to be referring to her at times as the alleged victim. We think that that's appropriate. It's alleged in the information that she is in fact the victim. And so that's how we're going to conduct ourselves during the course of the trial.
Thank you. The court is going to read the information to the jury, and that information is going to include language in reference to the name Jennifer Dulos. The designation as an alleged victim would arouse no prejudice. So the reference to victim itself is frowned upon, but alleged victim is acceptable. So the motion is essentially granted in part. January 10th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude law enforcement opinion regarding the credibility or truthfulness of the defendant. That testimony is not likely to be elicited today, correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Filed January 10th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude reference to the defendant's assertion of her Miranda rights, including request for presence of counsel. Attorney Schoenhorn.
During the hearing on the interrogation videos, portions were played by the state involving the trip from the time of her arrest, where they tried to get her to waive her right to counsel. She said, no, I want to speak to my attorney. And then there's that middle of the night, I'll call it interrogation. They want to just call it, making sure that Ms. Troconis is all right. But again, where she asserts her right to counsel at that point. I'm assuming, but I don't know, that the state does not intend to offer those, any audio portion of those recordings. And I assume that if anything they're going to play begins in the afternoon, where Attorney Bowman is present with Ms. Troconis. This is to make sure that that doesn't suddenly come in, either through a witness or through the accidental playing of that video.
Good morning again, Judge. Just a couple of things on this. Firstly, I hadn't anticipated that we were going to be hearing argument on this particular motion today, just because I think we're several days away from introducing any portion of the defendant's recorded interviews. But I'll just note for the record that it is inaccurate when the defense says that there's no probative value whatsoever to an invocation. In fact, our case law permits an invocation to show the sequence of events. Now, it can't be used by the jury to draw an adverse inference of guilt. That I agree with them on. But I'll note the interpreter who is translating what I say to the defendant's ears right now. And I raise that, Judge, because if there's going to be any sort of claim during the course of cross-examination or the trial that the defendant did not understand her Miranda rights, and the fact that she invoked multiple times to the police in advance of that interview, which we're going to be playing, then we think that the defense opens the door to all these issues in terms of rebutting the inference that she didn't understand her rights. And so I would ask the court not to act on this motion now. I think this issue is going to be fluid, but I disagree with the defense that an invocation could never come into evidence, because that's simply completely contrary to the case law.
Thank you. Again, this testimony is not going to be elicited today. The court would also indicate that the court denied the defense's motion to suppress those 8 hours of essentially interrogation by the police of the defendant. January 11th, 2024, filed today. Motion in limine to preclude the use of inconclusive and, in quotes, cannot be eliminated, end quote, DNA results. That's not likely to be elicited today. January 11th, filed today. Motion to preclude irrelevant videos or opinion of unidentified bicyclist. Is that unlikely to be elicited today?
Judge, it is, and can I just have a moment to consult with Attorney Schonhorn, because we don't have copies of these.
Wow.
I don't have them. There you go.
So even the bicyclist that I mentioned earlier when I showed y'all the bicyclist, the description matched a vintage style bike that he has, and all of that lines up, and they're trying to get that out too. They're basically filing all these motions trying to get any evidence against her out.
Filed today, perhaps at a break or of course, know what they are for the record, of course. We don't have copy right now, so.
Thank you. Court still wants to put on the record what was filed today. And we need not, because the state is just receiving copies, we need not take up any of the balance of the motions. Filed today, January 11th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude all evidence of alleged domestic discord between Fotis Dulos and Jennifer Dulos. Filed today, January 11th, 2024, motion to preclude videos or opinions of unidentified red truck. Filed today, January 11th, 2024, motion in limine to preclude speculation, lay opinion, and prejudicial descriptions of blood-like stains.
What?
Is that likely to come in today?
Yes, Your Honor, that is likely to come today. May I have a copy of that?
Attorney Schonhorn, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, I mentioned when I met with the state yesterday afternoon that I was working on that motion. This motion is in conjunction with there's two motions. There's the presumptive blood testing evidence and this motion together. I cite the same case, State versus Moody, and I'll just quote, because I quoted in my motion. It specifically says, the result of the presumptive test for blood has no probative value whatsoever. The test result did nothing toward establishing the likelihood of the presence of human blood. In that case, I put in brackets, it's on a piece of clothing. Therefore, we hold that the test result was entirely irrelevant, and thus the trial court abused its discretion by admitting it into evidence. And that's on page 628 of the Moody case. I also cite two out-of-state cases, which, if I recall, are also stand for the same proposition from New Jersey and Arkansas. It's one thing for a witness to say, well, I saw something that, was red or looked like a stain, so I took pictures of it. I'm not going to object to that. But having a police officer say something is blood or blood-like, or that they sprayed it with luminol, or there's something else called KM, which is called Castle-Meyer. That's just a reagent test that glows if something to start, but rust, all these other things also glow. So this case, as far as I asked the court to look at it before ruling on that, specifically says it was abuse of discretion to even allow it in. Many of the items that they sprayed this on turns out not even to be human, not even to be organic. So it will confuse the jury, especially early on in the case. The state can put on witnesses if they took pictures of a bunch of things, but I object if they're going to try and say, well, we sprayed it and it, gave us a presumptive test when the case law says it's not to come in for any purpose whatsoever.
Well, that addresses the motion for the presumptive blood testing. Court is interested first in the motion concerning the description of blood-like stains.
I would note that it seems to me, and I've read hundreds of reports, anything that was brown, greasy looking, or red, they call blood-like. And it turns out many of those things, I don't have to list them, but many of those things were tested, found not to contain blood. So it's the same thing. It's a pejorative description of an item. They can say it was a brown stain, it was a red stain. I'm not going to object to that. It's their idea of calling it blood-like. So it starts the case off with the jury thinking, aha, we don't even need to hear from any expert on whether it's blood or not. The first thing we're going to hear is the police have decided this is blood, and that's all we need to hear. So I don't know how the court will be able to instruct the jury to disregard that once it comes out. That's why I'm filing it as a motion.
If I may, Your Honor. But counsel did mention yesterday that he would be objecting to this term. However, I did not get his motion or the case. What I would indicate with respect to Moody, Your Honor, it's a 1990 case where the sole evidence relating to a blood-like stain that was tested was a small drop on a sole of a shoe that was so small that after the presumptive test was done, no further testing could be done. The court over the next 28 years has walked back Moody and relied more on Schaefer, which is a 1978 case, and I can give the case citation to the court, which, if I can have a moment, which actually indicates that a layperson may also testify as to their observations of a item being blood. The court has walked that back in walked back Moody, I should say, in State v. Grant, which is 286 Con 499, a 2008 case, and indicates that Moody distinguishes Moody because it was based on such a small piece of item, a small droplet, that, and I'll just read this straight through. It says, presumably, therefore, it had been too small for a person of ordinary knowledge or experience to make any reasonable inference on its nature on the basis of personal observations. And they go on to conclude that Schaefer sets forth a better rule. I do think also I would refer Your Honor's attention to State v. Downing, which is 68 Con App 388, 2002 case. That case actually also walks back Moody and indicates that it's not just the fact that you have a droplet that looks like a blood-like stain. It's in context. Also, there are other considerations, such as was it tested later? Is there any evidence in the entire case itself or presented in the testimony? In that case, specifically, it indicates the stains, evidence that the stains were blood were based on factors such as their color, their shape, their location in the scene or the area. All things that were taken into account to fall more in line with Schaefer than Moody. So the state would object.
Very
Briefly, counsel.
The items that are going to be testified to are tiny little drops. There is not a large pool of anything. And so those cases do not apply. The fact that a lay witness might say it looked like blood, there was a body on the ground, there was blood next to it. I'm not objecting to anything like this. I'm objecting to police officers saying, oh, there are these drops here. Some of them, they're very small. Some of them were tested, some were not. And I'm more concerned that they're using this reagent spray, which no cases, and I'm surprised to hear the state suggesting that the appellate court overruled the Supreme Court, which in my experience has never happened. But that the fact that there may be some fact-specific cases where something is in a different scenario doesn't overrule it. Moody has not been overruled. And I'm more concerned that both the description of these tiny little dots saying, oh, that's blood or blood-like, and then it gets carried over and then it gets tested at the laboratory and it's not blood, it's not blood-like, it's not even organic. To put that idea in the head, I mean, there are these little tiny drops is what we're talking about. The suggestion that there's a large pool of blood, as was placed in the public record in the arrest warrant, simply is not true. So for the state or for the court, for that matter, to suggest that, well, maybe it'll be harmless error, maybe we can distinguish that case. The whole point of filing these motions
have you ever wanted to
prevent that kind of prejudice from happening. So based on that, Your Honor, I'm asking the court to grant the motion.
Thank you. Of course, if there were testimony of this nature What did you see? I saw blood. There'd be an objection. What's the objection? Foundation sustained. Here, blood-like stains does not have the same force. In addition, one cannot assume that the jury will close its ears to cross-examination and not be overwhelmed by the phrase blood-like stains. So the motion is denied. Now, concerning the presumptive blood testing, that is not likely to come into evidence today, correct?
It will tomorrow, Your Honor.
We will take it up tomorrow.
Thank you.
Is the jury ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can bring them in.
It's a whole lot of motions filed right now. And a lot of that stuff is, it's almost like every single piece of evidence, they're filing a motion to try to keep it out. Very interesting. Very interesting. You know, we've heard them discuss that before on a different trial, the whole thing about calling it a blood-like substance. But they described in one of the other trials that that's the way that the officers explain it to explain their investigation.
This time when the jury
they
is
tested
brought
it
in,
because it was blood-like.
no attendance is taken, no identifying information will be disclosed of any juror.
He reminds me kind of Judge Newman, like the way that he speaks. He's kind of got like, he speaks kind of slow and very like matter of fact and logical, and he kind of reminds me of Judge Newman in that way. Like he hears what everybody has to say, and then like the tone of his voice is very like thought out. What he says is very thought out.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
So far, so good. I like him.
First, we will take the attendance, and then you'll be sworn in. Madam.
Do we lose audio? We lost audio. Oh, they're doing attendance for the jury. That's why. Never mind. Never mind. Carry on. Carry on. On some of the stuff, Jack says, I thought they were trying to keep evidence out, but are they saying it definitely wasn't blood, so does it need to be mentioned? There are some things that he said that that appeared to be blood-like substance that when they were tested were not. So he says that it will confuse the jury if they use the term blood-like substance. So we'll see. Let me see. Not that. I am going to see if I'm going to work on it again, hopefully this evening maybe, and see if I can get it to where I can show the comments on screen, because I really do like highlighting y'all's comments, especially when I can't always talk. I don't like to talk over the court, so I'll see what I can do. We'll see what I can do. And then we have, no, there's no sound right now because they're doing roll call and then swearing the jury in. But we're about to.
What the court is going to do is talk to you about some of the instructions that shall guide your deliberations. It will also include a reading of the information again, which you have already heard. The court must read it again. This is a criminal case. The state has brought charges against Michelle Troconis, and the court will now read that information. Paul J. Forensic, State's Attorney for the Judicial District of Stamford, Norwalk, charges, count 1, conspiracy to commit murder. At various times and in various locations, including but not limited to the town of New Canaan on or about the 24th day of May 2019, in the area of 69 Wells Lane, Michelle Troconis, with intent that conduct constituting the crime of murder be performed, did agree with Fotis Dulos and other persons to engage in and cause the performance of that conduct. And one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy. To wit, Fotis Dulos did assault Jennifer Farber Dulos in her home on the 24th day of May 2019. With the intent to restrain and kill her in violation of sections 53A-48A and 53A-54A subsection A of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 2, conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 24th day of May 2019 in the city of Hartford in the area of Albany Avenue. The defendant, Michelle Troconis, with the intent that conduct constituting the crime of tampering with physical evidence be performed, did agree with Fotis Dulos to engage in and cause the performance of that conduct. And one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy. To wit, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, traveled with Fotis Dulos to the Hartford area for the purpose of disposal of physical evidence relating to the murder of Jennifer Farber Dulos in the city of Hartford on the 24th day of May 2019 in violation of section 53A-48 and 53A-155A1 of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 3, tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 24th day of May 2019 within the city of Hartford in the area of Albany Avenue, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency was pending and about to be instituted, and an official proceeding was pending and about to be instituted, did alter, destroy, conceal, and remove a thing with the purpose to impair its availability in that criminal investigation and official proceeding, in violation of section 53A-155A1 and 53A-8A of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 4, conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of conspiracy to commit tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 29th day of May 2019 in the town of Avon, in the area of 265 West Main Street, the defendant Michelle Troconis, with the intent that conduct constituting the crime of tampering with physical evidence be performed, did agree with Fotis Dulos to engage in and cause the performance of that conduct, and one of them did commit an overt act in pursuance of the conspiracy, to wit, Fotis Dulos did transport the commission of the murder of Jennifer Farber Dulos to Russell Speeder's car wash in Avon on the 29th day of May 2019 for the purpose of having evidence relating to that murder concealed and destroyed in violation of sections 53A-48A and 53A-155A1 of the Connecticut General Statute. Count 5, tampering with physical evidence. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of tampering with physical evidence and charges that on or about the 29th day of May 2019 within the town of Avon, in the area of 265 West Main Street, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, believing that a criminal investigation conducted by a law enforcement agency was pending and about to be instituted, and an official proceeding was pending and about to be instituted, did alter, destroy, conceal, and remove a thing with the purpose to impair its availability in that criminal investigation and official proceeding, in violation of section 53A-155A1 and 53A-8A of the Connecticut General Statutes, and finally count 6, hindering prosecution in the second degree. And the aforesaid state's attorney further accuses the defendant, Michelle Troconis, of hindering prosecution in the second degree and charges that on or about the 29th day of May 2019 in the town of Avon, in the area of 265 West Main Street, the defendant, Michelle Troconis, did render criminal assistance to another person when, with intent to prevent, hinder, and delay the discovery and apprehension of and the lodging of a criminal charge against Fotis Dulos, whom she knew and believed had committed a Class A felony, to wit murder, did provide Fotis Dulos with transportation and other means of avoiding discovery and apprehension in support of Fotis Dulos' effort to conceal, alter, and destroy evidence of the murder contained within a 2001 Toyota Tacoma in violation of sections 53A-165A3 and 53A-166 of the Connecticut General Statute. Now, as mentioned before, the information that the court has just read is not evidence. It is only the formal means of bringing charges, and you may not consider the information as evidence. You may not draw any inference of guilt because the defendant has been arrested and charged. Each charge is set forth in the information as what is called a separate count. In deciding the case, you must consider each charge separately. Every defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent, and as we explained to you earlier, the presumption of innocence works this way. If you were asked right now whether Michelle Troconis was guilty or innocent, the answer is not, I don't know. The answer is not guilty because you have heard nothing to overcome the presumption of innocence. That presumption remains unless you unanimously decide that the state has proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of the offenses. The burden is on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and that is called the burden of proof. The burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. If you do not find at the conclusion of all of the evidence that the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed every element of an offense, you must find the defendant not guilty of that offense. On the other hand, if you are satisfied that the evidence establishes guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, you should not hesitate to find the defendant guilty. The procedure for the trial is as follows. After these instructions, the state will present its evidence, course, the defendant has the right to cross-examine. The defendant may, if he chooses, present evidence. As you recall, the defendant is presumed innocent. The defendant does not have to prove innocence. If the defendant chooses to present evidence, the state may have the opportunity to present what is called rebuttal evidence. After all of the evidence has been presented, the lawyers will make their closing arguments. The closing arguments themselves are not evidence. You may consider the arguments in your deliberations, but those arguments do not constitute evidence. The state will argue first, this is in regard to the closing argument, according to our rules, and then the defendant will argue. The state has the opportunity to argue after the defense. The defense will not have a second opportunity to argue. However, each side receives the same amount of time for argument. The state may break its argument, however, into two parts if it chooses. When the arguments have been completed, the court will instruct you on the law which applies in this case. You must apply the law as the court instructs. After the instructions, you will be sent to the jury room to begin your deliberations. This is the first time you will discuss the case with your fellow jurors and with no one else. Once deliberations start, all deliberations are to be conducted in the jury room when all of the jurors are present. When you deliberate, you apply the law as the court will instruct to the facts in the case. And this is how you reach your verdict, and your verdict has to be unanimous. The court's responsibility includes conducting the trial in an orderly and a fair and an efficient manner. It also includes ruling on questions of law arising during the trial and instructing you on the law as it applies in this case. It is your duty to accept the law as the court states it. During the trial, the court will have to rule on objections and make comments to counsel. The court may also ask questions of witnesses and, of course, tell you what the law is. The rulings, the questions to witnesses, the comments, and the instructions are not to be taken by you as any indication of this court's opinion concerning how you should determine the facts in this case. If you come to believe that this court has expressed or intimated any opinion concerning the facts, you should ignore the opinion you believe the court has formed. And as stated earlier, the role the court has is to ensure a fair trial so that you may decide the case. As jurors, you may disregard all comments the court makes in arriving at your own findings. You must not take anything the court says or does during the trial as an indication of what the court thinks of the evidence or what your verdict should be. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts, and you determine the weight of the evidence that you will hear. You determine the value and the effect of the evidence, and you determine the credibility of witnesses. You must consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who appear before you, and you alone are to determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which any witness should be believed. It is your duty to resolve any conflicts in the testimony and to determine where the truth is. You may draw any and all inferences from the evidence which reasonably and logically flow from the evidence. Now, what will the evidence consist of? The evidence will consist of the testimony of witnesses, documents, and other materials admitted as exhibits. Evidence may also consist of any facts on which the lawyers agree or which the court may instruct you to accept. The following do not constitute evidence, and you may not consider them as evidence in deciding the facts of the case. Statements and arguments by the attorneys are not evidence. Questions and objections of the attorneys are not evidence. And the testimony which the court indicates to you you should disregard should not be considered. Now, there are two kinds of evidence, direct and circumstantial. Direct evidence is testimony by a witness about what that witness personally saw or heard or did And circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence, that is, evidence from which you can infer another fact. Now, this example has been used many times. If you wake up in the morning and you see the roadway is wet, the inference that you can draw is that it rained during the night. However, the wet roadway is circumstantial evidence that it had rained. Other evidence may provide another explanation, such as a sanitation truck hosing down the street. Therefore, before you decide a fact has been proven by circumstantial evidence, you must consider all of the evidence in the light of reason, experience, and common sense. In deciding the case, you may consider both direct and circumstantial evidence. The law gives you permission to give equal weight to both direct and circumstantial evidence. You must decide how much weight to give any evidence. Some evidence may be admitted for a limited purpose, and if the court instructs you to consider some piece of evidence for a limited purpose, you must consider it for that purpose and for no other purpose. Now, in deciding the facts of the case, you judge the credibility of the witnesses. You will have to decide which witnesses to believe or not believe and the extent to which you credit any witness's testimony. You may believe everything a witness says or only part of it, or you may believe none of it. You may not credit or discredit a witness based solely on which side has called the witness. Now, police officers will testify in this trial, and you must determine the credibility of police officials in the same way and by the same standards as you would evaluate the testimony of any witness. The testimony of a police official is entitled to no special or exclusive weight merely because it comes from a police official. You should recall his or her demeanor on the stand and manner of testifying and weigh it just as carefully as you would the testimony of any other witness. You should neither believe nor disbelieve the testimony of a police official just because he or she is a police official. Court will talk you know about objections. During the trial, one lawyer may object to a question asked by another. It is the lawyer's responsibility to object to a question if he or she thinks the answer is inadmissible, according to the rules of evidence. You should not hold anything against the lawyer because he or she objects to a question. After the objection is made, the court will rule on the objection. If the objection is sustained, the question will not be answered. You should not speculate about what the answer would have been or the reason the question was asked. If the objection is overruled, the witness will be permitted to answer the question. There may be times when you may be excused so that the lawyers can make more extensive arguments concerning the objections, and those arguments may include a discussion of evidence which the court may eventually exclude. You will be excused so that you do not hear evidence that is not properly admissible. You have taken an oath that will govern your conduct, and from this point, or from the point you took the oath until the court discharges you, after you have rendered a verdict, that oath remains in effect. The oath and the rules place you under an obligation to do certain things and to avoid certain things. The court will review those now. First, you must decide the case based on the evidence presented here in court and the law as the court will explain it. Second, do not make up your mind about the verdict until after you have heard all of the evidence, the closing arguments of the lawyers, the instructions on the law, and after you and your fellow jurors have discussed the evidence. You may not perform any investigations or research or experiments of any kind on your own, either individually or as a group. Do not visit the scenes of any of the places mentioned in the course of the evidence. Of course, if you are already familiar with any of these places or scenes, you cannot erase that from your memory. Do not research anything online. Do not consult dictionaries for the meanings of words or any other reference material for general information on any subject that comes up during the trial. Do not review any statutes that have been referred to, and the reason is that the parties have a right to have the case decided on the evidence presented here in court. If you conduct some research and investigation, the verdict may be the product of evidence the parties had no opportunity about which to ask questions during direct and cross-examination. If you see media reports anywhere, avoid them. That includes radio, television, live stream, blogs, any internet site. They may contain information that has not been introduced here, and that information may be inaccurate.
Not
the
ours.
Court will also indicate to you, do not watch any recordings of the trial at any time before you render a verdict. So in other words, when you go home, do not decide to go to a website to review the evidence that was presented here in court. That's like taking your notes home, which are not allowed. In addition to that, you may hear commentary by commentators about the evidence. Those commentators may or may not have been here, and they may taint the way you view the evidence. Also, you may not talk to members of your family or friends or coworkers about the case. You may not talk to anyone who has anything to do with this case about the case. So in other words, do not try to talk to the lawyers or the marshals or the clerk. You may not ask any acquaintances who are lawyers or law enforcement personnel for advice or information about matters related to the case. The reason for these precautions is that in talking to others, you may be influenced by matters that have not been introduced as evidence in this courtroom, and that would not be fair to the parties and may result in a verdict based on something other than the evidence and the law. And you may not talk to each other about the case. Even if you go to lunch together, you may not talk to each other about the case until all of the evidence is in. You've heard the closing arguments, you've heard the instructions on the law, and the court instructs you to deliberate in the deliberation room. The problem with discussing the case before all of these things occur is that you may begin to take positions on the case before you have heard the entire case. And you may stake out your positions before you hear all of the evidence, and you may be inclined not to deliberate with an open mind. To be fair and to fulfill your obligations as jurors, you must resist the temptation to discuss the case with each other before you are supposed to. Now, what happens if you do discuss the case with each other before deliberations? In some cases, violations result in hearings after the trial in which the juror alleged to have engaged in those conversations must testify about his or her conduct. In some cases, the verdict has been set aside and a new trial ordered because of juror misconduct. So it is very important to abide by the rules. If someone tries to talk to you about the case, please report it to the clerk immediately. If you see or hear anything of a prejudicial nature or anything that you believe may compromise the proper conduct of the trial, please report that to the clerk immediately. These communications with the clerk should be in writing. Do not discuss the matters with your fellow jurors. Now, if you decide to, you may take notes during the trial. You are never required to take notes. Even if a fellow juror is taking notes, you do not have to take notes. Notes are a good tool to help you refresh your recollection, but sometimes your notes about some of the evidence may not always match your actual recollection of the evidence. If there's a conflict between your notes and what you actually remember, it is your recollection that must prevail. If there is a conflict between a fellow juror's notes and your recollection must prevail. Remember, please, that your notes are not evidence. Your verdict will be based on the evidence and the law given. And if you would like testimony played back, you may request the court to have testimony played back.
As the defendant.
There's no need to try to write down everything. And your note-taking should not distract you from focusing on the witness. The credibility that you ascribe to a witness is critical. So note-taking should not interfere with your ability to view the witness as he or she is testifying, to listen to the witness, and evaluate the witness's testimony. What the witness is saying and how the witness says it is critical to your evaluation of the testimony and what weight you will give to that testimony. Now, the notepads that will be given to you will be collected at the end of each trial day and kept secure and confidential. No one is permitted to look at your notes. You will not be allowed to make or modify your notes outside of court. And you are not allowed to compare notes with fellow jurors during the trial. Once deliberations begin, you may discuss your notes. Now, the amount of notes that you take should not influence your personal recollection. Now, during the trial, the court will also take notes. Do not be influenced by the court's note-taking. Realistically, you cannot know what the court is writing. If you desire to have a portion of the testimony read back, once your deliberations have begun, do not hesitate to request that. Please, again, do not look up anything on the internet concerning information about the case or any of the people involved, including the defendant, the witnesses, the lawyers, or the court. Please do not use internet maps or Google Earth or any other program or device to search for or view any place discussed during the course of the trial. Now we conclude with the lawyers having informed the court that the evidentiary portion of the trial will take about 6 weeks.
6 weeks.
This is an estimate. We don't intend to, or we should say, it is unlikely the case will go as far as March 1st. The court will attempt to keep you informed of changes in the schedule. Once the evidentiary portion is over and the court directs you to deliberate, the length of the deliberations will be up to you. Again, we start every day at 10 o'clock. We take our break around 11:15. Come back in, and then take our lunch break at 1 o'clock from 1 to 2. Lunch break, 2 o'clock to 3:15. Evidentiary portion of the trial. And then we conclude at 4:45. If you wish to communicate with the court during the trial, please send it out in the form of a note. The note will be read to the parties and made a part of the record. If you have a question, please write it down and give it to the marshal, who will bring it to the court. Now it's about 11:15. The court has concluded its comments. We'll take our morning recess. And we're going to resume at 11:30. And that's when the evidentiary portion of the trial will start. So we'll stand in our recess.
There's our defendant. Let me hide all this stuff real quick. So we got through all of those motions that were filed last minute. And then all of the jury instructions. So when we come back in 15 minutes, they'll do the openings, which he seems like this judge is like, own it, doggone it. Did you hear him saying, we're going to be starting at 10, first break at 11:15, lunch from, what did he say, 1 to 2 or whatever, and then 3:15 break, and then done at 4:45. Like, he's like, own it. She does have one daughter. As for opening juror instructions, that wasn't too long. He needed a break after all that yakking. Yeah, he probably needs some water. That's a whole lot of stuff to have to read. Moving myself so we can see her. Just hide behind Lucy. She's taking notes. Did y'all see that? I keep hitting the wrong thing. There we go. All right, we got 15 minutes. We are on a break. We are on a break. She has been out. She was able to bond out. So she's been out. She has an interpreter. Like, that's what the headphones are. But what's interesting about that is that, she speaks, like, her alibi notes sure were written in English, but, whatever. But she speaks English, but I guess it's easier for her to have the interpreter when they're going over all this. Which, if it's a bunch of, legal talk, might not register the same as the like regular everyday words, so oh well. Oh yay, letting people know that we are live, so we get our little family goes. Oh yeah, let's see. I looked the other day. Let me see. Hold on, let me see. Let me try to move this real quick so I can. Oh, no. I just hit the wrong button. Don't mess up. Stop hitting buttons, Brandi. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Give me one moment. That one we keep. Where is it? Where is it? Dulos timeline. There we go. Okay. All right, now we can go back to regular. We're at 14,564. So we're getting close, y'all. That's exciting. It's very exciting. That makes me happy. Happy times, happy times. Our little family's just a growing. Did y'all see yesterday that Mel hit 200,000? So that's exciting for him. I love seeing channels grow. Good people doing good things. Cheryl Crawford said, step away from the keyboard. I will. Did y'all see? But I've got my little, I did these too. Like, since I can't do, I'm learning how to work this system. We're getting there. We're getting there. But, and then, oops, hold on. And bring the jury. Maybe he should, oops. Bring the jury. Maybe he should go, no. We'll just put him right on top of us. Bring the jury. Love me some Judge Newman. Love him. Okay, we'll hide that one. And then, of course, our chart of people. I tried to move the chart over a little bit because it was blocking when people were celebrating their anniversaries and stuff like that. So I tried to block it a little bit. Fix it up. Let's see. I have to get the movie out of my head. I was about to say she speaks perfect English. Yeah, I watched that movie a while back. From what I remember, parts of it were pretty accurate, like from the arrest warrants and stuff. And I think there were some things that they changed. Like, I think that when they had them running back into each other in Aspen, I think that part was wrong, right? They didn't just run into each other in an airport in the movie. Like, they think they made it more of like they spent a bunch of time together or something, which isn't true. But that's the only thing I can really remember being like off. But I don't remember that much about it. Yes, I saw the coverage restrictions on Murdoch, with the licensing restrictions. Which I think is BS, but Court TV gonna do what Court TV gonna do. Gypsy Soul, just hi, and you are doing an amazing job. 5 stars. Yay! Thank you. 5 stars mean so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Why isn't it showing up? Hold on. Super chat. Let me check my alert box settings. I'm still working out the kinks on this, y'all. YouTube super chat. I sent a $74 super chat. Advanced. I don't know. Oh, here it is. There it goes. There it goes. It just took a minute. Yay. It just took a minute. Don't know why. Yeah, the movie is Gone Mom. It's a Lifetime movie, I think. I think it's still on Hulu. They have all those. They have like a whole section of ripped from the headlines movies of like dramatic reenactments of the true crime cases that are following or whatever. Sorry, I'm getting stuff over here. One day I'm going to get all of my stuff together. Okay. Working out the kinks, y'all. Working out the kinks. Still learning how to figure. This is not Streamlabs anymore. This is actually, or this is not StreamYard anymore. This is actually Streamlabs. There's more that I can do with it, but I've been having to teach myself to do it, and that's not easy at all. Not easy. But, you know, it'll be all right. Let's see. Are all Connecticut courtrooms just free? I don't know. This one is pretty, though. I need a zapping sound. Ugh. I still wanted to see head scar get zapped, but whatever. Chrissy Bacon, you live here now. You live here now. Marie Moss says, I'm so confused. What are you confused about, Marie Moss? Marie Moss is our official 13th jurostatistician. 6 whole months, Chrissy Bacon. 6 whole months. Lucy snoring. I wish y'all could hear this. She snores like an old man. She's so loud. I don't think I can put my microphone down there without messing anything up. Don't press buttons, Brandi. Can I? Don't press buttons, Brandi. Yeah, I wanted to put my microphone down there so y'all can hear her snoring, but I'll end up messing something up. She's so cute. She's so cute. Let's see. Yes, just finished your instructions on a break and opening statements coming up next. Yes. Yes. Holly says I'll post in the Facebook group. We have our Facebook group that you can join. And of course, you can follow us on Twitter, Instagram. What else? Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. Oh, I've been trying to do TikToks, but I've only done the one that my kid helped me with and haven't had time to do another one. Does anyone know when the other court case starts? Conspiracy in Canton. Yes, that one starts March 12th. So basically, by the time this one's wrapping up, we'll be starting that one. So we have, this is going to be a long trial. It's going to be a long trial, but it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Bella says, Brandi is sounding good today. I feel good today. I feel pretty good today. I'm functioning on like 4 hours of sleep, so I might crash by this afternoon, but right now, all is good. The TikToks. Ugh. I'm working on it. Oh, we have Discord too. Yep. All these ways for y'all to stalk us. It's great. It's great. Come join us. Follow me around everywhere I go on these true crime streets. Bella, member for 7 whole months. Love you, Brandi. You are sounding great today. Thank you, Bella. Thank you. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. Oh, I have one of those too. Hold on. Where'd it go? Somewhere. Yes, there it is. I guess I need to move it. Move it down a little bit. Happy anniversary! Or should we put it up there? We'll put it right here. Still working all this stuff out. We'll put it right there. Happy anniversary! I'm going to get it together. I'm going to figure out how to work all this stuff. I've been teaching myself. Amanda Davis says, they literally want me to work most of the time I'm here. I just don't understand. Tell them you're at jury duty. You have stuff to do. Tell them leave you alone. I still say we need to get those downloadable jury excuses for the website, so everybody can just download their own jury excuse. But they're going to start getting like suspicious when you have jury duty, like one murder case after another, and none of them are in your state. We'll leave that part out.
This honorable student court is now open.
DL Sexy, happy anniversary. Let's see.
Please be seated. Thank you.
Happy anniversary.
Bring the jury in.
Bring the jury. I love Judge Newman. Oh, Regina Crawford says, sent you a package yesterday coming from Pennsylvania. Oh, thank you. I'll go to the post office Saturday.
State ready to proceed.
I am, Your Honor.
You may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Sergeant Aaron LaTourette.
First witness. Yeah, no opening statements. What's that about?
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Lieutenant Aaron LaTourette, spelled A-A-R-O-N, LaTourette, L-A-T-O-U-R-E-T-T-E.
And your affiliation?
I'm a lieutenant at the New Canaan Police Department.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
No opening
May
statements.
inquire, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant LaTourette, how are you?
I'm good.
Okay, Lieutenant, can you please, I've introduced you as Sergeant, sir. Can you please tell your rank, how long have you been a lieutenant, and a little bit about yourself, please?
Yes. I'm a lieutenant at the New Canaan Police Department. I've been employed there for 23 years, 2 months. During my time at the police department, I've had several schools or training in regards to motor vehicle law, criminal law, leadership, supervision, investigations. I've had several collateral duties while at the police department. Those collateral duties included dispatcher, firearms instructor, motorcycle patrol, special response team. I'm currently the team leader for the special response team. Throughout my career at the New Canaan Police Department, I have been assigned to the patrol division. In 2015, I was promoted to the rank of sergeant, and this past year in 2023, I was promoted to the rank of lieutenant.
Are you in a particular division or department of the New Canaan Police Department?
The patrol division, yes.
Previous to that, you indicated you were a sergeant.
I was, yes.
Were you in, or assigned, I should say, to a particular division or department as a sergeant?
311 shift, yes.
What is that?
The New Canaan Police Department has 3 different shifts. It's day shift, we work 8 hours. Day shift, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Evening shift, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. And the night shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. I was a sergeant on the 3 to 11 shift.
Attorney Manning, if you could just instruct the witness that there is an interpreter, and it's fairly difficult to keep up with certain paces. So
if we
witness
can
talk a little bit more slowly.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Now, you are actually, let me bring that back. Were you working as a sergeant then in 2019?
I was, yes.
Is a position as a sergeant, are you in uniform?
On the patrol division, yes. I was on shift, I was in uniform.
With respect to May 24th, 2019, drawing your attention to that day in particular, what shift were you working?
The evening shift, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
And again, in uniform?
In uniform, yes.
Does that uniform also include a body cam?
It does. However, that day in question, body cameras are still fairly new to the New Canaan Police Department. We had a limited number of cameras that were shared amongst all the patrol officers on the patrol division. One was not available for me to wear that day, that shift. Either charging a battery or downloading the information that was on the camera. So that particular day, I was not wearing a body cam.
Did you work with any other officers that day?
Yes.
Any other officers that had a body cam on?
Yes. Officer Matt Blank, he was working 311 shift with me. He was wearing a body camera.
Now, did you have occasion to respond to 69 Wells Lane, I should say, in New Canaan that night?
Yes.
Why did you respond there?
The police department had a report, complaint of a missing person at that address.
Who was the missing person?
Jennifer Dulos.
Where were you when you heard the report of the missing person?
I was in the police department. I walked up to the dispatch center. Officer Kelly Coughlin was on the phone with a caller or complainant. It was the babysitter for Jennifer Dulos, and Officer Coughlin kind of alerted my attention and said, "Hey, why don't you listen in?" She put the phone on speaker.
Based on what you heard from that call, what did you do?
The caller stated that Jennifer did not.
Objection, hearsay.
Well,
The question was what did, and it's non-responsive.
If I may, Your Honor. It's not offered for the truth of the matter, Your Honor. My question was based on the call, what did you do? It's offered to show what his next steps were in his investigation.
Well, the objection was hearsay. The objection is overruled.
You can answer, sir.
The caller stated that Jennifer did not go to a doctor's appointment in New York City and that she was missing. And given the information that Kelly Coughlin, our dispatcher, got at that time, Matt Blank, Officer Matthew Blank, and myself responded to 69 Wells Lane to check that property to see if we could find Jennifer.
What type of area is 69 Wells Lane?
It's a residential area, and that street is a dead-end cul-de-sac.
Do you recall around what time you went there?
Approximately 7 p.m.
Your Honor, state has offered states one, and just for the record, if I can, I intend to show photographs with respect to witnesses. I have put them on a disc and shown copies to counsel. I am offering that to play states one at this time. I don't believe that there's an objection.
No objection. I just wanted to make sure we're talking about the same. There's all these discs, so if I could just for a moment converse with counsel. No objection.
States one will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may, it is associated with a states 1A. 1A contains a one-page, screenshot of each of the photographs that the state intends to introduce to keep track of what is contained on states one. So if I may. Lieutenant Latourette, if I can please draw your attention to the screen behind you. Give it one moment. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do, yes.
What is it?
It is overhead camera view of 69 Wells Lane in New Canaan.
Your Honor, may I ask Lieutenant Latourette to approach the screen and ask some questions at that point? Thank you, sir. If you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Now, you indicated you responded to 69 Wells. Is 69 Wells Lane depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please point to it?
It's this residence here. The end of the cul-de-sac is here, and the driveway comes up to the residence, which is here.
And for the record, I believe you're pointing to the middle bottom of the center, I guess, on the screen. Is that correct?
This residence.
Thank you. Now, with respect to, you indicated it's a cul-de-sac. Does it go out to a road? Could you point to where the road is, please?
This is Wells Lane. It does travel this direction, and Frogtown Road is out here.
You may have a seat, sir. Thank you. Now, when you arrived at 69 Wells Lane, was it dark out?
No, not yet.
How would you describe it?
Daylight, you could see.
Okay. Were you looking for anything in particular?
We are looking for Jennifer Dulos, the missing person.
What did you do?
Officer Blank and myself went to the front door. We rang the doorbell, we knocked on the door, and there was no answer.
And again, I'm going to refer you to the screen behind you, sir. And if you can, take a look. If you can, please, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
Could you please describe what that is?
That is a view of 69 Wells Lane from the bottom of the driveway, looking up the driveway at the residence.
And is that what Wells Lane looked like that night when you responded?
Yes.
Now, you indicated it wasn't dark, it was still light, you could see. Is that the time of day depicted
Yes.
accurately? If I can, just on the top screen, it does For the record, Your Honor, it indicates 1-101. So it's essentially the first picture on states 1, just for ID purposes. I'm going to show you, sir, what's marked on the top corner as 2. Picture 2, do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, the front of the residence at 69 Wells Lane.
Now, you indicated you knocked on some doors. Is the door that you knocked on contained in that photograph?
It is, yes.
If you wouldn't mind, if you can just stand up and point, please. Thank you.
This is the front door of the residence.
Okay. Did you go up to the front door of the residence that day?
We did, yes.
Okay. Were there any lights on the property?
I don't remember.
Okay. If you can't, just have a seat, sir. Thank you. Now, did anybody answer?
There was no answer at the residence.
No, it states 3. Actually, I'm sorry. It states 1, picture 3. You can look behind you again, sir. What does that depict?
It's a picture of the front of the residence.
Okay. Is this more of a, I guess, is the same door that was on the previous picture depicted in this?
Yes.
Okay. If you can, just point it out.
It's a beautiful house.
This is the front door of the residence at 69 Wells Lane.
Thank you. For the record, that's on the lower left-hand portion. And states 1, picture 4. What does this also depict?
That is a view of the front of the house. It appears to be the side of the garage. The right-hand side of that picture will be the driveway and the garage doors.
Which states 1, picture 5. If you can, just take a look and indicate what that shows.
That is the driveway leading to the residence, and it depicts the garage door area of that residence.
When you arrived that day after you knocked on doors, did you go anywhere else on the property or anywhere depicted in these photographs?
Yes, Officer Blank and I did walk the perimeter of the residence to see if we could see anybody inside, to see if any looked like anybody was home. We then returned to the driveway where the garage doors were, and we were provided a code to the garage door by the complainant, the babysitter, and we used that code to enter the garage.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a couple questions about that if I can. But first, if you can, states 1, picture 6. If you can take a look behind you. What does that show, sir?
That shows the rear of the residence at 69 Wells Lane.
And by the way, this is obviously more light. Is this photograph taken that night?
It was not, no.
Okay, but does it fairly and accurately depict where you went that night?
Yes.
Are there doors on the back side of the house, please?
There is, yes.
Where are they? If you wouldn't mind getting up and pointing to them, please.
There's a door here, and there's a French door.
This is her house.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat.
She was renting this house in New Canaan.
We did not. We simply walked around the perimeter of the residence, looked inside to see if those doors were unlocked. They were secure, locked.
Did you touch any of the doorknobs?
We did, yes.
In the course of touching the doorknobs, did you wear gloves?
We were not wearing gloves, no.
Now, you indicated also that you went back
Defense is
to
gonna
the
pick up on
garage
that.
area. Did you attempt to get in through the garage?
We did.
How did you do that?
We were provided a garage code from the babysitter. Officer Coughlin provided that garage code to Officer Blank and myself. We entered that garage code into the keypad, and the garage door opened.
Sir, states 1, picture 7. If you can take a look behind you, please. Thank you. What is depicted on that photograph, please?
That is a picture of the garage. It was a 3-car garage. In the center bay of that garage was a black SUV. And it also depicts the keypad that we used to open that garage door.
Did the other garage bays have keypad access?
They did not, no.
Now, as you entered the garage, what did you see?
The black SUV pictured, and it had a New York registration plate.
Did you do anything next, I guess?
Yes, Officer Blank called over the radio to our dispatcher that New York registration plate to see who the registered owner was and see, who owned that vehicle and why it was there.
Why did you do that?
An attempt to try to figure out where the missing person was.
Did you enter the garage?
We did.
And did you describe the inside of the garage for us, please?
The left garage bay was empty. The right garage bay was empty. A black SUV pictured was in the center garage bay. In front of this vehicle, in the middle of the garage, was a door that led from the garage into the residence.
Is that door depicted on that photograph?
It is, yes.
If you can you just...
This is the door leading from the garage to the residence.
Thank you. And for the record, you're pointing to, say, the center of the photograph? Thank you. Sir, did you notice anything in the garage that drew your attention?
Officer Blank and myself entered the garage. We walked to the left of that SUV, the driver's side of that vehicle. We walked to the front of that vehicle. I checked the doorknob from the garage, leading from the garage into the residence. The doorknob was unlocked. We waited in front of that vehicle at the door until the dispatcher got back that registration information to us. While we waited, I looked at the vehicle and noticed that there was what appeared to be red blood on the front of that vehicle.
Can you please describe what you saw?
A red mark on the grill area of the vehicle. And again, it drew my attention because it didn't match the color of the grill, didn't match the color of the vehicle.
Was there any damage to the vehicle?
No, we did not. We looked at the vehicle, did not observe any damage. Initially, Officer Blank and myself discussed it possibly could be a deer strike in the roadway. And again, there was no hair, there was no damage indicating any such collision with a deer.
Now, Officer Blank was with you during this time period?
Yes.
And was it your testimony that Officer Blank had a body cam on?
Yes.
If I can, Your Honor, the state's intention is to offer at this time states 2, which I don't believe there's any objection. If I can just confer with counsel. I believe there's no objection, Your Honor.
States 2 admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. Sir, I'm going to draw your attention just briefly, if I can, to the screen behind you, and then ask you a question if I can.
Yeah, that garage is the size of my condo. I've never seen them not do opening statements either. We were all waiting on it. I didn't even, but I've never done a Connecticut trial.
Do you recognize, sir, what's depicted on that photograph? Or I'm sorry, on that screen?
It appears to be body camera footage.
Is that the body cam footage from May 24, 2019?
Yes.
And is that actually yourself on the screen?
It is, yes.
Okay, Your Honor, the state's intention is to just play it through. I believe it is about 20 minutes. Sir, if you can direct your attention to the screen while we play it. Thank you.
I've never seen this.
Snap that photo.
This is her house. This is when they showed up after the missing persons report. They showed up to her house and they're looking around. It was her longtime friend and nanny who originally got worried, started contacting her friends and family, and then her friends contacted police. This is the victim's house. The defendant was living with Fotis at the time. Once Jennifer moved out, he moved the mistress and her daughter into their house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like that bath.
Like just there.
Yeah, she was renting this house. She was still going through the divorce with Fotis, so it's kind of hard to buy a house during a divorce. So she was renting this one while she was going through everything.
Text you on there? No. It's an iPod, but it doesn't indicate anything.
He did not pick up the kids that day. He wasn't allowed to have unsupervised visitation with them. The nanny picked them up. The children live with Jennifer's mom now.
Got it. My bathroom. No. No, it looks like this is. You check that one?
For those asking what they're searching for anything that gives them any kind of idea as to clue about where she could be. That's a big basement.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep in mind they don't really have anywhere to go on about where she could be. So they have to have a starting point somewhere. So if they search the house and find anything, disturbed, or find, like any kind of something that's going to give them a starting point on where to go. You sound like Phil on the stairs with you. Shelby Taylor said someone reported that Fotis died with $7 million in debt. Yeah, he had, when Jennifer's dad passed away, he was no longer able to fund all of the projects that Fotis was doing. So he, his house ended up going into foreclosure. Like he ended up going through civil suits with
I got a picture of that one. I was saying
Jennifer's
there, I got a
mom
flash.
for not repaying debt to them and not repaying loans. He defaulted on loans that he had. He did a bunch of cash advances, stuff that was made out to him and
No,
Jennifer, but he's the only one that signed it. So
This has got to be a dated picture, though. That's got to be a really dated picture. The picture's in his boys' room. Probably.
Oh, there's a fish. It looks like a betta fish. Is it? Yep. I had a betta fish in the trade.
Staff 3 headquarters. 3. Alright, I've located that vehicle. It is parked on the side of the road on Lapham, approaching Talmadge. I have a secondary plate for you, run when you're ready. Connecticut.
I think it's talking to her, so you never know. She has a set of Chevy Suburban, there's a Chevy Cherokee.
So they're calling in that they found that Suburban in the park.
Go with the register. Connecticut 1, Alpha Juliet, Mike Uniform, Oscar 1AJ, MUO. Showing that on a blue Mini Cooper, registered to us. That goes from out of the area. Please send me a mark unit, check on this vehicle. It appears unoccupied at this time. That is Connecticut, Alpha Juliet 69099. That is the vehicle, correct? Affirmative, Alpha Juliet 69099, yes.
They found her car in the park.
That was
Christian, you said you're on Lapham? Was that near the Merrick or more towards Waving? More towards the Merrick.
Grab my camera from the car.
Yeah.
Take it from there.
By the lumberyard.
It could be a deer, but it's strange.
It was wiped at some point, but dried first. Dry edges, what's that? Yeah, when he just called in, he had a lot of stuff in it.
Headquarters 2-7.
There's some back here too. Is there?
She had two
Yeah,
cars.
down here too.
This one, the Range Rover, and the Suburban.
Strange.
Take pictures, I'll call the out to you.
Headquarters 213 or 70. 13.
Her and Fotis
Can I
both
have one of
had
your units break? Staff relocated the vehicle on Lapham. Where is this? We'll both get there momentarily. This is 2015. We on Lapham near America.
I'm just going to verify that was our plate.
So they're seeing the blood-like substance now
Close in the car.
on the car.
Looks like it's been buffed or scraped or scratched all down through the driver's side.
Look at the blood on the floor.
I don't know, it could be irrespective, it's just very restrained, it's just maybe in the garage. Oh, all right. Well, we're taking pictures and then we'll be out of here. Good enough. And then we'll meet up with the captain on Lapham. Roger that. Thank you, sir. All right, thanks. Bye. Well, it's just strange in connection with the fact that we've got a missing person, or potentially a missing person. You know? And, yeah, scrapes on this side too, but there's no blood near them, so whatever they hit went down this side of the vehicle. Splattered all. Yeah. It's hard to get a picture of because the flash on this thing isn't working, I guess. Yeah, I can't. Says unoccupied.
Last one, good. Stat 3, just confirming that vehicle is unoccupied.
All right, fair enough. All right, there's some in the tire too.
If you like, I can request the dog to do a track. I have 13 and 7.
All over there.
Received. I'll leave that at their discretion.
It's all blood. All right.
13 at headquarters. Affirmative. See if you can hit a K9. And before we leave here, if you want anything, we might need to refer.
Her jacket's in her purse.
As long as you can make access, you'll be able to track right off the driver's seat.
Let's grab that key. Yep, that's a good idea.
Sorry.
I thought he said he came back to a Mini Cooper.
Saying that there might be an extra key in that suburban in the residence.
That's affirmative. We're grabbing the key. The residence is clear. We'll be in route after.
Received. I'll put on the hotline so we can locate the camera.
The car's straight. Yeah, it doesn't sit well with me, especially because like it's like a pattern here. You know what I mean? It's clothing. Right, not fur, but there it's up here too. It's hard to get any of this. These cameras are. We should get better cameras. Hopefully, this is getting it though. Right? Usually if you hit a deer and there's blood in your car, you take it to the car wash and get it cleaned. Especially a Range Rover. Scrapes there. Let's see if there's any damage in it. Suburban. I mean, this is grandma's car, so you never know. But scrapes there. Okay. Get your camera out, get your light out of here. Wash my pictures out. All right.
Lieutenant Latourette, just a couple questions if I can based on what we just saw. Now, when an individual wears a body camera, where do they normally wear it?
On the center of their body to project what kind of the officer would see.
Throughout the course of your walking through 69 Wells, did you look into closets and other, I guess, cubby holes, if you will?
Yes, we checked the residence for anywhere we believed a person could be.
And there was also a photograph taken of a picture of the children on the wall. Do you recall that on the video in States 2?
Yes.
Why was that photograph taken?
Just to see if we could, who lived at the residence, any possible occupants of the residence, and to see if that might help us in identifying or locating a missing person.
While you were conducting the search of 69 Wells, did you wear gloves?
Did not, no.
Did Officer Blanks wear gloves?
No.
Now, there was also a point in the video in States 2 that there was a purse in the kitchen. Do you recall that?
Yes. Officer Coughlin had relayed to Officer Blank and myself that there was Jennifer's purse was between the mudroom and the kitchen, and normally if she was not home.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, the response was the purse was between the mudroom and the kitchen, and then the court does not know what was coming next.
Well, my question for the court's knowledge, my next question was going to be, why'd you go through the purse?
That's irrelevant.
Well, overruled.
You can answer, sir.
So the babysitter, Lauren, had told Officer Coughlin that the purse would normally not be at the residence if Jennifer was not at the residence. So we looked at the purse to see if we could find any information as to where Jennifer might be, and we noticed that on top of the purse there was a spring light type jacket, and inside we noticed a notepad that Officer Blank looked at, and we also noticed that there was a key fob or a set of keys for a Chevy vehicle.
With respect to that Chevy vehicle, did you, well, withdraw that if I can, did you do anything with those keys?
Yes, those keys were taken from 69 Wells Lane, and we ultimately took them to Lapham Road where the Chevy was located by Captain Walsh.
Where is Lapham Road?
Lapham Road is in the southwestern area of New Canaan, and it borders Waveney Park.
What is Waveney Park?
Waveney Park is a large acreage area in New Canaan. It is a public park that's open to the community, and it has several walking trails, has a dog park, has a swimming pool, has playing fields. So it's a community park.
If I can, I'm going to show you and direct your attention back to the screen behind you. The state is returning to States 1. Play, place on it. If I can, States 1, picture marked 11. Do you recognize what's depicted on that photograph, sir?
Yes, it's an aerial photo of a portion of Waveney Park. It also includes Lapham Road.
Would you mind, sir, getting up, if it's okay with the court, if I can have him stand up and just answer a few questions about that screen? If you could please identify Lapham Road if it's on that photograph.
Lapham Road runs here.
And there is another road, I'm sorry, just for the record, that was, I guess, well, let me ask this, is that north or south? Or
the way I orient Lapham Road in regards to this map is it runs north and south. And this road here is the Merritt Parkway, I call, in the portion of New Canaan, Merritt Parkway runs easterly.
Okay, so for the record, for Lapham Road north to south would be in the middle of States 1, picture 11, and the Merritt Parkway. Did you point to the bottom, I guess, left to right? Is that correct, sir?
Yes, this is Waveney, or I'm sorry, this is the Merritt Parkway.
Okay. Is Waveney Park depicted on that photograph?
Yes, the area of Waveney Park is this area here, the open fields and wooded area, and the property also crosses Lapham Road over in here. This area here is a mulch pile. The town of New Canaan Public Works collects leaves and they mulch them in this area here.
And just for the record, the Waveney Park would be on the, I guess if you're looking at the right side of the photograph, and the mulch pile, I guess in the middle. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, this is the mulch pile. Right side of the photograph is Waveney Park.
Thank you. Is there an entrance onto or into Waveney Park from Lapham Road?
Yes.
Where is that?
As you look at the picture, the entrance to Waveney Park is going to be here. You can see the roadway going up through the park.
You say roadway, is that for vehicles?
It is, yes.
Is there any entrance to Waveney Park off of Lapham Road that is for pedestrians?
Yes, there's hiking trails all throughout the wooded area surrounding the park. Along the Lapham Road, there is pull-offs on the dirt area alongside Lapham Road, both both sides of the roadway.
By pull-offs, what do you mean?
It's an area on the shoulder of the road. It's just dirt where vehicles have parked, and it allows a vehicle to park fully off the travel portion of Lapham Road.
And where are there cutoffs, if you will, or pullouts off of Lapham Road? Are they depicted on that photograph?
You can't really see them due to the wooded area. However, they're going to be north of the Merritt Parkway. So between the mulch pile and the Merritt Parkway, this portion here will be where all those pull-offs are and vehicles can park.
Let me see if I could. If I can, Your Honor, I am zooming in. To the mulch pile, is that on the upper middle to the left?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see some of the cutoffs on that?
It is hard to see because of the tree line, the vegetation. However, some of these open areas in the vegetation would be some of the pull-offs. Again, they're both sides of the roadway, both sides of Lapham Road.
Remember, this is where the Tacoma was
parked.
parked.
Did you go to Lapham Road that day?
Yes.
Where did you go?
And where they found
we went to this area here on the southern shoulder of Lapham Road.
Why did you go there?
Captain Walsh located the black Chevy Suburban that Jennifer Dulos drives.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yes, a Chevy key fob out of a purse located at 69 Wells Lane.
You could have a seat, sir, if I can. States 1, picture 12. Sir, if you could take a look behind you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the area of Lapham Road that I just described, the pull-off parking spaces. That is the southbound shoulder.
Okay. When you say southbound shoulder, is that could you just explain it with direction of the Merritt Parkway? Perhaps if you can stand up again, I'm sorry, but show where would the direction of the Merritt Parkway be in relation to this photograph?
So the black Chevy Suburban in this picture is pointing in the direction of the Merritt Parkway. So as the Lapham Road travels towards Merritt Parkway, a Chevy Suburban is parked on the right-hand side of the road.
Did the vehicle look like that when you arrived that night?
Yes.
I don't know why the TV just went. If I may just have a moment, Your Honor, the TV. Please.
Welcome, those of y'all joining us.
I'm gonna keep hitting the button. There you go. All right. I can always fix something up. All right, sir. When you arrived, was Officer Blank with you?
We had different patrol vehicles, but we both traveled from 69 Wells Lane to Lapham Road.
Is there another cutout or pullout depicted on that photograph?
Yes.
Could you point to it, please?
Yes. This area here, the dirt pull-off?
That's the center middle of the photograph?
Yes.
Is there another one on the other side, like towards the Merritt Parkway side?
There is, yes.
Okay. How many cutoffs are on that side of the road?
I believe 3 or 4.
There are 3 or 4. Do you recall how many were behind, I guess, facing north of the Chevy, and how many were in front going towards the Merritt Parkway?
1 behind and at least 1 in front of.
All right. You can have a seat, sir. I'm sorry. And just briefly, States 1, picture 11. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that, please?
It is a black Chevy Suburban.
That's Jennifer's Suburban.
No. What did you do when you got to Lapham Road?
We were looking for a missing person, Jennifer Dulos. Officer Blank and myself checked the trail that runs parallel to the Merritt Parkway. We walked, looked on the trail looking for anything that would lead us to the missing person.
Okay, when you say parallel to the Merritt Parkway, if I can go back to the here. States 1, picture 11. Is the area that you walked depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please just point to it?
So the Suburban was found in this area on a pull-off. Officer Blank and myself walked on a trail parallel to the parkway in this area.
Why'd you go there?
Looking for any indications of a missing person.
Did you take note of anything in your walk?
No.
What did you do after you did that? You can have seats. Sorry.
A police officer from Wilton Police Department arrived on scene, a canine officer. Officer Blank and I returned to Lapham Road where the Suburban was located.
What did you do next, if anything?
Officer Blank assisted the canine officer. I stayed with the vehicle and Captain Walsh on Lapham Road.
At some point, did you return to 69 Wells?
Yes.
Did you go into Waveney Park, by the way, at any point besides that walk on that you just described?
No.
When did you return to 69 Wells?
After the canine conducted a search in the area of Lapham Road and Waveney Park, no track was able to be established. So I was instructed to go from Lapham Road with a canine handler back to Wells Lane to see if we could do a search from that location.
Did you follow the canine into Waveney Park or anything like that?
No.
Okay. So when you returned to 69 Wells, did you return with Officer Blank?
No.
And what did you do when you returned to 69 Wells?
Myself and the canine handler from Wilton Police Department arrived at 69 Wells. I used that code that was provided to open that garage door, and we entered the garage. The canine handler stated he needed a scent item in order to conduct a search for the missing person, Jennifer Dulos. I knew there was a spring jacket located on top of the purse, so we went to that location, grabbed that spring jacket.
What did you do with the jacket?
The canine handler placed it in the middle of the driveway for his canine to get a scent.
Now, did the canine conduct a search?
It did.
Okay. Did you have play any role in connection with that search?
No, I stayed in the driveway.
What did you do? Well, strike that. Did you go inside the garage again?
Yes.
Did you make any further observations in the garage?
Yes.
So what did you observe?
When we entered the garage, we went on the right side of the vehicle, the black SUV, a Range Rover. On the right passenger side of the vehicle, on the floor, I observed what appeared to be a footprint, reddish in color, could have been a footprint of blood.
States 1, photograph 9. Sorry, I'm going to have you take a look behind you again. If you can. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Here, I'm actually going to scroll in. What is that?
It appears to be a toe portion of a footprint.
Is that what you observed in the garage that night?
Yes.
Did you make any other observations?
Yes. To the right side of that garage, as you enter the garage door, there was garbage cans. On the exterior of the garbage can near the lid, there appeared to be a red color that appeared to be blood.
And anything else?
Not that I can recall at this time.
I'm going to show you 2 more photographs if I can. Sir, if you could take a look behind you. States 1.
That was a pretty clear.
8. Do you recognize what's depicted in that?
Yes. Appears to be drops on the rear portion, the rear left or driver's side of that vehicle, drops on the concrete floor.
And one more, please. States 10. I'm sorry, States 1, photograph 10. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes. It appears to be an area of the concrete floor that appears to be smeared, pinkish, reddish in color, as if something was cleaned up.
Did you, after making these observations, did you convey them to anybody?
Yes, I notified the shift commander, Lieutenant Ogrins, and Captain Walsh, who was still on Lapham Road with the Chevy Suburban.
What did you do next, if anything?
Detective Officer Patton arrived at 69 Wells Lane. It was determined that that location was going to be a crime scene, and the shift commander notified the state police.
Why the state police?
Their crime investigations.
May I ask, does New Canaan have a crime scene unit?
We have an investigative unit, but we don't have the capabilities that the state police has.
In what way?
Limited resources.
And did the state police come out to 69 Wells that night?
Yes.
Did you have any further, did you do anything else that night?
Yes. Later on in the evening, while still at 69 Wells Lane, I believe it was around 11:30 p.m., I conducted a neighborhood canvass, which means I go door to door, just seeing if I can find any information in regards to whatever the case is we're investigating. I did speak to a few neighbors. I was also looking for any cameras that residences might have, whether it's a Ring camera by the door or security footage cameras on any houses or residences.
Did you download any video cameras or anything that night?
No.
Now, at some point, did you get your fingerprints or palm prints?
Yes.
I guess tested, is that the right word?
Yes. One of the state police investigators from the crime unit came out and they took palm prints, hand prints, fingerprints of me.
Okay. And that was in connection of this case?
Yes.
Okay. I may just have one moment, Your Honor. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I just want to make sure that when I plug in my USB cord that it switches, so if I may. Good afternoon, Lieutenant. My name is John Schoenhorn. I represent Michelle Troconis in this case. I just have a few questions. The time that was on the video body camera that we watched, was that accurate?
I don't remember what time the video camera showed.
Well, my notes said that it started at 1757. That would be about 7:57 at night. Is that right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Let me rephrase the question. If it says at some point as we're watching it, 20:00, would that be 8 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, were the body cameras even back then synchronized so that they were at least close in time to actual time that you were there?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were in that house at approximately 8 p.m. on May 24th?
Yes.
And you said, I think you did say that it was still light out, correct?
Yes.
And you were not yourself wearing a body camera that night, is that right?
I was not, no.
Now, I noticed in your uniform today, you have a box in the center of your uniform just below your body microphone. Is that where the body camera would have been on Officer Blank that night?
Yes.
So it's center of the body, sort of view of the person who is wearing, correct?
Correct.
And of course, you've seen that video prior to just now, correct?
Correct.
As you went through the house, you looked at each and every room, right?
Yes.
You looked in closets, I think was the answer to one of the questions by the state, correct?
Yes.
And in a couple of the places, there was some clothing on the floor, according to that video, correct?
Yes.
Did you go through any of the items of clothing at that point, other than the jacket you mentioned?
No.
You talked about a canine. Was this a tracking dog?
I'd have to ask the Wilton canine handler.
Well, I was going to ask you, was there more than one dog that night that was sent to either to the house on Wells Lane or to the Waveney Park?
Yes, more canines were called to that area after the Wilton police canine had left.
You indicated that Officer Blank remained at that location, is that right? At the Waveney Park that night after you left?
Yes.
Do you know whether he accompanied any dog search, that is, any canine searching dog that night?
He did assist the Wilton canine that I was assisting at Wells Lane, He did assist that canine handler at Lapham Road and Waveney Park.
And just so that we're differentiating between the two, do you recall that that was a canine and a canine handler from the town of Newtown?
It was Wilton Police Department.
The one with you. What about the one at Waveney Park?
The initial one that initially responded was a Wilton canine.
All right. So same one or different one that went with you?
Same one.
All right. So I'm saying, was there a separate canine dog and a handler that came there that night that you're aware of?
There very well could have been. I don't remember at this time.
Fair. That was going to be my question. So you did not observe Officer Blank accompanying a canine handler into the woods at Waveney Park, correct?
I did, yes.
You did?
Yes.
Was it the same dog that then went with you and its handler to the house at 69 Wells Lane?
Yes.
In the parking lot right outside of the garage, you recall, according to the your images, that there was a basketball hoop there. Did you notice that?
Yes.
Was the basketball hoop facing the garage, or was it facing away from the garage?
Facing the garage.
You indicated that you took a key fob with you from the house. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you use that key fob to see if it connected to the Suburban at Waveney Park?
I did not know.
Who did you give that fob to?
Officer Blank.
Did you observe Officer Blank use that fob to open up or to attempt to open the locked door on the Suburban?
I did not know.
Now, if I could just go back for a moment to, there's the image, I believe, 11, states 11 on this exhibit. And I just want to clarify, if you would look behind you there, I'm not going to ask you to stand up, but this is the satellite image of Waveney Park. Is that correct?
A portion of Waveney Park, yes.
All right. And I want to clarify directions. You said that the Merritt Parkway heads basically east and west through New Canaan. Is that right?
Generally, yes.
Right. So would you just indicate whether east is to the right of this image or to the left of this image?
East is to the, is going to be, rephrase the question, sir.
Yeah, you're looking at an image on a screen.
Mm-hmm.
Is it on this side, closest to the window and the jury, or is it closer to the judge where he's sitting, compared to where you are?
It's going to be closer to the window, closer to the jury, the right-hand side of the picture.
All right. And I'm just going to use my mouse for a section. You indicated, did you not, if you look at the screen, that you walked along a section of the park in a easterly, he said easterly, right? Yeah, I think so. Easterly direction, parallel to the Merritt Parkway. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you also go across Lapham in a westerly direction, in this other direction here, across on the other side?
I did not, no.
And so that we're also clear, was you're saying Lapham in this area generally is north-south, correct?
Correct.
Would the car, according to those pictures that we saw, the Suburban, be looking at this image, on the left side of Lapham Road looking down, or on the right side from this map?
The left side of Lapham Road looking down.
Right. And so we're clear for the record, you're talking about the side where you see the leaf piles, the mulch piles that we see on that area, correct?
Yes.
Now, I just want to also orient the park. Does Waveney Park include any of the area to this area around the leaf mulch area?
I don't know exactly where the property lines are. I know north of the leaf pile there is a Frisbee golf area that belongs to the park.
And does the park continue and then stop at the bottom at the Merritt Parkway?
That is the border of the park, the Merritt Parkway.
And if I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, this area along both sides of Lapham near the parkway is raised. It's elevated above the parkway. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that if you walked along in the park, parallel to the parkway, you're looking down, and you're seeing the roofs of cars as they drive by on the Merritt Parkway.
It depends on the portion of the park. Certain portions may be elevated, but a lot of portions would be parallel to or even to as you're walking on the trail.
Well, I'm talking about the part where you were walking. That would
Parallel to the road, even to the road.
That side was even?
Portions of it, yes.
All right, so does Lapham Road then cross under the Merritt Parkway?
Lapham Road goes over top.
Over. So there isn't a big hill approaching the Merritt Parkway, is there?
On Lapham Road?
On Lapham Road.
No.
So in order for it to go straight across Lapham Road, it has to be elevated above the parkway, right?
In certain portions, yes.
Well, I'm talking about where Lapham Road crosses the Merritt Parkway.
Where Lapham Road crosses the parkway, there is a drop down to the parkway.
All right. And is that also true if you go in the other direction on the other side of Lapham Road?
What was the question, sir?
Yeah, isn't it also raised up at that point?
The wooded area or the road, sir?
The wooded area.
The wooded area depends on where you are in that wooded area, sir.
How about parallel to the Merritt Parkway? Isn't that elevated well above the Merritt Parkway?
I don't recall at this time.
Fair enough. So in any event, this area, according to at least this map, has a lot of trees. Is that a fair statement?
Certain portions of the park, yes. As depicted in the picture, there is a wide open field as well.
Well, the field, I didn't ask you about the field. That's up, as you can see, sort of across from where the mulch field is, correct? You're referring to this area that's in a different color, sort of a lighter green and yellowish green lawn, right?
Yes.
So I'm talking about the forested area.
Okay.
These are mature trees in that area. Isn't that true?
Yes.
We're talking about really tall trees with large trunks, correct?
Most of them.
And you can walk through that area without falling over a bunch of little branches and small bushes, correct?
The trails are maintained. If you're off the trail, there's going to be bushes and shrubbery.
And if you go the park to if you continue in a westerly direction, the park is also bordered by something that we see in this picture, correct? This line here. See that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is the Metro North Railroad.
Right. So in 2019, there was an active Metro North Railroad line that paralleled the western portion of the park, correct?
Yes.
And right here by the base of the train crosses the Merritt Parkway, that's also an elevated railroad crossing, correct?
I'm not familiar with that crossing of the parkway, sir.
Fair enough. But right below that is a train station, is it not?
Yes.
That's the Talmadge Hill Metro North Station, correct?
Yes.
It's a commuter rail station, right?
Yes.
Let me just ask you a little bit about Lapham Road. Lapham Road, I noticed, we can go back to some of those pictures that we just looked at. I think
it sounds like he's
12.
setting up to kind of show that there were all these areas around there that
this is, I guess, 11. There's a double yellow line, is there not, on Lapham Road in this area?
Yes.
So Lapham Road, at least in this area, is a major thoroughfare in the town of New Canaan. Is that true?
It depends on your definition of a major thoroughfare.
Well, we're not talking about the Merritt Parkway. So I'm asking, is it a well-traveled road?
Yes.
So it's not a remote part of town where only local residents would use, right?
Right.
Have you ever done traffic enforcement on Lapham Road?
I have.
Sometimes the traffic on a weekday is very heavy, isn't it?
It depends on the time of day.
Sure. People who use the park, this is a main access to get to the Waveney Park entrance, isn't it?
It is one of the entrances to the park.
And there is traffic, from your experience back in 2019 and before, throughout the day at least, correct?
Objection.
Well, there was traffic back and forth throughout the day on the date in question. What's the objection?
Relevance.
Overruled.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. Back in 2019, that there was a well-traveled road that during the day there would be a fair amount of traffic traveling back and forth on Waveney Road, including accessing the park, correct?
Again, it depends on what your interpretation or definition of fair amount of traffic is. I don't have any traffic statistics, but it was a traveled road by a vehicles, yes.
As opposed to a remote part of New Canaan, which there also is, correct?
Yes.
So if he's pointing out that there's traffic, he's saying, how would he have, possibly saying, how would he have gone and transferred a body and a bike over without being seen? I'm not saying he's saying that. I'm saying, as a juror, I would think that that's what he's
By these pictures that we're looking at, including Exhibit 11, were these, do you know, taken that evening after you arrived at the scene?
The picture on the screen, sir?
Would you, if you look at the screen, please?
I don't know if that picture was taken that night, because by the time I arrived in Lapham Road, it would have been dark.
That's
or darker.
my question. This picture appears to have been taken at least during somewhat daylight hours, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
Unless somebody adjusted the lighting, but it appears not to have been taken at the time of your arrival, correct?
Correct.
But is that the exact position you found the vehicle parked in that turnout on Lapham Road?
It appears to be, yes.
See, pointing all these things out is him making an attempt to show that there could possibly be other explanations or possibly problems with their theory. He doesn't have to prove anything other than potential doubt. Reasonable doubt.
By the way, when you arrived, the garage, was it open or closed at that residence at 69 Wells Lane?
The garage, all three bays of the garage were closed.
And you said, you testified that someone gave you the code so you could open it. Is that right?
Yes.
And you opened the middle bay. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you first walked in, you walked to the right of the vehicle, correct?
No.
You walked to the left of the vehicle?
Correct.
And when you first walked in, nothing stood out to you immediately as being out of the ordinary. Is that correct? When you first went in?
When I first entered the garage, no.
And then you went through the house. Nothing stood out to you as being out of place, except maybe the fact that you saw a purse on the floor, right?
Correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Is there a redirect?
One moment.
It's my subliminal Lucy messages.
Nothing. Thank you, Your Honor.
Lieutenant, you may stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, what do y'all think? First witness down.
If I can, Your Honor, call my next witness as well. Scott Romano. If I may just approach the clerk, Your Honor.
Michelle's parents will be on Vinny tonight. Oh, wow. You know, her family's done a lot of press stuff, like going around hollering to everybody who will listen that she's innocent and she could never do any of this. I think he was a good witness, too. He was very matter of fact. He didn't overshare anything. Sometimes people get up there and get a little too yappy. He was good. I'm still blown away that they didn't do openings. It's so weird to me.
Correctly.
Puzzle pieces.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Scott Romano, R-O-M-A-N-O.
And your affiliation?
Retired sergeant from the New Canaan Police Department.
Thank you.
And you may be seated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Romano, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So you are retired from the New Canaan Police Department?
Correct.
When did you retire?
June of 2023.
And what rank were you when you retired?
Sergeant in the investigation section,
How long were you a sergeant in the investigation section?
5 years.
Could you just describe briefly, well, I'll start with this. Could you please describe some of your training and experience as a New Canaan police officer and then sergeant?
Sure. After graduating the police academy, I was assigned to the patrol division. During my time there, I functioned as a motor officer, a field training officer, an instructor, an accident reconstructionist, with a couple additional duties. And then after being promoted, I did patrol for a short time and was then assigned to the investigation section.
What kind of crimes does the investigative section investigate, I guess?
Everything from bad checks or simple frauds to stolen vehicles to murders.
Does New Canaan have a, I guess, crime scene unit?
Not specifically, no.
Now, I'm going to draw your attention to May of 2019, specifically May 24th, 2019. Were you working that day?
I was not working that day.
Did you have occasion to respond to the New Canaan Police Department?
I did. I was contacted by the on-duty detective who requested assistance with a missing persons case.
Who was the on-duty detective?
Detective Tom Patton.
And the missing person?
Jennifer Dulos.
About what time or how did you get contacted?
I was contacted by phone at approximately 9 p.m. Detective Patton explained very briefly what he had been called on and asked me to come in and assist him as we started the investigation.
Where did you go?
Initially, I went to the police department to grab some equipment, and then I responded to Lapham Road outside of Waveney Park, where Jennifer's vehicle had been located.
Were you alone?
Yes, I was.
Now, did you respond in uniform?
No, I was in plain clothes.
Where on Lapham Road did you respond to?
So the vehicle was located just south of the back entrance to Waveney Park on the southbound shoulder of Lapham Road.
When you arrived, was anybody else on scene?
Officer Blank from the patrol division was there with the vehicle.
And could you just briefly explain what Waveney Park is, please?
It's approximately a 250-acre park located on the south side or south edge of New Canaan that's used for different passive recreation.
May I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, sir, I'm going to draw your attention to the screen behind you. States 4.
Oh, they need to stop messing with that. She's messing with that audio and it's clicking in my ears. Loud.
Okay, States 4, this is designated as picture 12 on the upper left corner, just for the record, Your Honor. Sir, do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That was Jennifer Dulos' vehicle.
When did you, what did you do when you arrived on scene?
I was briefed quickly by Officer Blank, and then I effectively took over securing that vehicle and making sure nobody had any contact with it until we decided further what was going to need to be done with it.
How did you do that?
By physically staying next to the vehicle during the course of the overnight. I did a preliminary walk around to make sure I understood what was there and what wasn't there, and then basically just secured it so it was not touched.
Could you describe the car, please?
It was a black Chevy Suburban as depicted. There was nothing initially remarkable, although looking at the passenger side, which is the side that's against the wood line, it was, I noted at my initial walk around with a flashlight that it appeared that something had been wiped on the side of the vehicle. There were streaks in it and some marks that looked, although dirt may have been brushed off it without being washed first, there were scratches. And some small amounts of what looked like, from my experience, to be a blood-like substance in different locations on the lower part of the vehicle.
I'm going to show you, sir, if you can, States 4, picture what's marked as 11. When you mentioned you did a walk around the vehicle Well, I'm going to strike that. How close was the car parked to the wood line?
It was up against the brush on the side of the road, so you really couldn't get into the passenger side of the vehicle without a little bit of effort.
Did you attempt to get into the car?
No, not at any point in time during the night.
Now, you mentioned those marks on the side of the car. Were those marks on the side of the car that is depicted in this photograph?
No, they were on the passenger side of the car that would be against the wood line.
Where on the vehicle did you see those marks?
I believe it was the right passenger door and the lower section near the running board.
Did you advise anybody of what you had found?
I mentioned to Detective Patton that I noticed it, and we just, at that point, kept note of it so that we could further look into that at a later time.
By the way, do you know when these photographs were taken?
I believe those were taken on the morning of the 25th.
So from, am I correct in saying you arrived at Lapham Road at 9 o'clock? Was that your testimony?
It was actually probably closer to 10:30 by the time I drove from home to work and then got to Lapham Road.
Could we at least have an AM versus PM? That's not been established yet, but it seems it's obvious, but I would ask that the clarification should be.
Sure. So I was contacted at 9 p.m. on the 24th, and I arrived on scene at approximately 10:30 p.m.
Attorney Manning, before you proceed, you identified this in the packet as States 4. Was
Yes.
States 4 admitted as a full exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Without objection. She may not have indicated, but she asked me, and I said I had no objection.
States 4 will be admitted as a full exhibit. The record has to be complete.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. And as I indicated, all the photographs are contained per witnesses, so that's why they are directed in that way. So, sir, you arrived on scene between 10:30 and do you recall around what time this photograph was taken?
Sometime after 7 a.m., but I don't recall exactly what time it was.
Did you remain on scene the whole night?
Yes, I did.
Who took the photograph?
I believe that was Detective Matt Riley from the State Police.
And did you observe him taking the photograph?
I was present when he was taking the photos, yes.
Now, at that time, when Detective Riley arrived on scene or on Lapham Road, did anything happen to the car?
So we eventually determined that to further investigate that it should be impounded so it could be properly processed. So we did, the keys had been transferred to me when I took over, so I had the keys to the vehicle. We then determined it should be towed back to police headquarters where it could be impounded inside so that nothing was disturbed.
Could you please explain the process of how that tow would have happened, or how it did happen, I should say?
So we contacted the department's on-duty wrecker, which was from town. They showed up on scene. I then, wearing gloves, I entered the vehicle so that we could limit any kind of exposure to anyone else. We couldn't initially start the vehicle. First, because it was left in reverse, it was not actually in park. Secondly, because the battery was dead. So what we did is used a booster pack from the towing company to actually start it, which I did in the driver's seat, and then I drove it up onto the flatbed truck so it could be brought back to police headquarters.
And was it brought back to police headquarters?
It was. It was then put inside an impound bay, of which I backed it off of the tow truck and parked it in the bay.
Did you follow the vehicle, or the tow truck, I should say, from Lapham Road back to headquarters?
Yes, I did.
Why were you the person to enter the car again?
Because I've been the only person that had been in the car, to our knowledge. So as far as police personnel went, I was the only one that entered it. Therefore, again, keeping any disturbance to a minimum. It was the easiest way to take care of things.
After the vehicle was secured at headquarters, what did you do?
I then responded to Wells Lane, 69 Wells Lane, and met with Sergeant Albisson from the State Police. Did a preliminary walkthrough of the scene, and then we began to canvass the area to see if we could find any security camera systems that may have picked up any activity in that area.
When you say a preliminary walkthrough of the scene, what do you mean?
I was shown the garage area and a basic look at the kitchen area, and that was all.
Did you walk through the rest of the house?
Not at that time, no.
Now, well, where did you go after that?
So we began with houses on Wells Lane. actually just walking the area and looking for any exterior cameras mounted on any of the houses that could have potentially picked up any activity the previous day.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen behind you. States 4, upper left corner indicates 69 Wells Lane. Do you recognize what's depicted upon that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
That is an overhead view of Wells Lane, including 69 Wells and the other adjacent houses.
Just briefly, and if I may, Your Honor, just if you can point it out. If you can, sir, can you please stand up and direct where 69 Wells Lane is?
So I believe this should be 69 Wells Lane.
Now, when you walked the neighborhood, where did you go?
We looked at any house that had a view of the street, specifically 54 Wells Lane. That we observed cameras mounted on the exterior of the residence that did pick up the street and would have shown anybody coming in or out, or at least we hoped it would at that time.
If I can, sir, when you say 54 Wells Lane, I'm actually going to zoom in a little bit. Is that 54 Wells Lane?
Yes, it is.
And why were you interested in this property?
So we noted that there were cameras on the exterior, and if I can get
If you
back
can,
up.
please.
Specifically, we noted there were cameras on the front of the house, so the face that faces Wells Lane, and on the end of the house near the garage area of the parking court. And those appeared at that time, they would pick up the street view.
And what did you do once you noticed the cameras?
We were able to make contact, specifically with this residence, we were able to make contact with the owner and asked him if we could review the system, which he agreed to. And we did actually look at it and noted that it picked up views of the street from two locations, both the garage end and the face of the house, and reviewed it briefly. The owner was incredibly cooperative, did give us access to the unit. It was initially brought back to police headquarters to do a download of the hard drive, which we were unsuccessful at the time because we couldn't get access and the owner wasn't sure how to access it. It was returned back to the owner's residence. It was reconnected. We were able to use his cell phone to review video from that day. At the time, we targeted, based on information we had, a morning section where we were able to pick up pictures or video rather of Jennifer Dulos' vehicle leaving in the morning and returning, and then leaving for a second time and not returning.
Okay. Now, a couple questions about that. You indicated there was a time frame that you were interested in. What was that time frame?
It was in the morning from just before 8 a.m. Through, at that time we weren't really sure, through at least noon.
Did you watch that time frame on, I guess, at the property of 54 Wells?
At the property initially we did, and that's when we noted her vehicle leaving, returning, and leaving again.
Now, you mentioned two cameras. If you wouldn't mind standing up and approaching the screen and just pointing out where those cameras were located.
So camera 3 is located on the south end of the house in the area of the driveway, and camera 7 is located on the face of the house, or the front, facing out directly to Wells Lane.
And Wells Lane, is that the road in front of 54 Wells?
Yes, it is.
And if you are heading towards the, I guess, upper left-hand corner, what direction is that?
It's effectively southbound. So in other words, if you're traveling in the road from here to here, that's roughly running southbound.
Okay. And is there a road on top of that?
It intersects with Frogtown Road, which in the picture here.
I'll scroll back out.
Okay, would be located up here, although you can't quite see it in the trees.
Okay. Your Honor, does Your Honor wish to break at
Yes,
this
the
time?
time is approximately 1 o'clock. We'll stand in our lunch and recess and resume at 2 o'clock.
All rise. This honorable Superior Court now stands in recess until 2.
The talking that we're hearing, remember she's got an interpreter who's in there. It sounds like just kind of like mumbling in the background, but there's an interpreter who's going over all of that for them. She looks nervous. I mean, I guess I would be too if I was on trial for something like this. All right, let me unpin this. The judge is prompt. This is going to be a, you know, a change from some of the ones that we've seen where it's like chaos in the courtroom. I appreciate everybody watching with us. If you haven't hit subscribe yet, please do. Let me see where we're at. We're inching right away. I would like to be at 15,000 by the end of this trial, which is very doable. We're at 15,587. Yay! Look at us go. Look at us go. All right, so what are y'all thinking so far? What are your thoughts on what we've heard so far? I think it's crazy they didn't do opening statements. That to me just blows my mind because I sure do love me some opening statements. It like sets the tone for the whole thing. But, you know, I think we're losing feed, so I'm going to mute that right there. You know, it's a good thing that we've done all of our background information stuff, so we know what's going on without the opening statement. So that's all right. Speaking of background stuff, we have an hour lunch break, so I'm gonna hang out and talk to y'all for just a minute. But we're on lunch break until 2 o'clock Eastern. So the first video that I did about the background of this was about 45 minutes ish. So I need to take Lucy out and take a little break. So while we do that, I'm going to, instead of just leaving it silent, I'll play that. So that way anybody who hasn't seen the video yet, it goes through a lot of the information and the background, and it'll kind of be like the version of opening statements, except for, you know, did I say 15,000? We're at 14,500 and whatever. I could be saying stuff wrong. 14,587 is what we're at. So we're trying to get to 15,000. So close. So close. So close. We're going to get there. Yeah, Nancy, there were no opening statements. Isn't that weird? I haven't done a Connecticut trial before. This is my first one. So I guess that's normal for them. But it ain't normal for us. And I feel like they should have asked our thoughts on it. Phone a friend, let us take a vote. But they don't ask me nothing. Go figure. Go figure. Let's see. Oh, wow. And Twin Mom, there were shooting threats in our small town. All schools are locked down. They can't find the man that made the threats. Just pulled my kids out. Wow. That's scary. That's scary. I'm glad your kids are home. Dreamlander says, yeah, we should have voted on that. I agree. What are they thinking? No jury questions, I don't think. He didn't say anything about jury questions, but they do get to take notes. So, you know, I had a dream last night about jury questions. This is how you know I've been working on this trial too much lately. I had a dream last night about jury questions. This is not what normal people dream about. But, you know, that's all right. That's all right. All right, so let me get it pulled up. I'm going to play the video. And let me get this pulled up. Videos. And then I'll put mini player. Let's see. Part 3. Here we go. This is it. Officer. Okay.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you...
Shh. You're too loud. I'm too loud. Okay. Okay, I've got that queued up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this so I can take Lucy out and do our little routine where she has to go down there and do her business and then get all the attention from all the people and get her treat and all that good stuff. So then I'll come back. This is about 40 minutes. So we'll still have about 15, 20 minutes to chit chat, talk about everything when I come back. But I will see y'all in about 40 minutes. I gotta figure out how to do it. All my new stuff. Let's see. Hi, y'all. Welcome. My name is Brandi Churchwell, and this is 13th Juror Podcast and Live Stream, where I cover all the latest in true crime and high-profile court cases across the country. So for those who aren't familiar with the disappearance of wealthy Connecticut mother of 5 Jennifer Dulos, this is a case that media began calling the real-life Gone Girl case. And there's even a Lifetime movie called Gone Mom about Jennifer and her husband Fotis and the other woman, Michelle Troconis. Now, Michelle's trial is set to begin Thursday, January 11th, after more than 4.5 years. This video is a crash course for everything that you need to know going into this trial. So let's get started. So Jennifer Farber Dulos was born as Jennifer Farber, and she was born into generational wealth. She's the daughter of Hilliard Farber, who is a philanthropist and also a Wall Street titan who became the youngest senior VP in the history of Chase Manhattan Bank. He also owns his own brokerage, Hilliard Farber and Company. Now, Jennifer's aunt is Liz Claiborne, who, along with Jennifer's uncle, founded the billion-dollar design firm Liz Claiborne. She was born in New York City. She's incredibly smart, graduated from Brown University in Rhode Island, and then went on to get her master's in writing from NYU. Now, Jennifer loved to write. It's something that gave her passion and purpose as opposed to just living off of her trust fund. She dedicated herself to her writing and also co-founded a theater company in the 90s. While at Brown, Jennifer met this guy. This is Fotis Dulos. Fotis was born in Turkey, but he was raised in Athens, Greece, and he later moved to the States to go to college. Now, he graduated from Brown the year before Jennifer, and he went on to get his master's in finance from Columbia Business School. Jennifer and Fotis didn't date in college, though, but she did write in her blog that they had a special chemistry. Years later, after a chance run-in at an Aspen airport in 2003, Fotis and Jennifer reconnected, and she said that lightning finally struck. Fotis was married at the time, but his divorce was finalized in 2004, and 1 month later, he and Jennifer got married in a swanky wedding at the Metropolitan Club in Manhattan near the Upper East Side. Reconnecting with Fotis is something that Jennifer writes about later in her blog, and they celebrate the date of that first email that he sent after they reconnected. 2004 was a busy year for Fotis. Along with his divorce and then his marriage to Jennifer, he also founded a luxury real estate development company with the financial help of Jennifer's parents. Fotis' company was set up to basically buy land, build these huge mega mansion spec homes, and then sell them. Jennifer's parents would front the money for the land and the construction, and then Fotis would pay them back with interest when the house sold. Jennifer and Fotis moved to Farmington, Connecticut, and lived in this 10,000 square foot, 6-bedroom house. They started a family in 2006 with their first set of twins, 2 boys. They had another set of twins, 1 boy and 1 girl, and then 1 final daughter to complete the bunch. Jennifer was incredibly involved with her children. They always had something going on, whether it was music classes, horseback riding lessons, ballet, or water skiing. And being an involved mom of 5 kept her incredibly busy. She wrote essays for her local patch and also began her own blog called And 5 Makes 7 as a way to continue making money through a creative outlet while still being devoted full-time to her family. She described the blog as a mother of 5 in Connecticut who writes to her children as a way of capturing this moment in time. Now, I looked up the blog and I was reading some of them, and she writes really beautifully. Anything from an appreciation post for something as simple as her pillow and laying her head down on, at night, or all the way to the complexities of human nature and internal struggles. And it's easy to see she's a smart cookie. From the outside, they may have seemed like they had the picture-perfect family, but the marriage between Jennifer and Fotis had become increasingly more difficult. Fotis had a temper, and he was incredibly controlling. Jennifer's longtime nanny and friend Lauren actually gave a police interview after the disappearance and described an incident where Fotis had tried to run Jennifer over. She also saw Fotis chasing Jennifer around the house before, forcing her to run and barricade herself in the room. She said that Fotis didn't even seem to really calm down until he realized that Lauren and one or multiple of their children were in the room and saw the whole thing. Jennifer said that his control issues also extended to their children. Fotis was really into water skiing. Jennifer actually labeled it as an obsession. She said that he even put their children on an incredibly strict training regimen that she said was excessive and dangerous because he insisted on them becoming world-class skiers just like him. She said that the training sessions would sometimes go from 8 in the morning until 7 at night. Jennifer said that it was miserable for their kids and that they begged her for help, but she said that they were all terrified to disobey him. Court documents also say that Fotis would lose his temper when the kids didn't comply, and Jennifer said that once he threw a ski against a rock, breaking it in a fit of anger, and she said that there was a time when he lost his temper with her for scheduling things with the kids on a Saturday, which he thought should be spent just training. She said that he got within inches of her face and berated her. Fotis himself is an international water ski champion, and he spent a lot of time training with his kids, but he also traveled with them to compete with their ski club. It was one of these trips that brought him to Miami, where he met 42-year-old Michelle Troconis. Michelle is originally from Venezuela. Her father is a cardiac surgeon, and she is a single mom. Her ex owns a ski resort, and she became a TV host and producer with ESPN in Argentina. Michelle was incredibly athletic and active, and she loved to do all of the same things that Fotis did. Like Fotis, she was also a competitive skier. It didn't take long for them to begin an affair. According to divorce documents, Jennifer learned about her husband's affair in March of 2017 and confronted him. 3 months later, she took the kids and left without letting him know first. Now, at this point, things had progressed to a very dangerous level between Jennifer and Fotis. So, in an acrimonious situation, a victim of domestic abuse is often in the most danger when they tell their spouse that they're leaving and it's final. So, it was probably the safest way for her to get out. But Fotis wasn't happy about it. When Jennifer and the kids weren't home, he called 911 to report them missing.
Remington 911, what's the location of your emergency?
I'm worried about my wife and kids because they left to go to New York, and I haven't been able to get in touch with them.
Okay.
The very next day, Jennifer filed for divorce, marking the beginning of a bitter divorce and custody battle that would drag on for the next 2 years until she went missing. Now, these divorce and custody documents, they get dirty, y'all. Jennifer's very clear about her fear based on the behavior of Fotis. She moved about 70 miles away to New Canaan, where she rented a nice house for her and the kids. She hired movers. However, they later told Fox 61 that Fotis had blocked them multiple times from entering the home to get her things. She eventually had to ask them to not wear uniforms and to go in an unmarked vehicle. Jennifer said that she was afraid of her husband, and in an affidavit filed in June of 2017, she said, quote, "I know that filing for divorce and filing this motion will enrage him. I know that he will retaliate by trying to harm me in some way. He has the attitude that he must always win at all costs. He's dangerous and ruthless when he believes that he has been wronged. During the course of our marriage, he told me about sickening revenge fantasies and plans to cause physical harm to others who have wronged him. For example, flying a plane over an ex-client's home and dropping a brick on his house. I fear for my family's safety, and I believe him to be highly capable and vengeful enough to take the children and disappear." End quote. Jennifer also said that she grew increasingly afraid of her husband after he purchased a handgun about 2 years ago. She said she was terrified for her family's safety, especially since discovering the gun, since she said that her husband had a history of controlling, volatile, and delusional behavior. She goes on to say that Fotis exhibited, quote, irrational, unsafe, bullying, threatening, and controlling behavior, end quote, And she said that she was afraid for her safety and the physical and emotional well-being of their minor children. Jennifer also filed an emergency motion for sole physical custody of the kids, stating that Fotis had threatened to kidnap the children and take them to his native Greece or somewhere else. He told Jennifer, "You will never find us," according to the document. Now, Jennifer said that Fotis applied for Greek passports for himself and their children, and he even scheduled an interview with the Greek consulate in New York City. But worrying about Fotis taking the kids isn't the only reason that Jennifer filed emergency sole physical custody. The excessive training regimen and his temper also worried her, and she didn't trust him alone with the kids. So Fotis's response to all of the claims made by Jennifer was basically that none of it was true. He said that it was Jennifer who was unfit to be the sole parent. He denied that he had ever threatened to kidnap the children, and he said that actually it was Jennifer who left with them, taking them to New Canaan without telling him. He said that Jennifer, on more than one occasion, lost one of the children, including once on a trip to London. He said that her use of antidepressants made her unfit to be the sole custodial parent, and he said that the gun that she mentioned was turned into Farmington police in 2017. The emergency relief motion for full custody was denied. It was the court's decision that it wasn't established that there was an immediate and present risk of physical danger or psychological harm to the children. In the court agreement, it stated that Jennifer would move into her parents' home in Pound Ridge, New York, and enroll the kids in private school in New Canaan. Jennifer ended up renting this house in New Canaan, 70 miles away from the Farmington house where Fotis remained living. Now, it was June of 2017 when Jennifer left Fotis and filed for divorce. The decision denying sole custody was July of 2017. And it was only 1 month later, in August, when Jennifer filed what would be the first of many motions for contempt against him. She said that Fotis almost hit her with a Suburban in the driveway when he was picking up their children, and that he accelerated and swerved at the last minute to avoid hitting her, but their children apparently saw the whole thing. She said that Fotis immediately told her after this that she should be locked away and asked her, "Why don't you pop another pill?" He told her that she was insane, that she should be put in an insane asylum. He said that she's an unfit mother and warned her that he can do whatever he wants since she doesn't have a restraining order against him. Now, Jennifer wasn't the only one filing contempt motions. Fotis filed some against her as well, claiming that she was trying to alienate the children from him because she would schedule activities that weren't essential during his time with them. He also said that she was disparaging him to their children and claimed that she told them that he didn't work enough to make more money, that he's a psychopath, and that she would tell them that your father doesn't care about you. The battle raged on, and in January of 2018, Jennifer again requested emergency custody. In his response, Fotis claimed that Jennifer had bragged to their kids that she could have their dad hurt and even have the mafia break his legs with a baseball bat. The judge said that there's no credible evidence to support that, and in fact said that all evidence points to him making the whole thing up. A judge found that Fotis not only lied to the court, but that he was also pressuring his children to lie in order to get his way in court. A guardian ad litem named Michael Meehan was appointed to represent the best interest of the children, and Meehan then hired a psychiatrist to meet with the children, and the psychiatrist determined that Fotis's actions constituted emotional abuse. The judge also said that the defendant does not seem to appreciate in any respect the consequences of lying under oath and willfully violating a court order. His facility in testifying falsely to the court suggests that he is equally comfortable in encouraging the children to lie to achieve his desired outcome. Believing that the children could be in psychological and physical danger if allowed unrestricted and unsupervised visitations, full physical custody was eventually granted to Jennifer in March of 2018, about 9 months after their split. Fotis was restricted to supervised visits and monitored phone calls on speakerphone. The motions and arguments continue on. Fotis says that Jennifer changed the kids' pediatrician and signed one of them up for hockey, all without telling him. Jennifer says that Fotis doesn't give the kids a proper bedtime and that he continually allows them to be around Michelle, which is something that the court specifically forbade. Now, on May 8th of 2019, just 2 weeks before her disappearance, Jennifer files another motion for contempt. In this one, she says that Fotis filed improper and misleading financial affidavits in an attempt to hide the true value of his business. Going through this divorce reminds me of the divorce binder that we saw with Wendy Adelson's divorce from Dan Markell. There are almost 600 motions, pleadings, and documents in this case detail. I mean, it goes on and on and on. Aside from the emergency custody requests, there are motions to transfer venue, motions and objections to psychological evaluations, motions for child support, alimony, educational evaluations, holiday schedules, protective orders, and for romantic partners. Once Jennifer had moved out, Fotis moved Mistress Michelle and her daughter right on into the family home that he had shared with his wife and children. Now, as if we haven't been through enough court filings, messy Mistress Michelle is mentioned in motions. The court documents say that when Jennifer told Fotis that she was leaving him, he, quote, informed me that our children and I will continue to reside in the marital home every weekend and during the summer so that we all, his paramour and her daughter included, would be together, end quote. Now, I'm no family and relationship expert, but telling that your wife that you're going to force her and your kids to be in a home with your mistress and her kids doesn't seem like the recipe for one big happy family. But the court apparently agreed with me on this one, even though I'm not an expert, and in a later court order wrote, quote, in view of the close bond among all 5 children, the court finds it highly likely that all 5 of the children have been adversely impacted by the breakdown of their parents' marriage, the defendant's relationship with Troconis, and the pressure that the defendant has placed on them to lie, end quote. Now, it sounds like old Fotis had his hands full trying to juggle a wife, 5 children, a mistress, her daughter, divorce, and custody battles. But it doesn't end there. Jennifer's father, Hilliard Farber, had died in 2017. Now, remember I said that he's a well-known philanthropist and banker, and he owned his own brokerage firm. His wife, Jennifer's mom, Gloria Farber, was also in court battles with Fotis. Like I mentioned earlier, Jennifer's parents helped finance Fotis' company by fronting the money to build the spec homes that he would then pay them when they sold. Now, one lawsuit claims that Fotis didn't pay back this money, and another lawsuit said that he also didn't pay back the money that he and Jennifer used to purchase their home in Farmington. So I wonder if he told the messy mistress, Michelle, that he never paid back Jennifer's parents for the house that he moved her into. So Fotis filed a response arguing that any money given to him by Hilliard Farber was a gift, not a loan. But I pulled the court docs, and it's plain as day that he's lying again. Shocker. A revised complaint was filed by Gloria's attorneys stating that Fotis had borrowed $2.3 million from a bank to buy his home in Farmington that he was supposed to make payments on. Jennifer's parents were going to put up the security for the loan. He defaulted, and he failed to make payments on the loan, which cost Gloria the collateral. In yet another lawsuit, Gloria, along with her husband's estate, are suing Fotis and his company because she says that Hilliard loaned money to Fotis for his company dating all the way back to 2004 and for the purchase of these properties that they say he still owes somewhere between $1 million to $1.5 million on this loan. Now, again, Fotis says that was all a gift. So everything is kind of boiling over at this point. Fotis is going through bitter custody battles, and he's been denied custody and has yet again been denied unsupervised visits. The divorce proceedings continue with no end in sight, and he's having all kinds of issues there because he's hiding company values and falsifying information. He's being sued for a ton of money by his soon-to-be former mother-in-law for what he owes them, and bank records show that he was getting cash advances and checks that were made out to him and Jennifer, but only he was signing them and depositing them in the account. His debt was increasing significantly, somewhere around $7 million, and he was defaulting on loans. So Fotis ain't doing so hot. So that brings us to May 24th, the Friday before Memorial Day. Jennifer had a busy day ahead. The plan was to get the kids ready and drop them off at New Canaan Country School, less than a mile away, go home, get ready, and head to New York City for a doctor's appointment at 11, another one at 1, and the appointment for the kids at 4:40 p.m. at the orthodontist. So Jennifer drops the kids off. She's seen on the neighbor's cameras arriving back home about 8:05, pulls in the driveway, goes in the garage, and is never seen alive again. So Jennifer's longtime nanny and friend Lauren told police that she showed up at the house about 11:30, but Jennifer wasn't home. She noticed that the Range Rover that Jennifer usually drove to the city was still in the house and the Suburban was missing. Now, she knows her friend well enough to know that she isn't going to drive a big Suburban into the city for doctor's appointments. It's too big, too hard to park. It's going to be too hard to navigate down the narrow streets. She's just not going to take that. So Lauren also noticed that Jennifer's handbag was on the floor in between the mudroom and the kitchen. And she saw there was an unopened granola bar and a mug of tea on the kitchen counter. Also, the mudroom door, she said, was unlocked, and she noticed that only 2 rolls of paper towels were in the pantry. That was weird because she knows that the night before they had bought a 12-pack. She wasn't too alarmed yet. She said that she washed the mug, she went and picked the kids up from school since they were let out early for the holiday weekend, and then she went and made them lunch. Now, after a while, Lauren starts to get concerned because Jennifer isn't answering her text, and she missed the orthodontist appointment that was scheduled for the kids, which was really unlike her. She began to contact Jennifer's friends and family, and nobody had heard from her. Around 7 o'clock, Lauren and Jennifer's friend Laurel reported her missing, telling police that she was going through a divorce with a man who has threatened her in the past and owns a gun. So after receiving the missing persons report, a search begins, and they find Jennifer's missing Suburban pretty quickly, right around 7 p.m. near Wavenley Park, about 3 miles away. The running lights were on, the transmission was left in reverse, and there was nobody in or around the car, but they did see stain spatter on the passenger side of the interior. Now, Wavenley Park is pretty huge, so it's about 300 acres, and they fan out, they begin canvassing the area, talking to people, stopping joggers, stopping cars. They have K9 units, the whole thing. But nobody saw anything, and there are no cameras in the park at this point. So detectives go to Jennifer's rental home to see what they can find, and this is where things took a very dark turn. They noticed a blood-like substance in the garage. It looked like blood spatter on the door, the floor of the garage, and the exterior of the car that was left in the garage, and on the faucet in the house. Now, presumptive blood test results were positive for the presence of blood, and of course they took samples to check the DNA, but that doesn't come back right away. Later that night, Jennifer's friend Laurel spoke to Fotis, and she said that he never asked about Jennifer or how she had been the day before or anything like that. She said that he did tell her that the next morning they had an appointment scheduled with the kids for him to have a visitation, and that she needed to make sure that she was up early enough to leave New York City, where the kids were staying with Jennifer's mom, to bring them there so that she's not late, and that this visitation still needs to happen. The following afternoon, Fotis arrives at New Canaan Police Department. He shows up about 3 hours later than he was scheduled, but at least he shows up. The officers that he met with asked about his attorney, who Fotis tells them is outside on the phone. Now, as they're talking, Fotis starts patting his pockets and muttering, "Where's my phone?" And about that time, his attorney walks in and tells police that Fotis won't be doing any interviews, that they were leaving. Now, obviously, this is his wife and the mother of his children that's missing, so they expected him to want to help in locating her. So this kind of surprised them. As the four are going kind of back and forth about all of this, Fotis's attorney hands Fotis the phone that he had been holding, at which point one of the detectives asks Fotis, "Is that your phone?" He confirms that it is, and the detective asks to see it. Fotis handed it over. There seemed to be no hesitation, and he gave him the passcode when he asked. It was 0000, very original. And then the detective immediately put the phone in airplane mode. Now, airplane mode prevents anyone from being able to access the phone or change or delete anything remotely since it's no longer available on the network. Fotis's attorney didn't seem pleased about this, but the detectives told them that they were basically just securing the phone and they would be getting a search and seizure warrant. This seems to agitate Fotis and his attorney, who tells them that they have no grounds to seize it without a warrant, but the detectives let them know that they're basically just securing it now and they are getting the warrant. And when it comes through, that way they'll have the phone and it'll be secured with airplane mode. Now, Fotis's attorney says that he needs a moment to speak to his client, at which point they just leave the lobby. Now, the following day, May 26th, a forensic examination of Fotis's phone shows his location being in the area of Albany Avenue in Hartford around 7 p.m. on the 24th. This is about the time that Jennifer was reported missing. Also on this day, Fotis continued to text Laurel starting at 5:39 in the morning, asking about any news and bringing the kids for a visitation. The next day, he continued his text and he started asking about the kids and if they were all together in the city with Jennifer's mom. He actually even showed up at Jennifer's mom's apartment and demanded entry, but he was denied by the doorman who already had been warned about the ongoing family court issues. Now, Fotis at this point actually called the police and said that the kids had been abducted and he was demanding to see them. The police were able to verify that he was prevented by court order from visiting them unsupervised, so he was told to leave the property immediately. Jennifer's friend Carrie actually even filed a domestic violence report about this whole incident. He texted her again the next day telling her to send him updates every 3 hours of the children, but he still didn't ask anything about Jennifer. Now, I don't know how many of you have seen the show See No Evil. It's a great show, but it's incredibly interesting because it shows how they solve cases using CCTV and video footage. Some of it is wild, y'all. I even saw an episode where they solved a murder based on a camera picking up a reflection in a window that you could barely see. It's amazing what's caught on camera in public these days. The rest of the investigation would make a great episode of that show because CCTV did a great job at following the movements of Fotis and Mistress Michelle after Jennifer's bloody disappearance. Now, detectives used Fotis' cell phone location data to find out the general areas that he was in that day and that evening, and they found a route along the way in Hartford that it's Albany Avenue in Hartford. And on May 27th, detectives began to video canvass the area along Albany Avenue, and they see the Ford Raptor truck that was listed as a registered vehicle to Fotis' company. Now, they contact on May 30th Capital City Command Center, which uses a comprehensive surveillance system that was developed to help tie all of the crime-busting technology systems together in order to expedite the flow of information to first responders. So it includes license plate readers and high-definition security cameras from around the city, even from private businesses and residences, and they have shot spotter systems and even monitoring social media for inflammatory language to head off threats and all that stuff. So it's crazy how much they do, but buddy, it works. So they find the footage of Fotis in his truck driving along Albany Avenue in Hartford, making multiple stops along the way. Between 7:30 and 7:50 p.m., he can be seen stopping at multiple trash bins along the way, getting out and placing black trash bags and other items, including the missing rear cargo liner from Jennifer's Suburban and a camping pillow that was listed by Jennifer's friend as missing from the garage. The camera angles show toward the end of his trip that the trash bags have all now been emptied from the back of his truck. In one camera shot, they see Mistress Michelle leaning out of the passenger seat and reaching down to the sidewalk. So with the help of the fast information from the command center, police are able to recover a lot of what was still in the bins, and they also went to the dump where the other bins had already been disposed of. Among what was recovered were blood-stained cleaning items, sponges, used zip ties with human blood, 2 ponchos covered in Jennifer's blood, and clothing in Jennifer's size. Now, these things were all tested, and the DNA did match Jennifer Dulos. Also, a black garden glove having Fotis' DNA inside of it. There was also pieces of black bag with duct tape that had his fingerprints on it. His DNA was present on a swabbing of a bag opening and a separate bag portion. Also present was Michelle Troconis' DNA on 2 plastic garbage bags that were taped together and the swabbing of the bag opening and the separate bag portion. So obviously, the victim's blood and the 2 suspects' DNA. Not a good look. So the forensic results also come back for the items inside the house that were tested. Some of it is no surprise. The blood-like substance on the hood, the bumper, and the fender of the Range Rover are all belonging to Jennifer. The blood on the garage wall, garage door, and sink cabinet door also matched Jennifer. But the big find here is that the blood on the kitchen sink faucet is a mixture of Jennifer and Fotis. And the DNA gathered from the inside doorknob in the mudroom also belongs to Fotis. So the security footage also showed Fotis putting a white FedEx envelope into a storm drain at the intersection of Albany Avenue and Adams Street. Now they were able to go to the storm drain and recover the envelope, and inside of it found 2 Connecticut license plates that had been altered using blue tape and adhesive in order to change the plate numbers. When they ran the unaltered plate numbers, they came back to a car that had belonged to, of course, Fotis. So police begin to compile all of the information and footage that they have, and they conduct various police interviews, and this is the timeline of what they're able to find. So the day before Jennifer went missing, Fotis took possession of a red Toyota Tacoma that belonged to Powell Gumiani. I'm probably saying that wrong. He was a project manager that had worked for him since 2016. Now, Powell would normally drive his Tacoma to work at Fotis's home office and then take one of the company cars to drive during the day. So this particular morning, however, Fotis had told Powell that he had a meeting with his divorce attorney, and he said, don't bother coming here, just go straight to work. So he had given him the Raptor to drive the night before. Now, Friday morning, the morning of Jennifer's disappearance, footage captures Fotis leaving in the Tacoma at 5:35 a.m., and various cameras catch him on the way toward Jennifer's house, where he then parks near Waveney Park, right by where the Suburban was later found. And cameras also see a person riding a bike in all dark clothing with a hood pulled down to hide their face. Now, this is about 7:30 a.m., and where this biker is spotted is right along the route that it would be for him to bike from the Tacoma to Jennifer's house. The bike is also dark. It's like a dark colored touring bike with the curled ram horn handlebars that are very common in vintage 10-speed bikes, and it just so happens that Fotis has one of those. So at 8:05, Jennifer's Suburban is shown on footage on her road after dropping her kids off at school. Now, the police believe that Fotis had parked the Tacoma, biked to Jennifer's house, waited on her to get home, and it was this point where he basically killed his wife. He used zip ties to bind her, placed her inside of her own Suburban while he cleaned the garage using supplies that he found in the garage and paper towels from the kitchen. The Suburban is seen leaving on the neighbor's camera, and it's about 10:25. So they believe that Fotis was driving and Jennifer was already dead, and that Fotis had put his bike in the back of the Suburban. He got to the Tacoma, moved Jennifer's body over to the Tacoma, and then put the Suburban in reverse and let it go where it was found about 100 feet away. He's then seen going back toward the house. Now, you can see the bike tire in the back of the truck in some of the camera shots too. He returns to the house that they're working on at Mountain Springs Road at 12:22, and that's about the time he calls Michelle. So for the next few hours, surveillance video shows that there's a lot of driving back and forth from the Mountain Spring house toward their house, just a lot of back and forth. And you can see there's Michelle driving the Jeep. Sometimes they're driving the Suburban, sometimes they're driving the Tacoma. There's just a lot of back and forth. So about 2 o'clock, the Jeep with Michelle pulls in, coming from the direction of the house, and then it leaves again going back towards the house about 20 minutes later, and then returns again about 3:55. It's a lot of back and forth. But now at 4:03, Michelle is seen in the Suburban with the rack, the one that he has, leaving the Mountain Spring house where they had been working. 20 minutes later, the Suburban returns, but both Michelle and Fotis's phones show that their location is at home, not at the Mountain Spring house. Now, Powell, during this time, he had gone to Fotis's house, because that's where the home office is, about 4:30, and nobody was there. He called Fotis, but nobody answered. So he looked for the spot where his Tacoma key is usually hidden and kept for him to pick up his own truck, but it wasn't there either. So he then drove to the location at Deercliff Road and then ended up going to the Mountain Spring house, where he said that he finally found Michelle and Fotis. He said that when he pulled up, they looked really shocked to see him. Now, they told him that they were there cleaning, but he did notice that they not only weren't holding any cleaning products, but they didn't have any cleaning products anywhere around them. They were both outside in the driveway near their cars, and there were no cleaning products in the cars in their hands or anywhere around them. So at this point, it's the end of the week. It's a holiday weekend. Powell is ready to just get his Tacoma and go home. He's got plans. He wants to take his dirt bike and he's got all kinds of things to do. But it's not that easy. There's still a lot of back and forth. So right after the last footage, the next footage that we see is Michelle backing out of the driveway in the Jeep, and she stops. Then Fotis pulls to the end of this driveway in the Suburban, and it seems like they're kind of communicating back and forth for about 10 to 15 seconds, and then they drive home. Now, the back and forth still isn't over yet, because at 5:14, Fotis pulls back into the Mountain Spring Road house with Powell as the passenger. Now, according to police, Powell was planning on leaving his Tacoma, but he said that he only had one key. They had the key earlier that was in the passenger door, and now all of a sudden it was gone. So Fotis was like, hey, just take the Raptor for the weekend. No big deal. But like I said, Powell had plans. He wanted his own truck because he was going to be transporting his dirt bike over the holiday weekend. So Fotis calls Michelle and he tells her to return the key to the Tacoma. Now, she is seen bringing them in the Suburban to the Mountain Spring house just minutes later. And then Michelle leaves in the Suburban, followed by Powell in his Tacoma, and then Fotis pulls out in his Raptor. This is all right around 5:30. So Powell and Michelle and Fotis all leave that house about 5:30. Now, it's only about 2 hours later, around 7:30, between 7:30 to 7:50, that footage shows Michelle and Fotis driving along Albany Avenue as they're disposing of all of these trash bags and all of these items. Now, Powell says that over the weekend, he talked to Fotis one time and told him, he would be in on Tuesday because it was a holiday weekend, so they weren't going to be working Monday. He said that when he came in Tuesday, the first thing that Fotis asked him was, where were you on Friday? Now, he had talked to Fotis over the weekend, and Fotis had told him that Jennifer was missing. He thought it was really strange that Fotis was asking him, where were you Friday? Because he said he knew where I was Friday because I was working. He is the one who assigned me where to work. He knew everything that he was doing. Fotis also told Powell that day that police took his phone, and he asked to see Powell's phone because he said that he needed to check to see if he had called him during the early part of Friday. He said that as Fotis looked through his phone, he asked him how he had gotten back to the office on Friday. As he was recalling the events that happened, he said that he brought up to Fotis about Fotis calling Michelle to come bring the Tacoma key back, which at that point, he said that Fotis told him that there was no reason to bring Michelle into it, to leave that part out. He said that he understood that as Fotis telling him, do not tell the police that Michelle had the Tacoma key. Powell said that after that whole conversation, he went to his truck to get a toolbox, and he said that he saw a red pail and a blue hoodie inside of it. He said he didn't recognize the hoodie or the pail, and he just assumed that they were Fotis's. So he said that he brought them in and he left them in the laundry room, and then he went to work for the day. Now, I think it's important to note that there were 3 long interviews that Powell did with the police. Each of them were about 8 hours. On the third one, he brought a defense attorney, and all of the information that I'm about to give you next, I think, is why. So on Wednesday, which is the 29th, Powell said that he went to go get his truck and it wasn't parked where he had left it at Fotis's home, where their office was. He said that he called Fotis, and Fotis was like, oh yeah, I'm coming back with the truck right now from the car wash. When he arrived back, Fotis told him that he should replace the seats or sell the entire truck. Now, there is footage of this car wash situation because they were able to find video footage of this car wash. They actually see Fotis and Michelle taking Powell's Tacoma to Russell Speeder's car wash in Avon to have it detailed. Now, Fotis drives the truck and Michelle follows in the Yukon, and they can be seen on footage around 9 o'clock in the morning. So Fotis walks in, he speaks to somebody in the lobby, and on the detail log sheet, he actually leaves the name blank, but he does put his phone number down for them to contact him when it's ready. So he leaves. He's seen getting into the car with Michelle, and they go to Michelle's attorney's office, Andrew Bowman. The car wash actually calls him about 1:39, and almost an hour later, he picks up the Tacoma and he pays cash, which he was also seen in video surveillance getting out of the bank ATM. The Tacoma was seized by police on June 6th, and Powell tells detectives that the seats that were in there are different than the seats that were in the truck on the 24th. And he provides the seats that were in the truck on that day. And sure enough, Jennifer's blood was on the passenger seat. At some point that week, Fotis calls and tells Powell that the media were at his house and he needed to come get the Tacoma and park it in the garage or take it home. It was like he didn't want the media to see that truck. Now, that Thursday, on the 30th, Fotis told him to go get a replacement seat from a junkyard and pay cash for it. He said he also didn't want him in future phone conversations to use the word seats or refer to them as seats. He said instead he needed to use the code hardware. The next day, Powell said he spent 2 hours at a junkyard with no luck. Fotis called and asked how the, quote, hardware was, and he said that he was working on it. Now, when he got back to the office, he said that Fotis seemed pretty angry that he couldn't find seats, and he said that he seemed so firm about it. So he asked him why it's so important that he replace the seats, but Fotis just said, don't worry about it, nothing happened. He said that he pushed him a little bit more about why he had the truck detailed and why he wants the seats changed. And he said that Fotis finally told him that he went to Jennifer's on Mother's Day. He had given Jennifer a hug and had also held their cat during the visit. So he said that he was worried that one of Jennifer's hairs could be found in the Tacoma. He said he told him to get rid of the seats so that, quote, no one would ever find them, end quote. Powell said that he removed the seats from Fotis's wrecked Porsche, and he ended up putting those in the Tacoma. But he said that he was suspicious, so instead of getting rid of them, he said that he kept them in his garage just in case police ever wanted to take them. Sure enough, during the search of his house, he did offer up the seats without even being prompted. He also was able to identify his truck to police in the surveillance by pointing out certain things, including a handmade plow mount. Now, he also volunteered his cell phone, and it showed some items had been deleted. He says he didn't delete anything, and police noted that Fotis had possession of Powell's phone on that Tuesday after the weekend, and he could have deleted things then. The entire web history had been deleted, and the first available non-deleted day was May 30th, which was the day after Fotis had his phone. Also, searches from April 2nd through May 27th were deleted, but nothing from May 30th forward. So nothing from the time that he got his phone back from Fotis forward. And the call log from May 25th through May 26th at 7:39 p.m. was all deleted as well. There were some other interviews that turned up some interesting stuff too. So apparently Michelle and Fotis had shown up to a barbecue at a pond owned by their friend Hutch Haynes. Now Hutch tells them it might not be appropriate for y'all to be here since Jennifer just went missing. Maybe y'all should head on home. Fotis isn't one to be told what to do though, so he stayed there anyway. Another friend, Dana Hinman, was there and told police that she asked Fotis where Jennifer was. His response was apparently to just talk about the $15,000 in medical bills that she had accrued. Good answer. At one point, Hutch apparently mentioned something about breaking news on his phone that detectives were in Hartford along Albany Avenue finding trash bags possibly related to the case, at which point he said Fotis apparently watched the story on his phone and eventually looked up at Michelle and they sort of locked eyes for a moment. Then he walked away and began making calls, which Hutch said he assumed was to his attorney. On June 1st, Michelle and Fotis were both arrested for tampering with or fabricating physical evidence and hindering prosecution in the first degree. Now, normally this is kind of the part where everything is coming to a close or coming together and the case is solved. In this story, this is just the beginning because all of the craziness really starts after the arrest. There are changing stories, there are alibi notes, there are crazy attorneys with crazy stories, and there is suicide. There's a lot that happens between now and the time that brings us to present day when we're finally getting to trial. I'll have all of that in part 2. I'll have all of that later. Not right now, because we're busy. Did that help? For anybody who hadn't seen it yet? Hi. Hi. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Welcome. We're back. Thank you. I appreciate it. It took forever. It took forever. But that's okay. Because it's worth it. It's worth it to have all the deets, all the facts. I scared the boots off of you. Oh, how? I snuck in this time. I even I opened my camera back up so that y'all could see that I was here. So this time I didn't sneak up on you. There were two of me. Lord help the world if there's ever two of me. But, you know, whatever. But thank y'all. I appreciate it. It made me jump coming back in. I warned y'all. Well, okay, I didn't warn you. I slid in. Undetected. Ish. Kinda. Sorta. Oh well. Good. I'm glad it helped. Third time watching it, it takes a few times for me to digest. Yeah. Powell is the owner of the Tacoma. He was a project manager that worked for Fotis, worked for his company for years. And since, well, at the time that this happened, he had worked for him since 2016. So by the time this happened, he had worked for him about 3 years. But he would drive the Tacoma to like Fotis's house, like the home / office. And when he would go out to whatever projects he was, going to be working on or visiting, he would drive one of the company cars. So either the Suburban that Fotis had or the black Raptor truck. There was times when he drove the Jeep too, but he's supposed to be testifying, and his information is going to be so interesting because the documents on his interview are really interesting. So, yeah, very, very, very crazy stuff. I snuck in like music, like 80s music, man. I love it when he sneaks around on us. I'm just not able to listen. Did I miss a lot of important stuff from this morning? So this morning the day started out with a ton of filings, like a ton of filings. And there were some of them that they addressed this morning, some of them they didn't, but anything from like sequestering the witnesses to trying to get every single bit of potential evidence thrown out. So there was a lot of that this morning. The did you see we did an RA raid yesterday so we could get it could mail to 200K? It was fun. No, I didn't see that. That's cool. That's awesome. 200K is a big deal. It's a big deal. What else did we miss this morning? So the first witness was the one of the first officers that arrived, and we got to see the body cam from him doing the search around the house, looking for everything. And on that body cam, we saw a bloody footprint in the garage, and we saw pieces of video where it had like blood on the garage floor, and you could tell it was, he had attempted to clean it up, but it wasn't cleaned up. So we saw that. What else did we see? We saw where her Suburban, because they both had black Suburbans, which gets confusing, but we saw where her Suburban was parked, and and looked at that in, oh, let's pull that back up while we're waiting. I probably have cabbage in my teeth. Eating lunch. Okay, so y'all know I love a field trip. So I pulled it up, and this is where the I don't know why I'm struggling here. This is where that overpass that he was talking about. So this is Lapham Road. And Robert McNamara, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we've just had opening statements for the prosecution from Brandi. Basically. Hey, 80s. But this is Lapham Road. This is the overpass they were talking about. So when he was saying, you know, doesn't it have like elevated land right there by it? This is, I guess, what he's referring to, because it is a little bit elevated right there. Now, as you're driving through here, see, these are where those little, they have all these little areas on the sides where you can pull over and park. So that's where, see, like that. So that's where they found her car. Gosh, these pictures haven't been taken since August of 2017. That's kind of crazy. What time is it in Connecticut? It's 12:57 my time, so that means 1:57 in Connecticut. So they should be coming back any minute. But I think that see how these are parked right here? Now, them pointing out, you know, that there's traffic and, or not necessarily traffic, but people driving anyway. People driving up and down there. I think him bringing that up is kind of an attempt to point. I mean, it's important to point that out. If I were a defense attorney, I would do it too. Because the idea is, okay, if he was, you know, transferring a body from one car to another, you know, would he be able to do it on this road? I have questions, though. I have questions. Because I'm very curious to find out what happens and what we hear. Because, and what comes out in trial. Because there are still questions that I don't have answers to. I know that Kent, let me put up our people. These are our people. I know that Kent had enough evidence against him for them to charge him as well. We haven't seen everything against him. Like, you know, a lot of stuff doesn't come out until trial. They're not going to release stuff. That's not what they do. But we only get to see bits and pieces of it, you know. But I'm curious to see what all they have against him, especially because there were 2 license plates that were altered to be different numbers. And I feel like one of them was on the Suburban that Fotis owns. And then the other one he used on the Tacoma. And I feel like Kent could have had, let me rephrase. I feel like he could have had something to do with that, with the transferring the body. There's some time gaps. If y'all watched my video from this morning that I put out, there's some time gaps. And those time gaps are really important because we don't know what they were doing during that time. Of course, they're going to have more information that, again, wasn't in the arrest warrants or the search warrant paperwork, but we'll be able to fill in some blanks then. But I'll be really curious to see, you know, what's being said. Plus, on his way home, if you watched my video this morning, on his way home, he drove on a more, like a busier street on the way home, you know, instead of necessarily like just the back roads or the less crowded road, I should say. So I'm curious to see what all comes out and what we hear. I want to hear more about Kent's involvement. That part is really interesting to me. And try to figure out exactly how it worked with him. All that car swapping. All that back and forth. There's something to that. And you know, obviously that was right after it happened. So I'll be curious to hear more about that. What is very sad, they might never find Jennifer's body. That is one of the things that infuriates me, because I feel like that's what should have been on his, I said this the other day too, that's what should have been on his suicide note. Is where the body is. But who knows? I was about to ask about Kent Mulhaney. Yeah, I'm really interested to see what other information comes out about him. But y'all, I mean, look at this. And this is why it takes so long. This is, I said 140, or 400, yeah, 467. This is the search warrants, paperwork stuff, 467 pages. And that's not even and each of the arrest warrants were each like 35-ish pages each. Like that's a lot. So it's a lot of information. It's a lot of stuff. The thing is, it's a complicated trial because there's no body that was ever found. With no body being recovered, that throws a lot of wrenches into the whole situation. Nurse for God says, do you think Michelle knows where Jennifer's body is? I do. If there's as much information on her as they say there is, because obviously we know that she was involved in the cover-up afterwards, and her story changed so much with all of the interrogation or questioning or whatever. She changed her story up a lot. Like they'd be like, that's not true. We have, information that says otherwise. And then she'd be like, oh, okay. Well, what I meant was, and she would change her story, multiple times, sometimes mid-story. So Cajun says, wasn't there a grave with Lime, but Lime went missing? They found that grave on the hunting club property that is owned by Kent. And the hunters that found it didn't really think, too much about it, I guess, when it happened. Like, it had a tarp and then 2 bags of the lime. But they, when Jennifer went missing and then, they start seeing all this stuff in the news, and they kind of realize that Kent is, connected to Fotis and to Jennifer's, disappearance. Like, since they realize like the whole thing is connected, that's when they contact police to come out there and look. But when police came out there and looked, they did bring the cadaver dogs, and the dogs didn't hit on anything. So it didn't look like there had ever actually been a body anywhere out there on the property. Do they really have their stories written down like the movie shows they did? Yes, they did. They found, they call it the suicide or the alibi notes or whatever. But yeah, that part is true. They have, they went to do a search of the house, and they found in the trash can of the office at their home, they found the one that's above the garage for the Forge company. Fake Forge, not Fake Forge. But anyway, they went and found in the trash can, It was 2 pages of handwritten notes, and there's some of Michelle's writing and some of Fotis's writing, and everything is like hour by hour their alibis. And they had not only handwritten them on those 2 pages, but there were also 2 photocopies that were made that were found inside of a briefcase, which is kind of crazy. Crazy. Marla says, then she knows much more than she's saying she does. Yeah. 4. I had fake Forge on my mind. Fake Forge. 4 group. Pineapple definitely belongs on pizza. Mods, block her. I'm just joking. Is Kent the next witness? I don't know. I don't know if... Okay, so I've heard different things about Kent. I've heard that, he pled not guilty in his own trial. I have heard that he has turned state witness in order to get himself out of trouble and was given information to the police. But I have not been able to verify any of that. So if that's true, I would be that would be the most interesting, because he's going to know the most information about it. But I don't know. But even a couple, I think I haven't seen the witness list in recently, but I believe a couple of the kids are on the list as well.
Opening back session. Honorable Judge Brandi presiding.
Good afternoon. Please be seated. Thank you. And Sergeant Romano is resuming the stand, and we can bring the jury out.
Bring the jury. I hear them whispering. All right, so back on the stand is retired Sergeant Scott Romano. Oh, let me unpin this. Lunch. Bring the jury.
Would counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Sergeant Romano.
Good afternoon.
I think we left off before the break discussing, the state was asking you questions with respect to 54 wells. Do you recall those line of questioning?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified before the break as well about obtaining video surveillance from that residence.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. How many camera angles did you, or how many cameras themselves did you obtain from that residence?
2.
Could you briefly, what were their names?
It was camera 3 and camera 7.
What area did camera 3 cover?
That covered the garage area looking south from the house.
Did it encompass any area of the road?
Yes, it did. It picked up a partial section of Wells Lane.
And camera 7?
Camera 7 was mounted on the front of the house, and that picked up Wells Lane as it passed in front of the residence.
The road that both camera 3 and camera 7 picked up, was that the same road?
Yes.
Okay, and is that Wells Lane?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If I may just have one moment, Your Honor, counsel.
Yep.
Okay. At this point, Your Honor, the state is going to play States 3. So I'm going to ask you to direct your attention
And
to
State 3 has been admitted as a full exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So these are the cameras that they found from the camera footage they found from the
By the way,
neighbor's
sir,
house.
on 54 Wells, for camera 3, about how many hours did the New Canaan Police Department or yourself download for that time or that camera?
We downloaded approximately 24 hours worth of video, one whole day.
Okay. And with respect to camera 7?
The same amount.
What was there anything of evidentiary value on those 24 hours?
There was.
About what time period?
The first item that we noticed was at approximately 7:58 hours, 7:58 a.m.
If I can, I'm going to direct your attention to the screen behind you. Upon the state's 3, I'm going to, for the record, Your Honor, play what is titled Cam 3 75800-75930. Just going to stop it real quick. Sir, if you wouldn't mind just explaining what is depicted on that screen.
So this is the driveway in front of the garage at 54 Wells Lane. It's looking effectively south, and what you'll see in the top right of the screen is actually Wells Lane as it travels past the residence.
If you wouldn't mind, please, if you can stand up and approach and just point out that area on that screen.
Sure. So this being the driveway area, at the very top is where Wells Lane passes that residence.
Okay. And with respect to the numbers on the upper left hand, what is that?
That is the date and timestamp from the actual DVR unit or the unit, the system itself, that puts on the video.
Was that timestamp accurate?
Yes, it was.
And you can have a seat, sir. I'm going to hit play.
All right, so this first one should be her taking the kids to school.
Sir, I'm going to, well, let me ask you this. Does that vehicle that passes appear on another screen?
It does. It also shows on camera 7 during the same time frame.
State's going to play States 3, Cam 7 _ 758-75830. And same questions, I paused it right at the beginning. If you can, sir, just explain what we're looking at right here.
So this is the front of the residence at 54 Wells Lane, the driveway, and then in the background is Wells Lane as it passes in front of the residence.
And the numbers on the top, please.
That is the date and time that the video was recorded.
Okay. I'm going to hit play. Actually, if I can, I am going to pause it and bring it. And I pause it at this clip. It states 19 seconds. So did you watch this video on May 20th? Would it be the 24th or the 25th?
It was probably the 25th and beyond.
Okay. How did you identify this as the vehicle?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is, well, it's characterization. The exhibit speaks for itself.
Well, in this court's view, the exhibit does not speak for itself. There's more than one black Chevy Suburban. The testimony elicited has to do with how this officer determined which black Chevy Suburban it was overruled.
If you can answer, sir, please.
So We had previously located Jennifer Dulos' vehicle, so we knew exactly what it looked like. And as we reviewed the video, when we found this, it matched up with a vehicle that we had previously impounded. Therefore, we knew it was her vehicle leaving her residence.
Now, is this the same vehicle? I'm sorry. Is this the same vehicle that you had spent the preceding night standing by?
Yes, it is.
And is there anything distinctive about that vehicle?
The wheels matched up on it, and there are also stickers on both rear quarter panels, passenger and driver side. Those decals matched up with the ones that were on her vehicle that we had impounded.
And is that what drew your attention to this, segment?
Yes, that it had exited from the same vicinity that you could see in camera 3 was the same vicinity her driveway exited to Wells Lane. In addition, looking at the wheels and the sticker that's on the rear corner there, it matched up with the vehicle that we had impounded.
Thank you. Now, sir, did you see that vehicle on those cameras again?
Yes, we did. At approximately 8:05 a.m., it came back the opposite direction.
I'm going to play states 3 cam 7_805-80540. Sir, if you can just direct your attention to the screen behind you again, please. And again, I'm going to pause it briefly. What does this depict?
This is again camera 7, which is depicting the front of 54 Wells Lane and Wells Lane itself as it travels past the residence.
And the timestamp?
The date and the time, which again is 8:05 hours.
And just to be clear, is this the same camera that we just saw on the other camera 7 clip?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
That school that the kids were in is not far from where she was. Where she lived, I should say. Oh, they're drilling.
If I can, I'm actually going to pause it and bring it back. And the same question, sir. How did you identify this clip as its evidentiary value?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled.
So the vehicle, again, matched the vehicle that we had previously impounded. The wheels matched up exactly, and so did the sticker that can be just seen on the left rear quarter there.
Can you see that sticker on the screen at this point? I believe I stopped it or paused it at 24 seconds on the clip.
Yes, I can.
If you wouldn't mind, sir, could you please get up and point to it?
So if you look at the rear of the vehicle, right down in this corner, there's a white sticker that's there just behind the gas fill cap.
Okay. And I'm sorry if I can, states 3 cam 3_805-806. Sir, please take a look behind you. And I'm just going to stop it at 45 seconds. Sir, is that the same time, or is the timestamp the same?
Yes, it is.
And is this the camera 3, I believe, is that the same camera that we saw previously?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, after 8:05 that morning, did you continue to watch these cameras?
Yes, we did.
And do you see that vehicle appear at another time?
Yes, I did, at approximately 10:25 a.m.
Is that depicted on camera 3 or camera 7?
Should be depicted on both.
Okay. If I can, states 3 cam 3_1025 to 102530. And I'm just going to pause it briefly, sir. Again, the numbers on the top upper left-hand corner.
That is the date and time the video was recorded.
And the timestamp, please.
10:25 and 6 seconds.
Thank you. I'm actually going to stop that and play states 3 cam 7_1025 to 102530.
So this is the time when they believe that Fotis is driving
camera
it.
7 that we have seen previously?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the timestamp?
That is the same at 10:25 and 2 seconds.
Thank you. And I'll stop it at 20 seconds, Your Honor. Sir, how did you know that that was of evidentiary value to you?
We were looking for anything depicting vehicle movement, of Jennifer's vehicle moving, and the fact that that was leaving the residence again was of interest to us.
Do you see that vehicle appear on those cameras again?
We did not.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is John Schoen. I represent Troconis. I just have a few questions. You're watching, how many hours of video did you watch yourself from the neighbor?
In total, it was 48 hours, 24 hours from each camera 3 and camera 7.
And did you see, starting when?
Starting at midnight on the 24th of May.
Did you see any other vehicles coming and going that other than the Suburban that we just watched?
Yes.
Did you capture any of those pictures as being of any evidentiary value?
We did not. Initially, we noted them, but as the investigation went forward, they were determined to be neighbors' vehicles or visiting vehicles that had nothing to do with the case itself.
And you mentioned that there was something about the hubcaps on this particular, the wheel covers on this particular Suburban that were unique or stood out. Can you tell us what that was? I'm just curious.
They weren't unique, but they matched up with the vehicle that we had already impounded.
Do you know how many different styles of hubcaps or wheel covers there are for Chevy Suburbans?
Not offhand, I do not.
So it was the sticker that you're referring to that we see in the back panel on some of the video clips, right?
That was a piece of it, yes.
Without that, it would be like any other Chevy Suburban from around that year, right?
It's feasible, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, you may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the state will call Kelly Coughlin.
Moving right along. Kelly Coughlin.
Let me just switch the clerk while
Hi, Cheryl Crawford. Cheryl Crawford's lurking. Everybody say hi. Hi, Cheryl. So that time gap, that 8:05, when she's getting back from dropping the kids off until that 10:25 when the Suburban leaves again, that's that time gap that, of course they say that's when she was killed and when he attempted to clean everything up and all that, and then drove back to where the Tacoma was parked.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Kelly Coughlin, Kelly. Coughlin is Coughlin.
You may be seated.
And your affiliation?
Police officer, Town of New Canaan.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer Coughlin. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I am good. You work for the New Canaan Police Department?
Yes.
What is your current rank?
Officer.
Okay. How long have you worked for New Canaan PD?
8 years.
Okay. Do you work in a particular division or department of New Canaan?
I'm a patrol officer.
Okay. Do you have a specific assignment?
No, just general patrol.
With respect to being a New Canaan police officer, patrol officer, if you will, do you have a specific training and experience as part of that?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe some of your training as a New Canaan police officer?
I received 6 months of training at the Connecticut State Police Academy prior to working in New Canaan. Then we go through a field training program for approximately 10 weeks before being a certified officer on our own in patrol.
And with respect to, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
In what way?
I'm the school liaison officer there.
And what does that mean?
School liaison officer is a police officer with our department who is a form of communication or a line of communication with the administration at the school and somebody who visits with staff and students regularly.
With respect to, how long have you been a liaison officer with New Canaan Country Day School?
Since 2018.
What exactly is New Canaan Country Day School?
It's a private school in New Canaan that has students from pre-K through 9th grade.
How big is it?
I'm not sure exactly.
Okay. Is it one building or more than one?
It's a campus with multiple buildings.
Okay. If I can, Your Honor, states 5, I believe there's no objection. If that's correct?
That's correct.
Thank
States
you.
5 admitted as a full exhibit.
Officer Coughlin, I'm going to draw your attention to the TV screen behind you if I can. By the way, are you familiar with the area around New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
And there's only one photograph on States 5, Your Honor, just for the record. I'm going to show that here. Officer Coughlin, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
What is it?
The campus of New Canaan Country School and the surrounding area.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind, Your Honor, may I ask her to step up to the screen? Would you mind, please? Thank you. With respect to New Canaan Country School, could you identify it on screen, please?
Yes, here.
Okay. Is it that area, or how many buildings does it encompass?
It encompasses the buildings up here, the fields to the side, and the buildings here up until Frogtown Road.
Okay. So what is the road on? I guess it is kind of going from top to bottom. I don't know if that's north or south. Perhaps you can describe that for me.
This road here runs north and south through New Canaan. It's called Conus Ridge Road.
And the road that kind of goes across the middle but up the side, what is that?
This road goes east to west. It's Frogtown Road.
Is Wells Lane depicted on that photograph as well?
Yes.
And could you please point that out as well?
Wells Lane runs here.
Okay. And particularly, do you know where 69 Wells Lane is?
Yes.
Could you please point that out? And for the record, you're pointing to the middle, center, right, I guess. Thank you. Now, are you at some point, you can have a seat, ma'am, thank you. At some point I'm going to draw your attention to May 2019. At some point, did you review video surveillance from New Canaan Country Day School?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your assignment with respect to that?
I was reviewing multiple sets of videos that came into the police department in reference to the investigation from different houses, schools, different locations.
When you say investigation, what are we talking about?
the missing person investigation for Jennifer Dulos.
So was New Canaan Country Day School one of the videos that you were reviewing?
Yes.
During that time period? Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value on that video?
Yes.
What did you find?
Jennifer's vehicle was on the New Canaan Country School campus on the morning that she was last seen of May 24th, 2019.
Do you recall what time?
8:03 a.m.
And with respect to is that depicted on a camera footage, by the way?
Yes.
Where is that? Well, let me just, why don't I show you? I may have a moment, Your Honor, just State 6, I believe there's no objection to it being a full exhibit, Your Honor. Is that correct? The video, the clips.
No objection.
Thank you.
Stage 6 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
They're doing something in the condo under me, so I keep having to mute my microphone.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there, playing State 6. If you could just take a look behind you, do you recognize what's depicted on that screen?
Yes.
Okay. Going to hit play. Officer Coughlin, was that the video that you identified? Or
Yes.
a clip of the video that you identified?
Yes.
Okay, if I can have 1 second, and I'm going to pause it and ask you a question. Okay. Officer Coughlin, if you can go up to the screen again, and I know it's small, but in the upper left-hand corner, let's see if I can't scroll in, there is some writing on the top. Can you see that?
Upper left-hand corner?
Yes. What is that writing?
2019-0524, referring to the date of May 24th, 2019, 8:03 and 44 seconds a.m. MS North, JD video.
With respect to the 8:03 time period, or I apologize, I'll strike that. With respect to the 8:03, what did that mean?
8:03 was the time that this camera captured the vehicle passing through Country School campus.
Thank you. You can have a seat. Officer Coughlin, had you let me ask you a question. On May 24th of 2019, did you respond at all to Lapham Road that night?
No.
Did you review or see in person the Chevy Suburban that was found on Lapham Road?
No.
Okay, so when you reviewed this footage, how did you identify that vehicle?
I viewed photographs of that vehicle, which were taken when it was recovered on Lapham Road and later processed.
And did you utilize those photographs in your review of the video surveillance?
Yes.
Now, actually, if I may have 1 moment, I just have to change it out. And I have a few more questions. I'm going to put back in States 5. And draw your attention back to the screen behind you, if I can.
Lauren's happy anniversary.
Okay. Just to close it up here, that video screen that we saw in States, I guess, 6, where was that, if you could, is the camera that video came from depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
Could you please stand up and point to where that video or that angle was?
Here.
Okay. What is that white building?
That's the middle school on the campus of New Canaan Country School.
Okay. And is that a one-way, or if you can just describe it, please?
The way in which Jennifer's vehicle was seen traveling out is a one-way exit out of the main portion of campus and goes towards Ponus Ridge Road.
What time does New Canaan Country Day School start in the morning?
Typically there's different start times based on grade level, but typically between 8:15 and 8:30.
Is there a time for drop-off, or that the school is open for drop-off of the children that go there?
Typically between 7:45 and 8:30.
Okay. Thank you. You can have a seat. Now, with respect to when you found or saw this vehicle on the video, did you share that information with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you share that with?
The other officers in the detective bureau who were working on the case.
Okay. And who were they?
There were numerous members from the New Canaan Police Department and the Connecticut State Police.
Okay. If I may just have one moment. No, I have nothing further. Thank you, Officer Coughlin.
Thank you. Cross-examination, please.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
I just have a couple of questions for you. Was this particular camera that you just showed us the video from a continuous running, or was it motion active?
Continuous running.
And how long a period of time did you watch?
I don't recall the exact time frame, but it was a short period of time.
Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer. You may stand.
Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor, the state. Oh, if I may, I'm sorry, Officer Coughlin. You don't have to move, but just for the record, Officer Coughlin will be recalled. She's still under subpoena. The state intends to recall her for other parts of the trial and testify about other things. I did inform counsel of that as well. So
Great,
she's still under subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I believe Corey Clabby will be coming next, Your Honor. If I may just approach the floor.
So the black SUV, Laura says who's supposed to be driving the black SUV. So Jennifer's driving it at the 7:58, 8:03, and 8:05 time frame where she's captured on video. The 10:25 videos, that's Fotis driving it with, according to the state, that's Fotis driving it with Jennifer deceased in the car.
If you could please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or solemnly and sincerely affirm, as the case may be, that the evidence you shall give concerning this case shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or upon penalty of perjury?
I do.
Please state your name and spell it for the record.
First name's Corey, C-O-R-E-Y. Last name is Clabby, C-L-A. B as in boy, B as in boy, Y.
Thank you, and your affiliation?
I'm with the Connecticut State Police Major Crime Squad, Western District.
Thank you.
Detective, you may be seated.
Thank you, sir.
Detective Clabby, how are you?
Very good. How are you?
Good. You work for the Connecticut State Police?
I do.
Okay. How long have you been with the Connecticut State Police?
Since May 7th of 2010.
And do you work for a particular division or department within the Connecticut State Police?
Presently with the Western District Major Crime Squad out of Troop G in Bridgeport.
If you could walk me through a little bit, you said Western District Major Crimes.
Correct.
How many districts are there?
So the state's broken up into 3 districts. There's Western, Central, and Eastern District.
And with respect to Western District Major Crimes, what, I guess, troops would it be that does it cover?
Each district has several troops within, and within each troop there's a group of major crime detectives who work out of that troop.
With Western District Major Crimes, what towns do those troops cover?
Well, it would depend on the troop coverage area. So for Troop G, we cover a massive area, mostly like Fairfield, New Haven County. So we either cover those towns directly, or we cover like the state facilities, highways, so on and so forth. So it depends. If there's a local PD, so for example, in this case, New Canaan, they may utilize us for assistance, and we'll come out to assist them. But other than that, we just cover mostly like state facilities or jurisdictions.
Where is Western District Major Crimes headquarters?
It's in Litchfield.
Okay, if you cover Bridgeport, Fairfield, down to New Haven, how do you get up to Litchfield as the headquarters?
Basically, you would take Route 8, Route 25, and just keep going up to Litchfield.
That was a very bad question. I guess my question is really, how is your headquarters in Litchfield if you encompass a town area that is down at the
Okay, so basically there's a command structure throughout the agency. So in the Western District, the headquarters, the command staff is located out of Litchfield. So the detectives themselves, we branch out to the local troops. For me, Troop G, we have detectives Troop A, Troop B, and Troop L.
Okay. And Troop A, B, L, and G would encompass Western District?
Correct.
Okay. When it gets to, and you're a detective?
Correct.
Okay. Is there also a crime scene unit?
Yeah, so within each major crime squad, and there's 3 throughout each per district, there is a crime van, and they basically handle scene evidence, video, photography of the scene, handling the evidence, maintaining the evidence, seizing the evidence, and so on.
And the van would fall under Western District Major Crimes, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so where were you in relation to Western District Major Crimes? If you could just explain the structure a little bit.
So at the time of this incident, and still presently, I'm assigned to Troop G. So my office that I report to is in Bridgeport at Troop G.
Is that in the crime scene van area, or is that an investigation?
The van is located in Litchfield, where the headquarters is for the district, and they would respond from there, and it's kind of where they get their orders from.
What are the other districts, that cover Connecticut?
So the other districts would be Central District, which is basically the middle of the state. If you look at a map, top to bottom, and then out east would be Eastern District, and they'd be on the other side of the state. So.
And if, by the way, if I use the terminology van, what do I mean by that?
So it's the crime van. So it's basically each district has a van. Within that van is equipment, and there's people that are assigned to that. There's several detectives, and their job, and a sergeant, is they operate within that van. Everything they do to process the crime scene is located within that van.
How many vans and crime scene units are there in each district? Western District, Central District, and Eastern District.
There's one van per district.
Okay, so there's only 3 essential vans that cover the state police.
Correct.
For major crimes. Okay.
Correct.
In May of 2019, where were you?
I was where I am now, working in Troop G.
And did you happen to respond? Actually, before I go to that, can you just briefly explain to the jury a little bit about your training and experience as a state trooper?
Okay, so we go to a state police academy, which is in Meriden. It's a 7-month academy. It's kind of fast and furious, physical. There's a lot of academics. There's a lot of training on investigations, equipment you utilize, basically everything you utilize. Crime investigation, motor vehicle investigation, tactics to kind of de-escalate situations, basically everything you need to know to do the job.
And how did you get to a detective with major crimes?
So that's a tested position that you have to apply for, interview for. You have to supply work that you've done, case work, whether it be search warrants, arrest warrants, and you go through an interview process, and it's a rank system. And if you rank and do well, and there's a position for you, you get the offer, you accept. So
in May of 2024, specifically, so I'm going to draw your attention to May 24th, 2019. Did you have occasion to respond to 69 Wells that day?
Yes.
In what capacity?
So Sergeant Bisson was patrolling the van on that night. He called me and informed me that they were going to be going out to a scene in New Canaan at 69 Wells for the report of a missing person. It was believed to be a large residence, and he wanted some extra help to handle the scene. At the time, I was considered an alternate on the van, so if they needed manpower, I would go with them and assist them in processing the scenes. So he asked for me to go, and I said yes.
As a, alternate on the van, do you have to have any specific training or anything to have that position?
It's the same training you have, you're taught by the people you work with. And
would you only be an alternate, if you were in that Western District Major Crime
Correct.
Squad? Okay. With respect to 69 Wells, who was your sergeant that day?
Sergeant Bisson was in charge of the van that day.
Okay. And normally, who is your sergeant?
Sergeant Ken Ventresca,
And that is out of the Troop G office?
out of the Troop G office.
And that is, well, I'll withdraw that. When you arrived, did you have a specific assignment?
When I arrived, I was assigned by Sergeant Bisson to do the scene video.
What is the scene video?
So when we begin to process a scene, the first thing that happens every time is that we will go in and video the scene as is. So you can basically see a look of like what we walked into, what we saw, where things were, if things were disturbed, if they were not, if there was evidence somewhere. Just basically the general surroundings. So you're going to see it the first time as we saw it when we arrived.
Is there a certain process or procedure that occurs when you go to assist in, or you are processing a scene or a residence?
Normally it is. We're going to do so, like in this case, is based on a search warrant. We'll wait for that approval once we know it's official and we receive, instructions from the supervisor on scene. We start, video starts, photographs follow, and then there's just a system that goes. We identify evidence, someone handles the evidence, someone does a sketch of the scene, they do a map of the scene, we do video, we do photographs, then there's collection of the evidence.
Let me ask you this, sir. If you're naming a lot of assignments, did everybody get a specific assignment, or was everybody a piece of everything?
Everyone gets a certain assignment at the time, and then obviously as you complete yours, you then assist somebody else with theirs if needed. So you're not just standing there with your hands in your pockets.
Okay. And your assignment that night was?
Was video.
Okay. And was there somebody there to take photographs?
Yes, there was other detectives that took photographs.
And you also mentioned collection of evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Who was assigned to that?
Officially, I don't recall. It might have been Detective Riley, if memory serves.
Okay. But you didn't have any role in that?
No.
If I may have, what time did you took the video that night?
Correct.
What time did you start?
So the video commenced at 4:21 in the morning on the 25th.
And when did it finish?
It finished on the 25th at 5:31 p.m.
Did you have anybody assist you?
For the video, no. It was mostly me. Unless maybe if I needed some extra lighting, someone would hold a flashlight for me. But as I recall, it's pretty much just myself.
Was anybody inside the house when you conducted the video?
No. So as I would progress forward through the house, people doing photographs would follow. But prior to me, no one was through the house, to my knowledge.
Okay. Is there a initial walkthrough?
Normally there is with the case officer and perhaps the scene supervisor, but I was not present for that.
Okay. Your Honor, the state's intention is to play State 7. I believe there's no objection.
That's correct.
For the record, Your Honor, it is approximately, I believe you said, how long is it, sir?
Well, it's probably about an hour or more.
Yes, Your Honor.
State 7 will be admitted as a full exhibit.
Thank you. At this point, Your Honor, it is the state's intention to play the entire video.
So what we will do, counsel, is we'll play the video until 3:15. Take our afternoon recess and then resume.
Thank
He
you.
is
If I
all
may
about
just
that
have one
schedule.
moment.
He's all about that schedule. I'm digging it though.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor. It looks like my computer decided to stop.
She sounds like me. Technical difficulties.
Okay. A couple questions before we start, sir. Do you document the entire residence in it by itself?
Yeah, so you'll normally start from the outside, do a full video from the outside, and then we'll start and try to systematically go through room by room, depending on the layout of the structure. In this case, it was a large one, so it was kind of difficult to seamlessly go through it. And then we'll end with a final picture of the exterior when we're done.
With respect to the entire residence, do you document a certain area if you find anything of evidentiary value in it, or what do you do?
Clearly, if we see something that we believe is of concern for the investigation or evidence, then we'll obviously try to focus on that and show that so the people that may see it in the future can have an understanding of what we saw and what things looked like, prior to our collection and scene processing.
Was there a particular area of the house that you focused on?
The garage was of importance.
Okay. And when, in relation to watching the hour-long video, where is the garage in the video?
It's probably towards the end.
Okay, why is that?
It was just, if I recall, I went through the front door and it kind of branched off and worked around and ended up coming through the garage.
All right, if I can, just one question before we start. Actually, if I can just have one moment, Your Honor. Okay. So if I could direct your attention to the screen right behind you. What is that?
So that's basically just a quick way that we show documentation of a case number, the location, and who's doing the film. So you'll see that in the beginning, and you'll see that in the closing. And it usually will have the date and the start time at the top, and you'll notice in the end you'll see the date and the end time at the top. So it's just a document, kind of like this is what you're looking at, who did it and when.
And what is the date and start time there?
The date is May 25th, 2019 at 4:21 a.m. military time.
Okay.
Having microphone issues. Lucy's snoring again. This was, what do you say, 4 something a.m.? after she went missing? So this shows you the backyard. That visitation that Fotis did with the kids the week before she went missing, or the week that she went missing, I think it was on that Wednesday, they had a picnic out back, but he wasn't allowed in the house. He wasn't even allowed to cross the threshold of the house. Yeah, that house is huge. Pamper Glamper says, I feel like he had the murder kit with him in the garage waiting for her to arrive. Yeah, I think so too. I think he obviously forgot some things. Hot mic moment. Did you hear that? She said this is going to be problematic. What's going to be problematic? 6 people actually lived in here because this is the house that she moved into when she left Fotis. It's a cool painting. She didn't really have a high-paying job necessarily. She had a blog and she would do some writing, but she also had a trust. Her dad was very successful. Her aunt is Liz Claiborne, so her aunt and uncle founded Liz Claiborne. They are also very successful. But her family was very wealthy. No live-in nanny, but the nanny would come help out. The nanny is actually the first one to notice that something was wrong because she wasn't answering and had not showed up. She showed up at 11:30, and that's when she noticed that Jennifer's purse was there. It was on the floor in between the mudroom and the kitchen, and there was a granola bar that was unopened and a mug of tea on the counter. And she noticed that the Suburban was gone, but the Range Rover was there, which was obviously weird to her because she was like, there's no way she would have taken the Suburban to New York City. Fotis was a water skier. He would travel around competing. World-class water skier, apparently. I'm actually surprised that she didn't have any Ring cameras. Aaron Morgan says, I would never want to live that isolated from people being around. It's too scary. I grew up like that, so to me it's not strange, or scary, I guess, but you had to go 2 pastures over to get to a neighbor's house. So the money that he borrowed from the in-laws, what he would do is the way that he got his company up and going, because get Murdoch off the brain, Four Group, what they would do is they would buy land and then build these huge like mega mansion spec homes. So they would build these homes and then sell them. They weren't like building them for people who were designing it or whatever. They were all spec homes. So her family, her dad would front the money for the land and the, construction, the building and all that. And then when Fotis would design them, have them built, all that, like arrange for all that. And then they would sell them. And when they would sell, he would pay her family back with interest. So they, also gave money for the house that they were living in, which is also one of the houses that they did. But they gave money for that. And the loan that he was going to do was supposed to be, they were going to pay the security for it, but he ended up defaulting on the loan, which cost them the security. And then also some of the money that they had given for some of the buildings or homes that they were building, he didn't end up paying on. So he ended up getting, pretty far in debt with them and wasn't paying, and then tried to say it was that they were gifts to him, but it wasn't gifts. I pulled the court papers, and he signed documents saying they were going to pay it back, that he was going to pay it back. They were not divorced, but they were going through a divorce. They were still married, but they had been going through a really long, bitter divorce. And court filings out the wazoo. I mean, there were almost 600. It's crazy. And I mean, there's contempt charges. There's arguments about having, the sole custody stuff came up a lot too. When she filed for divorce, she filed for emergency sole custody, and it was denied at first. She ended up getting it later because he was trying to get the kids to lie for him in court. They separated. She filed for divorce. She left him in June of 2017 and filed for the divorce the next day. And so it was almost 2 years. It's like almost exactly 2 years. They were married for a total of 13 years. I know that she started kind of insinuating that there were problems in the marriage about 4 or 5 years before filing for divorce. And he was having an affair for a year before she filed for divorce. No one expects their ex to be a murderer. Oh, I think quite a few suspect their ex may murder them. You know, this may be very true crime of me, but I have a missing binder. So if I ever go missing, I have a binder with all kinds of stuff, and I share my location with multiple people. I have all kinds of stuff. If I go missing, but I said for a while, I called a few of my friends and was like, if something happens to me, I know who it is. She's snoring again. And a balloon. The jury is in your binder. Yeah. All I have to do is tell them log on to my YouTube and tell the jurors what happened. They'll find me. Nancy D says, after he unalived himself, his family were in the house and took things out, saying it was all his stuff when it wasn't. It showed in the news them arguing. This all got dirty. You know, the thing about him with the money, though, is that by the time he died, because he had so much debt and he had done all of these, basically cash advances on different things, he didn't have, he had gotten himself in so much debt, and then, the house was foreclosed on and stuff. It was bad. I can't remember. It was like $300 and something thousand worth of assets and $7 million in debt. Because he had the civil suits going on from Jennifer's mom. It was Jennifer's mom and Jennifer's dad's estate. And then the debt that he had accumulated, plus all the legal fees for this 2-year custody and divorce battle. It's crazy how, like, and that's one of the things that they had said too, like money being a motive for this, because he had, this was kind of like coming to a boiling point. Not this house. This house is the one Jennifer was renting. Lucy woke up. She did have a person who cleans the house. I think that person showed up. I can't remember what time it was. I'd have to look at my notes. It was like sometime after lunch, and said Jennifer wasn't there. With, and I mentioned money being part of the motive, the trust funds that were set up for the kids too, as an executor for, like, if he's going to be the one taking care of his kids, they said that he was also having some kind of anticipation of being able to be the one in charge of that, so to have access to some of that money to live on. So that was part of what they said was included in the financial part of the motive. Where was the husband living at the time, and was his place gone through? He was living in the house where he had been living, in Farmington, and he had moved the mistress in, and his place was gone through on June 2nd, I think is what it was. June 2nd or 3rd. Sometime around there. I'm not positive of the exact date. Sometime around there, though. They arrested them on June 1st, and then they did the first interview with Michelle, I think, on June 2nd, if I remember right. I think they searched the house the next day, and that's when they found the alibi
we can
notes.
stop the video now, and we can take our afternoon recess till 3:30.
All rise. Everybody stand. This honorable spirit court is now in recess. Please exit the courtroom.
She had 2 sets of twins and then another daughter. 1 set of boy-girl twins, 1 set of boy twins, and then a daughter. I showed the house listing for that house in Farmington that he was living at yesterday on the stream. It's huge. Huge. It's beautiful. But it's huge. Like crazy big. So 15-minute break. He is very prompt when it comes to break time, which is good. This is supposed to be a very long trial, so that'll keep everything hopefully on schedule. Having a prompt judge. Emotional abuse by Fotis on the children. Oh my goodness, those poor dear children. What a sick man he was. Yeah, so they had appointed a guardian ad litem during going through the divorce and custody battles because it got so bad. And the guardian ad litem had a psychiatrist talk to the children, and the psychiatrist said, yeah, this constitutes as emotional abuse. He was basically trying to have them lie for him to get his way in court, and was putting them in a really tough situation. And there were some things that he lied about in court too, about her trying to make Jennifer look bad. What's even worse is that his attorney, before he passed, his attorney also made some really crappy claims against her, which is, if y'all know me well enough to know, that kind of stuff makes me really mad. The victim blaming stuff. But yeah. And beyond just the Gone Girl stuff, like he went through the whole Gone Girl thing where he said that there was a good chance that she was just doing this to frame him. Like, who's going to leave their 5 kids and run away just to get somebody in trouble when she already had sole physical custody of the kids? He was only allowed supervised visits that were scheduled with somebody to monitor, and then even the phone calls had to be monitored on speakerphone and stuff. So yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. Jennifer was his cash cow. Yeah, I think that's part of it. And when her dad passed away, they weren't funding, her parents. I keep saying her parents. It was pretty much her dad, and her dad's like company and estate that was funding these projects. So when he passed, that wasn't happening anymore, and he didn't use that time of having that funding smart enough to be able to put some of that money, aside so that you don't have to have the next one funded, So he didn't. He just kind of kept relying on them and traveling and doing whatever he wanted, living his best life with leaving his wife and kids at home and going gallivanting around town with a mistress. Crazy. Not a fan. Most houses in Farmington are big, very rich towns. My friends live there and probably have the smallest house there. Yeah, it's the houses. Let me see. Let me pull up that house from yesterday. The house we looked at. Let's see. Jefferson Crossing. feel like I'm gonna sneeze. Let's see, where did I save that listing yesterday? Ah, here it is. So, what happened to the rest of them? There they are. So this is the house. This is the house that he was living in. This is the house that they lived in together, and then he ended up moving the mistress in. Beautiful home. I like the dark floors. Like I mean, these are beautiful homes. I mean, they look big enough to be hotels, but they are really nice. Look at that big old fridge. It's crazy how, like who needs all those extra rooms? I would never use. I said yesterday that I don't like this. I think it looks like a morgue. Like when they pull out the bodies from the morgue. That's what it looks like to me. Upstairs kitchen. Because who wants to walk downstairs to go to a kitchen? This is nice. It's beautiful though. I love that they took these pictures in the fall because the trees are all the pretty colors. That's the only thing I miss about living at the beach is seeing fall colors. Palm trees don't turn colors. But I still love palm trees though. How many square feet? It's somewhere between 10 and 11,000. I can't remember the exact amount. 10,000 something. I think it's beautiful. I personally, it's like, I don't see the point in having a whole bunch of extra rooms that you never go in, but that's just me. I'm kind of simple like that. Like even when I had my house, before I moved into a condo, you live in the same few rooms, you know? Or I did. I think I'm hitting my afternoon wall. If I owned that house, 3/4 of it would be empty. Yeah, same here. Lucy would have her own wing of the house. Of course, she wouldn't need it. She wouldn't get out from under my feet. It is pretty though, yeah. Let's see. Oh, on our subscriber count, we jumped up. We're 14,614. Lucy would get lost. Yeah, for real. She wouldn't get out from under my feet though. She would stay right on me. Sorry. She doesn't like it when I'm out of her sight distance. You would need a tracker in that house. It's too large. Yeah. Be like, Marco, Polo. I appreciate it. I don't need to lay down quite yet. I can make it till we finish. It's 2:30. So it's 3:30, almost 3:30 their time. We're only going to 4:45, so we only got about another hour and a half. Hour and 20 minutes. Nikki, I did not see RA raid mail yesterday, but somebody said something about it earlier today. That's awesome. I love seeing the I love it when we all support each other. It's the way it should be. Will Jennifer's mother be a witness? Probably. Here's the thing, that one of the motions that they filed today was trying to keep the tension and the the fighting and stuff in the marriage, trying to keep that out of this trial, but they haven't ruled on that yet. I doubt they're gonna. Rule on that because it's part of it. It's part of all of this, like the motive and the lead up to it, and it's one of the puzzle pieces. Tina says they're going to need way more evidence to prove she did anything. Well, see, and that's why this is so interesting, because there's plenty of evidence about her after the fact. You know what I mean? But plus the fact that she changed her story so often and lied to them and had handwritten alibi notes and all that stuff, you know. So the after the fact stuff is pretty cut and dry. The search warrant paperwork says that during their investigation they had extensive information showing that there was a lot of pre-planning that went into this. So I'm curious to hear about what all that is, because all I've been able to find so far is everything, or not just me, like anybody who's, you know, researched it, is the stuff that's publicly available. So the arrest warrants and the court filings and stuff like that. But there's a lot of stuff that we don't know yet and we haven't seen yet. So I'll be interested to see what information they have for the pre-planning stuff. Oh yeah, Mel is Icked Mel and RA is Recovery Addict. Does Lucy come in the bathroom when I shower? Yeah. Okay, she didn't let me get out of eye distance. Eye distance? That's not a thing. Eyesight. You know what I mean. Camera's shaking. They're going to be coming back. We'll put Judge Newman up. Tell them to bring the jury. Bring a jury. Aaron Morgan, you never annoy me. Also agree, the main question is, did she know before or after the murder? Yeah, that's... I feel like they have to have evidence against her in order for them to have charged her with conspiracy. Otherwise, it would have been, accessory after the fact or something, something about after, like, and kept with just the charges that she had, which was the, hindering, prosecution, and tampering with or fabricating evidence. Like, that's pretty clear, that stuff, based on what we've seen. So I feel like there has to be some kind of like substantial amount of information and evidence they have against her for the pre-planning part. So I'll be curious to see what they have. Are our links not working to our people? When we swapped over, everything got crazy. Still working out kinks. Did you get Lucy during the pandemic? I actually had her before the pandemic. I got her in, I think it was like September or something. Let's see, her birthday's June 3rd, and I got her not long after that. In the end of summer in 2019. Yeah, Michelle's DNA is on those bags and some of that stuff. She says it's because he cleaned up coffee with a paper towel and then handed her the paper towel and she threw it away in the bag, and then that's how her DNA got in there. But it's not very likely.
Please be seated.
No. Bring the jury.
You can bring the jury in, please.
I don't brush her teeth very often because she hates it, but I get her those little dental chew thingies.
Actually, before the jury comes out, maybe this would be a good, there are a couple of small issues that housekeeping matters. If we could wait.
Well, we can take it up.
We'll take it up at the end. That's fine.
I know.
Counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we stopped prior to the break at 22:49. I'm going to hit play and resume the video.
Thank you.
We have a token cougher. Carlene, welcome. The walkthrough is, they're just documenting everything in the condition that it was in. Oh yeah, it's not a public defender. Her family ain't hurting for money. There's always a coffer. Yes, this is Jennifer's house. This is the house she was renting with her kids at the time she went missing. The time she was killed. Hey, Kathy. I'm not sure that we needed such a detailed house tour either. But they want to show it to us, so here we go. This is one of those things where you want to ask them, like, okay, you want to show it in 1.25 speed. Very organized closet. Kathy said she's got a new video coming out tonight, Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo. Joy said, what channel is the movie or documentary on? I don't know if there's any documentaries. I know that they did a 48 Hours episode, they did a Dateline episode, and then there's a Lifetime movie. The Lifetime movie, I think, plays on Hulu still. This rental is not one of the homes that Fotis built. The Lifetime movie about this is called Gone Mom. gosh, that makes me sad. Her kids. Oh. My heart just went, ugh. How did he get into the house? Do we know? I'm assuming he had the garage code from, unless he's like waited till she opened the garage door and then got in. Yeah, 2 sets of twins and then another daughter. I believe she had the first set of twins in 2006. If I remember right. Oh no, it's all on my video. No, her body was never found. How was he not seen on any cameras in the neighborhood or even around the house? He was seen, what they are saying is matching his description and the description of his vintage bike on the bike in the neighborhood. Or on the way, like in between where the Tacoma was parked in the neighborhood, or the house. Oh, Investigation Discovery aired a new documentary, Vanished in New Canaan. Oh. I didn't know they had done one too. The digital evidence, Chrissy Bacon is in this case, from everything I've seen, is some of the most damning. Like, that's how they really pieced a lot of this stuff together. Between the video surveillance, their phone location data, the OnStar data, but a lot of it is video footage. Yeah, I think they said that it's going to be about an hour, the video that they're showing. And all the cars out there. It's sad seeing the kids' stuff right there. Yeah, this part would be really good for speed trialing. Yeah, I mean, you know, with the jury seeing this, like, they can see that there was no robbery, there was no struggle, there's no, like, all of their stuff is still there. She didn't, you know, pack up to leave anywhere. The all white walls give me anxiety. With 5 kids. Miss J, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. If this is your first trial, it always starts with 1. And then we all get stuck looking for the next one. Yeah, they did presumptive blood testing in the garage. And we're able to get information or get confirmation that way. Did they have any pets? I think they had cat or something, didn't they? Didn't they have cat bowls out there earlier? If I had to guess, I would say that he waited for the garage door to open and then went in and the garage door was open before she had time to shut it. Like after she pulled in, but that's just my guess. It's not impossible for him to have had the code. I mean, some people have the same code for everything. But if I had to guess, it would be that he ran in. I don't put Lucy on the screen to keep an eye on her. I put her on here because everybody else wants to keep an eye on her. She's like our little mascot. What? What are you doing, you bad dog? You bad, bad dog. You're a bad girl. Lucy's our emotional support juror, right? He didn't build this house. This isn't one of his houses. This is the one that she rented when she left him. This is where she moved to get away from him. I thought about that if maybe one of the kids gave him the code, but like without knowing. Every time they whisper, I try to listen. If this were a house tour of my condo, we'd have been done less than 12 seconds. The marital home got sold. Well, he moved the mistress into the marital home with him. And then he ended up going into foreclosure on it, I believe. So. And he moved out. And then, but you know, when him and Michelle split because they weren't allowed to have contact with each other anymore, he got another girlfriend, another live-in girlfriend. Typical narcissist. He needs a cheerleader. There's the blood stuff, the evidence where something happened when he tried to clean it up. Those are New York plates on the Range Rover. I believe that that car was registered to her mom. Or her mom's address. Yep, footprint and blood. Curious to hear what else they have to say about that. Good question, Allie Hunter. Did dogs hit inside the vehicle? I have not heard them say that they did. The cadaver dogs. I know that they were tracking her scent, but But how long do you have to be? How long does a body have to be deceased before a cadaver dog can recognize it? Does anybody know that? I don't know that. Let's see. Yes, they checked local dumps, a big mulch pile. I'm about to Google this. So that's the problem. Cadaver dogs are trained to find dead bodies and have become an essential part of law enforcement. But it takes 24 to 72 hours after death. So they wouldn't have been able to, cadaver dogs wouldn't have been able to detect her anyway. If it takes 24 hours, this was only less than 2 hours. Oh, it says within minutes. The thing I just pulled up said it takes 24 to 72 hours because that's when the decomposition starts. Let's see. They can detect remains as far as 15 feet underground. This says research which suggests that a cadaver dog can detect a body that has been dead for as little as 24 hours, due to the fact that cadaver dogs are trained to detect for the scent of a decomposing body. 24 to 72 hours after death, the internal organs decompose, and then 3 to 5 days after death, the body starts to bloat and blood-containing foam leaks from the mouth and nose. $15 feet. This says that it is possible for a very good cadaver dog to detect a body that has been dead for just a few hours. See, unfortunately, she would have only been there for 2 hours. $15 feet underground. That's crazy. It says 95% accuracy when detecting objects and bodies, many times in underwater scenarios. They can also smell burnt bodies. A canine sense of smell is 100,000 times more powerful compared to a human sense of smell. 100,000 times more likely or more powerful. That's crazy, right? So see, that's the difference. If they had because I know, remember they said they had the scent dogs that came and they brought her sweater out for them to try to track her. But the scent dogs Like searching for scent and then hitting on like a cadaver, you know, are two different trainings for them. Because if it's just the scent, then that's, you know, tracking a person. But if you are hitting on the smell of the remains, that means it was a dead body. So I know some dogs can do both, but 15 feet underground. That's crazy, right? Good night, Annie Marie. No, the scent dogs that they had sniffing the sweater and all that were not cadaver dogs. They did take cadaver dogs out to that hunting property where they found that shallow grave, but they said they didn't hit out there. Can't recovery dogs locate bodies regardless of decomposition? Yeah, they brought them out there to see, because like, okay, if she wouldn't have been, when they got there, instead of her being put into the Tacoma or whatever, if they had put, you know, if she had been drug out to the woods or something, then, you know, them sniffing that sweater, they would have been able to track her scent. But she didn't. She wasn't anywhere else. She was transferred. According to their theory, she was transferred right there at the side of the road. So there was nothing for them to be able to track. Because they obviously would have smelled her in the cars. She drives the cars. So that would have been nothing different. But now if it's a cadaver dog and they hit in the car, then that would be like, okay, well, this wasn't just her in the car. This was a decomposing body in the car. The biggest thing for me about where she is those time gaps. There's like a 90-minute time gap here and a 39-minute time gap here, and tracking. That's why I kind of wanted to map out the way that I did on that video from this morning. That's why I wanted to map out what cars were where and when, because those time gaps are crucial. He unalived himself January when he was supposed to go back for a bond hearing. Of 2020. They don't think that he shot her. They think it was either stabbing or some kind of blunt force attack. That's what the arrest warrant and search warrant papers say. Carbon monoxide is how he tried to off himself. The spatter is, the court document said the spatter is the reason they were thinking that there would have been possibly like an initial attack. Like if he hit her with something and possibly then, then stabbed her, or it was just the blunt force. But the spatter was one of the reasons they came up with their theory. And the amount of blood, they said, was the medical examiner looked at the evidence they had collected from those trash bags and everything and said that was that came from unsurvivable injuries. He unalleged himself carbon monoxide poisoning in his garage. The thing is, after all this happened, he was at that workhouse on Mountain Springs Road for a while. And there was a lot of driving back and forth and
If I may, Your Honor, I believe that Detective Clabby, did that conclude the video?
It does conclude the video.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Your Honor, for Detective Clabby.
Finish your own work.
Can we approach for a moment, Your Honor? Does the state intend to recall this witness?
I believe that Detective Clabby will be called later, Your Honor.
Well, then there's a housekeeping procedural matter that I would like to address. Maybe the jury can excuse for a moment.
Well, perhaps we can just, how long will it take?
About 48, about maybe 120 seconds.
We could do that at a sidebar.
JJ, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Sidebar. Her hair's lighter now than it used to be. Lucy's over there going to town on her lunch. About time. The thing between him and the kids is interesting to me because it seems like
more than just a moment. We briefly turn to the jury deliberation. Please do not discuss any of the evidence that you have seen today. Turn shortly.
Dismissing the jury for a few minutes. According to the paperwork, Jennifer said that he was really overbearing.
Do you want Detective Clabby to step out as well?
Well, the court does not know the nature of the house.
Yeah, I'm not going to request that he step out.
Okay, thank you.
No, you hear this. Before the court reconvened after lunch, I had asked Attorney Manning whether or not the witness may be recalled. She has indicated that certain other witnesses may be recalled, but for matters that were indirectly or shall I say completely separate. Certain witnesses, such as the detectives that were involved, not just now, but throughout the investigation, I might have more lengthy cross-examination. And I said I would then, if you're going to recall, I'm not going to object, but I'm going to defer my cross-examination until then. The state indicated to me off the record they're going to object to that. So I think the matter needs to be resolved, and here's why. Several witnesses, including Detective Clabby, I may have some more extensive cross. I might even have things that might be impeachment type evidence, I shouldn't have to do that piecemeal, since confrontation and the right to cross-examine is a constitutional right. So in some cases, the court has ordered that if there's going to be a witness, and if I object, then the state has to put that witness on for everything that it wants to use, and then I only have to cross-examine once. If I'm not objecting to their doing it in piecemeal, where they're going to recall the witness 2-3 times maybe, I shouldn't have to do a cross and then wait and do another cross, maybe have to repeat the same kind of impeachment. It doesn't make sense. Plus, I submit that that's ineffective, and I think it wastes judicial resources as well. If I'm going to cross, if I want to come back to this in a week or two when the witness comes back, if there are matters I want to address, it may actually relate to something that happens later. I shouldn't have to say I'm going to do this and be limited to that and then have the witness come back, and then I can't go back to that. So I'm going to ask the court either that the witness has to testify to everything if I don't want to, or that the court will allow me to defer my cross-examination. They can move on to the next witness. And if I have information pertaining to this, it may relate to something that's going to happen later. I shouldn't be precluded just because the state doesn't find that convenient.
Well, the court's view is this. It is easier to follow It is easier to follow a cross-examination right after a direct examination for the jury's sake, for the fact finder's sake. The fact that certain cross-examinations may be repeated should not sacrifice clarity for the jury. The court sees no problem with returning to any witness. If one witness is called and the direct examination is limited, then the cross-examination is limited to the scope of that direct. It's easy for the jury to follow. But if, for example, if Detective Clabby were to be, or would return in a couple of weeks, and then the jury would have to reference what happened 2 weeks ago to understand the nature of the cross-examination 2 weeks from now, that is more difficult to follow.
That may be, but that's on the defense. But I would note that the right to cross-examine as a constitutional right is, I think it's paramount to whether or not there's a sense of clarity, which to my knowledge is not in the rules or in the Constitution. To the extent that what I might want to ask this witness is about what he did today is related to what's going to come in, I can't control the order of the state's witnesses. That's true. But I shouldn't have to sacrifice the right to confront and cross-examine for the sake of expedience or clarity. And that's why what I'm asking, and right now is that I would defer my cross till the witness returns. Your Honor will recall that this witness was involved in some of the other aspects of this based on the suppression hearings that we had. And I would rather do the cross-examination at once rather than breaking it up. And, if I do it only once, if I've waived it, if the jury forgets as to what I'm talking about, again, that's on us, that's on the defense. But I shouldn't have to repeat or, for that matter, break up my cross-examination for the sake of the state's convenience, which is what it sounds to me like we're doing here. To be honest, Judge, I've never, ever been in a situation, and I've been practicing now for 42 years almost, that I could not defer. If it's the same witness, I'm the one, then if the jury forgets about the issue at that point, then I'm the one who loses that ability for the juror recall. But I shouldn't have to cross-examine on one point, the state brings the witness back in a month or in 2 weeks, and have to cross-examine on that point, and then maybe they bring him back a third point. I'm limited to that. I believe that as a right to cross-examine, I should be able to do it once, if that's my choosing. That if I want to do it at once, and that's it, rather than break it.
So the practical question is this. If the jury hears direct testimony today, and 2 weeks later hears the cross, and there's an objection based on the fact that the state may claim, well, this cross is beyond the scope of the direct 2 weeks from now, then the court would have to rule, and the court may not remember what was within the scope this day, such that it would overrule the state's objection.
That's a good point.
So in other words, if we're going to talk to Detective Clabby 2 weeks from now about this video, but the state is not asking about this video 2 weeks from now, the claim can be objection beyond the scope. The court would have to try to remember what was within the scope on this date.
I will note, Your Honor, that one of the aspects of cross-examination tests memory. It tests bias, prejudice, etc., which is a fundamental right to cross-examination. I shouldn't have to do that more than once. I do it once. If I have to do it again, then that just, since the witness, unlike when we're dealing with sequestration, it's the same witness. And for that same witness, for me to have to reinvent the wheel each time, I submit is, never mind.
Move your phone.
Maybe it's less efficient, but it's, again, a fundamental right as opposed to just a matter of convenience. My alternative then is to object to the recall of this witness. I should only have to cross-examine a state's witness once.
Well, that's not a rule. You should only have to cross-examine a state's witness once. You can point to no authority for that. You wish to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly, there's multiple problems with this. The state has a right to present as our witnesses in our case as I see fit. By requiring us to indicate whether or not we're going to be recalling a witness for another particular issue, regardless if it's Detective Clabby or Officer Coughlin, as I indicated before, actually puts the state in a position of making a decision prematurely. It is hindering the state's ability to perhaps pivot later in our case. And again, the same concept of the idea that I don't have to disclose that. There's nothing to indicate I do. I do because I am informing the court as well as the defense counsel that the witness is still under subpoena and the state has an intention to recall that individual. I may change my mind as the case goes on. The idea that counsel would prevent or stop his cross-examination with respect to the subject that the witness has testified to puts the state in a position of being forced to recall somebody that we may not see that we have to. Counsel indicates cases, and yet I would like to see what cases or legal authority that he is actually citing. Now, with respect to the witness today, Detective Clabby's testimony is extremely limited to this video. Counsel should be, if he has an opportunity to cross within the scope of his examination, this clear code of evidence, and it should be contained within the scope of the direct examination. If and when Detective Clabby comes back to testify, any cross-examination should be contained within that scope of examination. That is the way it is done. Otherwise, it causes confusion for the jury, confusion for all involved, and a waste of time. So the state would object. If he wishes to cross Detective Clabby, he should do so now.
Well, I'll note, Your Honor, I don't have no authority that allows the state to call a witness a second or a third time after a cross-examination. Maybe then they can clarify information that was exposed during cross-examination. So I would suggest they could point to any authority that allowed them to do that as a matter of right. I would be shocked. But the bottom line, Your Honor, is I'm not requiring them to call Detective Clabby back. The question is, if they don't call him, then I've waived my right to cross-examine him unless I ask that he remain under subpoena, and I'll call him in the defense case. So that's, I see the prosecutor arguing two different things. I'm not requiring them to call the witness back just because they're reserving that right. The question is, I'm reserving the right to only have to cross-examine the witness once unless I believe it needs clarification at that moment.
Thank you. The court cannot state that there is a right to only one cross-examination of one witness. The court's role is to conduct the proceeding in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. But efficiency cannot undercut order. It's easier to follow for the jury and for the court. Direct examination, cross, limited to the scope of the direct. So the request to essentially defer a cross-examination is not really a deferral at all. The cross-examination today is limited to the direct today. The cross-examination 2 weeks from now may implicate what is said today, so that cross-examination can be directed to those issues that are still relevant on that day. So the court is only going to allow cross-examination limited to the scope of the direct.
I ask the court to note my strong exception to that ruling.
Thank you.
I just need a moment.
Denied. I need a buzzer sound to go along with that.
And I will note while the jury is out that I'm going to ask that the witness, I'm going to ask some questions, but I'm going to ask that the witness remain under subpoena with the possibility that we would call the witness back in the defense case in order to ensure his availability.
If I may just be clear on one matter, Your Honor, the state has subpoenaed Detective Clabby. With respect to the state's subpoena, the state, I do not want to be, and I've made this very clear multiple times, I am not going to be providing witnesses for the defense. He has the subpoena power. He can issue a subpoena today if he wishes, or the court can order clearly. But what I don't want to get into as the case goes on is because the state has issued a subpoena, defense counsel requesting the state provide that witness. I do not want to get into that. Just to keep things very clear and clean, if Your Honor wishes to extend that today in court, I understand that. I just really have concerns about the state's subpoena applying to the defense case.
This is an easy matter. The court is not going to order a witness to appear for the defense under a state subpoena. The request is denied. Bring the jury back in.
They're whispering again.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I have one witness left for today. I am going to ask that she be released. She will come back tomorrow.
Thank you, because we are planning to dismiss it 4:45.
Thank you.
I need to get a buzzer sound to go with my denied effect.
The counsel stipulate to the presence of all of the jurors.
Yes, sir.
As I understand your testimony and was watching that video, sir, you started filming at, you said, 4:30 in the morning?
It was 4:21 a.m., sir.
And at the end of the video, it looked like it was 5:31 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
So that wasn't a 13-hour video we just saw, was it?
No, sir.
So you filmed a little bit, turned it off, and then filmed something else, turned it off again?
Correct.
So what were you doing in the hours in between each segment?
I was assisting Detective Loprior doing scene measurements, sketch maps, and then I assisted at the time Sergeant Davison with his efforts at the scene.
All right, so you mentioned two individuals. I just want to be clear. One was La Fiore.
Correct.
And he was at the time a trooper?
I'm not sure of his rank at the time, sir.
At some point he became a detective, right?
Correct.
But wasn't he in transition about that time from being a trooper to maybe joining the major crime squad?
I would refer you to him. I'm not sure of his path through the state police.
Fair enough. And who was the other individual that was there?
At the time, his rank was Sergeant Davison.
Davidson?
Correct.
And I notice at one point when you're filming the side of the Range Rover, we see in a reflection a cameraman or a camera person. That's you, correct?
Correct.
And then you see two individuals walking behind you in that same reflection, correct?
Correct.
Was that one of those people, Trooper or Detective La Fiore?
I don't know who they were.
Well, what about Sergeant Davidson? Was one of those two people in the reflection Sergeant Davidson?
He was not on scene at that time.
So who were all the other people that were on scene while you are in various rooms filming?
That would be other members of the unit who were assigned to the van to process the scene.
So tell us how many people were in there at that time.
At the time, I would say at that one moment where you see the reflection, there was a total of 3 people.
And how about during the course of your filming from 4:30 or 4:21 a.m. until that time?
The majority of the time would be myself. The only time I would be with other individuals is if I requested another light. As you can see, I'm using another light to illuminate the room so you can visualize what I'm trying to record. And at times, either a battery would die and I would request another piece of equipment, or another individual who works within the unit who's on scene would assist in providing light.
Well, my question had been, who else was in there during the course of your filming? And I haven't really heard you tell me.
The exact individuals that were in there with me at that time, I don't recall exactly whom.
How many?
As I stated, 3, sir.
Total of 3 others for the whole day.
At that one time that you requested, it was a total of 3.
Now, I asked between 4:21 a.m. and the end of that film, how many other detectives were inside the home?
The exact number, I cannot tell you. I would refer you to the notes of whoever else did reports. There was a handful of us there doing certain things, such as scene. 2 people will do photographs. A person will do video. A person will do sketch. We have a supervisor on the scene. And we have another person doing evidence.
So if I subtract you as the person doing the video, we're talking about at least 6 other people, at least, right?
Possible, yes.
Were you made aware before you started filming that there had been uniformed police officers that had walked through the house?
I was aware that there was a response to the scene that uniformed officers had indeed entered the house.
Were you aware that officers had actually moved some of the items and had picked up items to look at them? Were you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Nobody told you that, right?
I'm not aware of that.
Were there any New Canaan police officers or detectives on the scene while you were filming?
Any of them on the scene would have been down in the cul-de-sac.
So no one was in the house while you were filming?
Not when I was in the house, correct.
Okay. Were you aware that civilians, for want of a better term, had already been through that garage that day?
At the time of filming the video, I was not aware of if that was a possibility.
Were you aware that at least the babysitter had been in there?
At the time of filming, no.
Were you aware that at least one of the children had been in the house?
Objection. We could get a time frame.
Okay, that's fair enough. Between the time that the report of a missing person came in and the time of your filming, were you aware that at least one of the children had been in that house?
I would not be aware of that.
Were you aware that at least one detective from the New Canaan police had already gone through?
I would not be aware of that.
Were you aware that a cleaning person or a housekeeper had been in through the garage.
I would have.
Objection. Bring you to time frame again.
Again, between the time of the report of the person being missing, withdrawn. I now realize why that objection is correct. Between the time that the last time that Jennifer Dulos was seen in her vehicle and the time of your beginning the video, you're aware that the housekeeper, cleaning person had been in that garage.
At the time of filming, I would have no way to have that information.
I have no further questions at this time.
Is there a redirect examination?
Not at this time. Thank you.
All that fuss over that.
Detective, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
All that fuss over that.
As I indicated, Your Honor, I have another witness, but it is late in the day. If we could call that person tomorrow, they will be here bright and early.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not going to hear any more testimony today from any witnesses. What the court will ask you to do, because there will be a great deal of media coverage you will discover. The court asks you to avoid all of that media coverage. Please do not talk to anyone about the case, not even each other. And we hope to see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. And for this evening, you are dismissed.
Day 1 in the books. Does the jury know what the charges are if there were no openings? Well, the judge did read a whole bunch of stuff that I kind of zoned out for. Did he mention it during that? Not sequestered. Well, the thing is, this is going to be such a long trial. That would be awful if they had to be sequestered during all that. All right, Marie Moss has our official stats. Witnesses 4, sidebars 1, objections 7, with all overruled by the judge. Marie Moss, you the best. Thank you for our official stats for the day. Oh, gracious alive. So that's all we wrote. That's all she wrote. Intimating blood spatter was planted. Yeah, that kind of makes no sense. He maybe the whole reason he didn't want to do his cross-examination yet is because he didn't have a whole lot to work with. He didn't really know what to say. Maybe he was just like, hey, I think I want some more time to prepare for this because I don't have a whole lot. Debbie Blair says, wonder who Michelle keeps looking at in the gallery. I know her family's there, so I'm assuming it would be one of them. Somebody said that her family's going to be on Vinny's show tonight on Court TV. So that will be interesting. If I'm awake, I will watch it. I'll look it up. Can't guarantee I'm awake, though. I'm tired. This is 7 hours today. This is the longest stream I've done in a few weeks. But that's okay. A lot of the work I've been doing the last few weeks has been from my bed, as I'm like doing research and stuff with my laptop. So, but good first day. I still am really weirded out that they didn't have openings. It's like going to a movie without seeing the trailer for it, you know? That's how it feels, but you know, whatever. Thank you for sticking it out with me through my technical difficulties this morning. We got through it. It just automatically sent me over to another thing. Hold on, let me X out of this. It was a big day. Let's see what else we got. Nan R says, Marie Moss, I was just thinking about you. You're my favorite statistician. Yay. She's always got her backs. Stevie says, can you recommend a good bed desk tray? I use a pillow. I ain't fancy like that. I just use a pillow. Cheryl Crawford, Brandi, you did a great job today. Thank you. But your podcast is the best real crime podcast I've ever seen. Yay! Thank you. I'm looking forward to getting to the point where I have my energy levels back up and I can continue on with it. I really, really enjoyed doing it, and I wish I had the energy to finish it. Maybe it's coming. Maybe it's coming. Welcome to all of our new people. Before we go, let's see what our numbers ended up at. You know, we're trying to get to 15K. We're inching our way right along. We're at 14,625. So what is that, like 100 subs that we added today? That's awesome. Look at us go. Look at us go. Let's see. What time in the morning? So they're going to be starting at 10 Eastern. So we will start about 15 minutes before that. 9:45. Mathin'. So we'll start at 9:45 in the morning. I'll get the stream set up in just a minute. And that's it. That's it. I am going to try to do a short recap of each day for TikTok. Ugh. I promised myself I was going to. I'm going to make myself do it. But I'm going to go take a nap first. So, there's a police chase right now. Let's see. See if we can. Is RA live? RA is live. Mel is live. There is a police chase. You want to see it for a minute? I'm not staying on long though. I'm really tired. Is this the one that you're talking about? How long do they think that this will last? They said 6 weeks of the evidentiary part of it. So they said till March, but they said 6 weeks of just the evidentiary part, which means 6 weeks for the... Oh. I don't think that's what he meant to do. that wasn't what he's supposed to be doing. So that's just for the state. And then, of course, the defense will have to present their part. So if the evidentiary part is 6 weeks, I don't know how long the defense will take. Oh, slipped right out of there, huh? Maybe should have blocked that road. It's always Callie. It's always Callie. So I'm not sure how long that will be. For the defense, it depends. I'll see. I'm going to take a little nap, and then after my nap, I'll see if I can find I don't know that I've saved it anywhere in all of my files, but I'll look. If not, I can try to find it and pull it back up again. But I'll look at the witness list. I think it was like 200 and something people on the witness list. I mean, it's extensive. Like this is going to be a lot of stuff. And then of course, remember they had all of those this morning at the very beginning of the day, they had all of the motions that were filed, you know. So this is going to be, I mean, they went over some of them today and ruled on them, but we're going to have to revisit a lot of those because he was like, we're not doing that one today because we won't get there. We're not doing that one today because we won't get there. So that's a lot more of those. So it's like they're dancing. Doesn't look like they're he's like, ooh, almost got you. Nope. And then goes the other way. It's crazy. But anyway, I kind of typed out a little bit of those, but I want to pull those too after my nap and see. So I'm going to do a little bit of work this evening once I rest a little bit and see. Oh, foot bail. Nope. Where does he think he's going? Like, does he think he's going to get away? Interesting. Ring around the rosy. Yeah, it is kind of like that. Ring around the rosy. He's not, he's like a slippery little sucker. He keeps getting right by them. But, you know, anywho. Oh, let me do a redirect. We'll go invade someone else so I can go get some sleep. See, every time we hear this, I get that eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. We gonna do what they say can't be done. All right. I'm going to portal us on over. Let's see. Live. Okay, I can send you an email so y'all can finish watching this. That's fine. He needs to turn on Google Maps. Yeah. He's a little lost. A little lost. All right. Customize. Redirect. Mail. Save. All right. Got it. All right. So Mel's covering this. So I'm going to send y'all over to him so that you can watch the end of it and I can go get some rest. So, oh, I was about to say, oh, it's gone anyway. Thank you very much, Tosh. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of y'all hanging out with me today. I know that there's multiple people streaming this. I noticed there were multiple channels that were doing it, and so I know that you could be anywhere. It means a lot to me that y'all are hanging out here with 13 jurors. Oh, that was scary. It means a lot to me. I really do appreciate it. Y'all are a bright spot in my day. Leslie Culver, welcome to attorney. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the family. You live here. Oh! That escalated quickly. Wasn't expecting that. Lucy, cover your eyes. I was just singing to you and welcoming you to the family, and then they wrecked. Oh my gosh, that's a hard hit. It just got a little wild. Oh, don't portal yet. He's done. Oh, okay. All right, well, hold on. If he's done, then hold on. Let me change it, and I'll send us to somebody who's not done. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so is that the... Oh, yeah. So that person's okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. MJ said, I looked down and didn't see the impact. Well, I was just busy singing. I was welcoming Leslie. And then everything... went crazy. Oh, he isn't done? Okay, well, hold on. No rook. I love the rook. All right, I fixed it again. Yeah, that was a hard hit. Look at the front of that red car. He still ain't getting out. I feel like this would be the time that you would need to get out. There ain't nowhere you can go. The driver of the red car is very lucky. That was a hard hit. Trini Martin just popped in to say, night. I've been catching up on 2 times speed with the video. All caught up now. I'm glad you popped in. Yeah, he'll feel it tomorrow. When I was working in Atlanta, someone ran a red light. I had the green arrow to turn, and they ran a red light and T-boned me. And in the moment, I was shook up, but I was like kind of in shock. But man, that next day, whoo, buddy, it hurt. Toy White says, this attorney is strange and I'm still not over no openings. What in the world? I know. The no openings thing, I think, threw us all off. Yeah, very hard hit. I rewound. Yeah. What's he doing? The windshield wipers ain't wiping. Swiper, no swiping. Yeah, he needs to get out. We got places to be. He threw a dog out the window. Please tell me he was going slow and the dog is okay. Oh, now I'm pissed. Is the dog okay? Okay, dog's okay. All right. God, my heart started doing like this when you said a dog went out the window. Sit here and stream murder trials all day, but you talk about a dog and I'm like... That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, Dino Kelly. He was doing 60 miles per hour on impact. That's crazy. This is the part that I never really understand. Like, once they've got him here, like, now what are we doing? What are we doing? Swiper, no swiping. Airbag went off. It looked like when they zoomed in a minute ago, it looked like he moved his head, right? Chase started at 1:30. Like 1:30 what time? Pacific time? Or 1:30 what? Whose time? This is how, I mean, look how hard they hit. Like, the front of both of their cars are like, pew. This is the driver of the red car. Okay, so their time. So he's been on the run for half an hour. I know, I was about to take a nap. Now I'm wide awake watching. That wreck woke me up. There were 2 chases today. This is the second one. That's crazy. I can't believe threw a dog out the window. Whose dog? Whose dog? He's not moving now. Yeah, they said, Toy White, they said he threw a dog out the window earlier. I guess while we were in court. I see him now. I don't see him moving. I can't see. Yeah, the fire truck's coming in. He might have a concussion and passed out. That's a possibility. Behind the headlines, Jennifer Dulos' story on Hulu. There's a bunch of documentaries about this. I mean, it's been highly publicized. Something about he was spraying graffiti and then he took off. Really? Dang. All right, I'm going to send y'all over to Mel. I'm going to get some rest. I don't see him moving. I keep wanting to hit the button and now I'm like invested though. Who are they motioning? Who are they motioning? Who's coming? What's happening? Is Gone Mom worth watching on Prime about the Dulos case? It's on Hulu for free. I don't know if it costs anything on Prime. It's on Hulu for free. It is actually, from what I remember, pretty accurate for a lot of it. He's not moving. You see him moving? I can't see him moving. Hold on. Let me put my eyeballs in. Let me put my old lady glasses on. I need to clean these. Hold on. Let me put my old lady. Oh, it's on YouTube too. Oh, good to know. Is he? Is he moving? Go back. I didn't see him moving again. All right. I'm about to send y'all over. I want to see this wreck one more time because I was singing. I'll watch this one more time and then I'm going to send y'all to Mel. Let's finish this out. Oh, he went over. He swerved over into. That's like. Yeah. Is it over? All right, I'm gonna send y'all over to Mel. I'm gonna skip the outro music so y'all can go straight there and finish this out, and I'm gonna go get some rest. So I will see y'all tomorrow. We're gonna start at 9:45 Eastern. So go over there. What's Mel's channel? It's Icked Mel. Sorry. Go over there, hit the like button.